Hello, welcome to this week's episode of the Old Pods Podcast. I'm Alan, this is Paul, and we're also joined tonight by Andrew. You'll probably hear us affectionately call him Turner throughout. I say affectionately when we're not shouting at each other.
Hello.
Say hello.
Just did.
Good start.
Okay, so we'll do a bit of news first, and then we'll go into the usual bits and bobs that we cover. Just before we go into the news, obviously it's been a couple of weeks now since we've recorded. In that time, there's been a couple of passings in the pop culture world. Charles Trachtenberg passed away at quite a young age, 39, and as well as Gene Hackman and his wife Betsy, who passed away at home. So our condolences go out to the family and the friends and the loved ones and the people who knew them and had the good fortune to spend time with them. Obviously, I think we know, so certainly I know Michelle Trachtenberg best from her time in Buffy, and Gene Hackman for the years and years in the movies that he's put out there. Closest and nearest to my heart is the time that he spent as Lex Luthor. It was the first Lex that I knew on the big screen, so that's always how I'll remember him. Yeah, it's just tragic. You can never plan and you can never anticipate these things, but when it comes out of the blue like that, it's never good.
I think it's both of them are both ends of the spectrum as well. And
Yeah.
when you see Gene Hackman's passed away, at the age of what, 97?
Yeah, 90 something like that.
97,
95, I think. 95.
Something like that. Yeah. When you read the article, that's the last thing you would expect to hear about is the circumstances around it being like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And again with Michelle.
Yeah, what happened to her? Because I saw that she died, but I've not read anything into it.
Was it complications from a liver transplant?
Oh, right. Oh,
Yeah,
no, liver transplant, Jesus.
I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm sure that's one of the things that I'd seen.
That's serious business, like.
Yeah, I mean it's not good. It's not nice. But obviously they'll be remembered and revered, and I'm sure the loved ones will take the time and grieve in their own way. And it's just our little way. We've only got a small following, but just our little way to just pass on our condolences to the family, friends, and loved ones. Okay, but on to a lighter note. Try to bring everybody up a little bit. Big bit of news is tomorrow. Well, tomorrow from the time we're recording, obviously it'll be past then by the time this is out. Daredevil Born Again starts on Disney Plus. I think everybody's ready for it. I'm certainly ready for it.
I didn't think it was that soon.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, I've seen it doing the rounds on the socials. Didn't realize it was quite as soon as it is. Still not sold on Disney having the rights to Daredevil and
Not
with
fucking
it
it
now.
up.
So yeah, I just think the Netflix Daredevil combo was a fantastic partnership, and so I have a little bit of trepidation around it all.
Yeah, I mean I do as well. I've been trying to avoid trailers, but it's unavoidable when if you're on Instagram or TikTok or any of the fucking socials. Shit. Remember to like and follow people as well.
You left the oven on or something? Jesus Christ.
Every time I forget. Every time.
Jingle?
I don't have a jingle yet. My jingle is...
I'm not saying use the jingle. I'm saying do one.
Anyway, but the bits that I have seen, the trailers that I have seen, or the little snippets that I have seen, it looks good. It looks the same as the Netflix, the same kind of tone and atmosphere around everything. So it'll be interesting. I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, it's what do they want you to see to get you hooked in, to get you into it. It's how far Disney will allow themselves to go with it before it diverges too much away from what they're trying to bring them into the whole world and everything.
Yeah. What you're going to sacrifice to make them make it all Disney-fied, because it's not the Disney show. It's very violent.
Yeah, it's a shame.
And like dirty.
Yeah,
so it's what they're going to take away. I never watched She-Hulk, but I saw that clip of Daredevil in She-Hulk, and you could see you could see Disney's bullshit creeping in. The sort of smart ass, like quippy kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
Like Daredevil wasn't like that. He was never cool in the show. Like in that Daredevil Netflix show, he didn't have that like back and forthy banter. He was just like a bit of a thug. He was just on the good side. Sort of thing.
Yeah, it was very, very, very clean. The scenes with it
was She-Hulk. A bit too. It was all very like premeditated. They spoke in the way that writers write things. It wasn't natural. It was sort of too clean and too smooth. And I thought, oh Jesus, it's a sign of what's to come. But then She-Hulk was just a disaster all over, I think.
Have they brought them all back? Are they all back in?
No, but there has been talk about it. There's been like the rumor mill's been going around that the rest of them are going to come back. But at the moment, there's nothing defined, nothing definite.
So it's Foggy.
What do you mean the rest of them? Like the other cast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Luke Cage and Jessica Jones and Iron Fist.
I hope they bring Iron Fist back.
Nobody hopes to fetch Iron Fist back.
Iron Fist was mint.
I was thinking more about is it Foggy and
Foggy Eye?
Oh yeah, they're all back. Yeah, they're all back.
Like the support.
Punisher, he's in the trailer.
Yeah, Punisher's in it.
That's kind of one of the reasons why I've literally avoided everything possible about it. I think partially I'll risk of ruining what I already know.
Yeah, too many spoilers.
Yeah, I don't want to taint, what was almost a perfect show with what might. So I'll wait until I see what review.
Yeah, so first 2 episodes tomorrow. So I think you'll get a decent indication of how it's going to go from there.
Have you said if there's a villain? I mean, there's obviously a villain, but I've said I know the Kingpin's in the trailer. Is Bullseye coming back?
Bullseye's back. I think Bullseye, because Bullseye's been in a couple of action clips of stuff, and you can see there's quite a long fight sequence you see in a little clip.
That'll be good, because for me, he just hit his stride right as the series ended.
Yeah, I'm thinking the way
pushed much
from what they've shown, I think they're going to do him as kind of an introductory, and I think he's going to be taken out in the first episode or so. That's my kind of theory.
I like Bullseye, I think he's cool.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. I think he's interesting. They can do a lot with him. They can do a lot with Bullseye, like in his moveset.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. I wonder whether further down the line you'll see when you already saw Daredevil obviously creep into Matt Murdock creep into the Spider-Man film.
They're all gonna get shipped over onto Thunderbolts, aren't they?
Yeah. Because isn't there a comic run of Deadpool, Spider-Man, and Daredevil? The 3 of them.
Probably, because
I think there's a run from what I recall with the 3 of them.
Yeah. So big villains that's touted for it is Fisk and Muse, the serial killer, which isn't a massively well-known character.
I've never had a Muse I've never clued it was you guys.
He's got a bit of a kind of like a Rorschach-y kind of mask.
I mean, Fisk, you're always going to get Fisk on you. I mean, he's your Joker, he's your Lex Luthor.
Yeah, he's the big bad.
Yeah, he's going to be a constant.
He's amazing as well.
Be interesting to see. I wouldn't mind him rocking up in the new Spider-Man movie that starts filming this year. And it'd be good to see him in there because D'Onofrio plays him fantastically.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, he's great as him. I just don't know how he would go. I don't know how he would match the Spider-Man film. I think they're a bit too bright and colourful and sort of.
What's that? The new Spider-Mans.
Yeah. I think it'd be a hard sell to have, because he's good against someone like Daredevil who just punches people, but Spider-Man could just they'd have to alter him otherwise, because Fisk as he is in the Daredevil show, Spider-Man would pull his arms off.
Yeah, this is true.
They haven't pushed the fact that he's sort of solid muscle,
That's where that disconnect between what Netflix were doing and what Disney's doing is. It's 2 different worlds, 2 completely different
stuff. Yeah.
I almost see the Daredevil, Matt Murdock character in a Disney world as being redundant.
You'd have to juice him up really loads.
How do you make him relevant to or comparable to a Spider-Man, a Thor, an Iron Man, a Cap? You just get bad. You would get slapped all over.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Scarlet, not Scarlet, the other one, Johansson. She did alright in the Avengers.
Yeah, Black Widow.
Similar power set, no powers really, just guns and stuff. So pick the fight, I suppose, but they would have to juice him up a bit, because he doesn't even do it's not like the Ben Affleck movie where he was doing all the acrobatic shit. In the Netflix one, he just beats people up. He's just a hard case,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So they would have to juice him up a bit to friendly neighborhood Daredevil.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, they'd have to jack them up a bit.
it's kind of weird. It's like that's almost the role which Spider-Man should have had. It's down street level, down at the docks, 2 a.m.
Yeah.
There's a gun drop and stuff like that. That's almost the level. That's where personally I would have preferred to see Spider-Man. But instead he's off on spaceships and
He's in space.
zipping about with
Fighting
the
Thanos.
Avengers, and that's where I think my issue with the Spider-Man films has come in. But I guess there's still that neighborhood gap to fill, and that's where they'll drop Daredevil in and see how we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow. Speaking about it in next week's episode, do a review of the first couple. Staying with Marvel before we move on to some other bits and bobs. I won't show them in case we get fucking cancelled. But there's been leaked concept art from the new Avengers movies, or from
Right.
Doomsday in particular. It's just a couple shots of Doomsday looking broody. He's in some good attire. There's one that's caught people's eye where he's in like a throne room, and he's got somebody knelt down before him, and it looks like he's Enforcer from his world is Yelena, the other Black Widow, or the new Black Widow from
What's her name?
Thunderbolts.
Lawrence.
Yeah, I can't.
Lawrence Pugh.
Yes, yeah. Also standing beside him is a variant of Doctor Strange, and at the other side of him is what people are speculating is Sue Richards and their son Franklin Richards. The other ones are quite predictable. The other concept art is there's a table as people are gathered around, and Star-Lord's there, Wong's there, and then a selection of the young Avengers, the Hawkeye, the new Hawkeye, the Cassie Lang, Wiccan and Speed, Miss Marvel, they're all there. Then there's another Chris Pratt Star-Lord concept art of him sat on the couch chilling with Vision, but Vision's the white Vision from WandaVision.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the more interesting ones for me is there's an image of Hulk and She-Hulk and their son Scar, and they look like they're on a Hulk planet, almost medieval kind of shot, which everybody is saying is, or looking like it's going to be Planet Hulk, or what will be World War Hulk. Be quite good. And then there's another variant of Black Panther in there also, with a cool looking costume standing in front of what looks like the Thundercats lair. To be honest, it doesn't look like a panther.
Does yeah.
Does.
Who's this then?
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like Thundercats lair. Yeah, give it. I mean, it's everywhere. There's been a few takedowns of it, but it's everywhere. You can see it if you give it a Google.
I don't see the stuff with, I'd say like the Planet Hulk being, it's not the character.
No, certainly not
the Hulk. It's gonna be a enough little drop in via a multiverse thing. They'll pop in and like, oh, all of a sudden we're on a planet of pure Hulks,
Yeah.
and it's not going to be set up. It's not going to be built up.
Well, this leads me to believe the same thing that I've heard a couple of people say, or I've read a couple of people say, that they think that they had maybe a deliberate leak to test the waters.
Yeah, they do that. They do that now.
Yeah, so they've got full control. Like, obviously, if it goes down well, they'll go, oh, well, it shouldn't have been out there. And great. If it gets a bad reception and everybody goes, what the fuck are these? Then they know, oh, no, it's just it was very early stages concept art to this. There's nothing official there. And then they go back to the drawing board. There's enough time in it before they start filming anything to make them changes.
I don't think they know where they're going. Let's see. We're now on to the B list, C list. Aren't we? Do you know what I mean? We're
definitely.
We're getting to the point where you can start having the audience, the general audience who were pulled in, back in the early days, the Iron Man and Caps and the Hulks and stuff. The non-comic book, but movie goer are going to be like, who the fuck's this? Stuff like the Thunderbolts. I personally didn't have a clue. Not a clue.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing. Like, I know who the Thunderbolts are, but when I try to engage with people in my day job and speak about Thunderbolts, like, they go, well, who the fuck are these? Who are these guys?
Yeah. you take out the big boys, and then let's say we're working our way down that list now, and they're dragging it. I mean, to the point where Falcon's taking over is the new Cap. I don't think that film went. I haven't seen it. I don't think it's gone down again.
No, it's not been well received.
I don't think it's been well received.
Well, I'm saying it's not been well received. It's been a bit mid.
It's just.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's just.
I mean, you'll start to see the takings on these things. Start to decline. Don't know. I say maybe with Fantastic Four is maybe the start of something new again, or is it a last roll of the dice?
Yeah, well, that's the big one for me this year. I really want to see a good Fantastic Four movie. We've chatted about it a couple of times. Like, I want to see a good, solid Fantastic Four movie.
I like the trailer, so I like the setting of it. Again, it had that 60s kind of vibe to it, I guess.
Like space race kind of.
Yeah.
Like a world of tomorrow kind of
world
thing.
Of tomorrow, that's it.
Like a 1950s world of tomorrow. I like that. I like that kind of look about it. Flying cars and that.
Yeah, I did. I was impressed by the trailer. I was like, oh, okay. But even the design work and the graphic work around it all looked, the color palettes and all that was used on it. I did really, really enjoy looking at the promo stuff for it. But again, it's gonna be a time jump, a time bridge, a space bridge, or something that's gonna whip them into the
multiverse, and it's all that.
Well, this is what I said, and I'll see it again until it comes out, and then I'm proved wrong inevitably. But I still think that Galactus will destroy their planet, it will eat their world, he will win, and then they'll save themselves by jumping into our world, and that'll be the tie-in for it. They get it all together, and I'll fucking preach that until it comes out, and it either happens or it doesn't. Okay, but moving away from Marvel, another bit of news that caught my eye this week was Dave Bautista. Dave Bautista's getting a lot of love on here. He had a bit of a crack last week as well, or the week before, or whenever it was. In an interview, he's been saying that he would love to play, you'll be able to tell me better than I know, one of the main characters from Gears of War, and he'd love for Netflix to pick it up and make a Gears of War movie.
Yeah.
I've seen him pushing that for a while.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He said it in an interview now. He said it publicly. He's put it out there. He said, Netflix, come to me. Give me the deal. I'll have the conversations.
Because there's a couple of characters he could play. Well, I mean, the thing with Gears, like, because I played Gears of War, the trilogy anyway, I didn't play much after that. And there's a couple of characters he could play. There's the main character, Marcus, who's like the player character.
Marcus, I think that's him. I think that's the one.
And then there's his best friend, Dom. So he could play either of them. I think he could play either of them quite well. But yeah, Gears is like Ultraman, like all the men are gigantic. It's like set on a different planet. And I think the gravity makes everybody big. So they're all huge. And he has the look as well. So yeah, I think he definitely could play either of them.
Yeah.
And Dom's like not the main character, but he's just as big as the main character. Him and Marcus are always together in the games. So yeah.
Yeah, never played the games. I know he's mentioned this for a little while about the Gears. It kind of reminds me of the Henry Cavill. Is it Warhammer?
Yeah.
That he's always kind of been mentioning and hinting at. I think it was Henry Cavill again when they were talking about trying to do a Mass Effect.
I already shopped it around for a while. But
there was a photograph of Henry Cavill or something like that, and in front of him was a blurred script, and someone had tried to run the script through like a filter to try and decipher the wording, and that was a few years ago now. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of that again, kind of. But the video game movie adaptation is kind of in full swing now, though, isn't it? You know,
they ran out of comics now. They're going to start with someone else.
Yeah. Showing it's coming back round again. You know,
give games another try.
It seems to be, for the most part, at the moment, they seem to be just about hitting. And Last of Us is obviously going strong. That's due to land next month. This month.
Yeah, I never played the games, but I enjoyed the show. It was alright.
I loved the show. I thought the show was great, and I've never played the games all the way through. I know what happens as the big kind of twist in the second game, because it's
I've seen all the YouTube shorts and stuff.
I think they're changing it from. I mean, Neil Druckmann, he's obviously on board over from Naughty Dog. going through it, and he's always said he'll adapt it. It can't be a one-for-one adaptation because it's TV. It doesn't run the same way. It doesn't translate.
Stories don't move the same way.
Especially with I suppose part 2, the way the game's laid out. I think in the way of transferring that onto TV would be, I can't even imagine the nightmare that they would have with it, including the time jumps, the flashbacks, and so forth. So they will have to change it, whether they put what we'll call the big twist, whether that lands, in the game it lands very early. In the show, they can't drop that at the beginning of the show. They'll kill the audience straight away. They need to drop that somewhere else to get at least another second season, third season, potentially out of it. If they drop that too soon, they've lost the show. So it'll be interesting to see. Neil Druckmann's always said he'll adapt it to fit, and that doesn't mean he's quite happy, I think, to change that timeline and how things occur, and to make sure that it worked for TV.
It's definitely one that's on my radar. I'm looking forward to a lot more of The Last of Us this year.
Yeah, you should play the
game. I still promise myself that I'm going to get the time to play the games, but it's just squeezing it in.
Yeah, I mean, let's say I went back and replayed the first game not long ago, the remaster one that came out, and yeah, it's just like, you watch the show, you can do it all again in the game. Yeah. Excuse me. But yeah, it is a very faithful adoption. Very faithful.
Okay. Next bit is, we chatted a couple of weeks ago about some of the set photos that got leaked from He-Man. We've now had an official image teased, which is just a very tight crop of He-Man himself, his bulging biceps and a section of the sword. And I was twisting about the sword last time, saying it looked plastic, it looked shit, which was clearly just an on-set prop, because the sword in the image looks fucking brilliant. So I fully redact my comments about saying the sword will be shit because it looks plastic, because it looks really good.
Yeah, that must be something for them to swing around so that it doesn't do a 3D printed 100 of it.
Yeah, it's good. So
I'm still not on board with Jared Leto, because I don't like Jared Leto in anything. I'm not really a fan.
Yeah, Jared Leto, in case you didn't know, Jared Leto is Skeletor.
Is he?
He's Skeletor.
Of course he is.
I think he's a cool villain. I don't like Jared Leto, but we'll see.
Yeah, he's one of them, isn't he?
He'll ham it up. I don't know. I think he could do it quite well if he plays it right. I think because Skeletor loves to chomp on himself and chew the fat and eat the scenery and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, he's quite calm.
Yeah. Again, it depends what tone they're going for again.
And the tone's going to be everything in it, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Next one is, there was another tease image of the Green Lantern series dropped. Nothing more than an image of Aaron Pierre and Kyle Chandler walking down the street towards the camera. You see a bit of one of the rings of power, or power rings, or however they describe them in the Green Lantern world. I'm not too savvy with it. Obviously, they're playing Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan, respectively. Nothing much more to see on that, other than it's Green Lantern.
I've never had a lot.
I don't know anything about Green Lantern.
Yeah, I've never had a lot of skin in the game for the Green.
I think Kev's your Lantern boy. He likes Green Lantern stuff.
Yeah,
when we see some more, we'll get Kev on to have a bit of a banter through, because he loves it. He loves Darkest Night and Blackest Night, and
obviously there's the Flash connection, which they always drop the lanterns into some Flash storylines.
Yeah, Hal and
Hal
and Barry are friends, aren't they?
Yeah. But the standalone, I mean, I think, God, Chris, I remember watching the Ryan Reynolds Lantern film, and
that was beautiful.
That's about all I do remember. I do remember watching it, and that is
painful.
The extent of it. Again, it's another one of them where in comic books, I think it looks great, but when it comes to putting it into a film and putting it on screen, I just think it looks bad. I just don't think the powers translate well to screen.
We'll see. We'll get Kevin to come on and give it I mean, Kevin will have a much more positive take on it than we will. He'll be a little bit more excited, a little bit more elevated for it. Next bit of news is that Jensen Ackles is on set of The Boys, and he's announced that, or he didn't announce, they did a little tease where he pretended to call them and said, "Look, we need you." And he's got some of the supernatural guys coming over to be in this season of The Boys. So Jared Padalecki and Misha Collins are both going to be in the next season of The Boys.
Oh, really? It's him and Jensen and Jared back on talking terms and everything now, are they?
They look to be, yeah. Like he did like a 4 kind of phone call to him and said, "Look, we need to get back on. I need you over here now." So yeah.
I think
is that the other brother from Supernatural?
Yeah.
I don't know much about the show or the actors or anything.
Yeah. I mean that they're both fantastic together, and both of you was just more the rumor mill stirring shit up than
that's it. Well, that's exactly it, isn't it?
Then actually having
it'll take like. And you spend as much time together as those two guys have, like filming for how many is it? Like 15 seasons or something.
I can't remember. I think I'm up to. Well, they kept trying to kill it, and they kept bringing it back. And
fuck me, if I spent 15 years off the bounce with me brothers for fucking 9 months of the year, I'd be ready to fucking kill them as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, it's like you mentioned Buffy earlier. It's kind of like, I wonder what happens if we just keep going with it and just keep doing it and just keep doing it. And that's what happened.
Buffy's coming back.
Yeah. So Michelle Gellar.
You know what happens? You get shot like The Walking Dead.
I tapped out The Walking Dead a good few years ago now.
I think everybody did. I think The Walking Dead tapped out The Walking Dead a few years ago now. Fucking hell.
I think what I would say with Supernatural was it never, you go back and you think, God, I remember that first season, 2 seasons, 3 seasons of
I watched the first couple of seasons,
which were just, the prison season, the farm, and and then I think the third one was the town one with the governor and stuff. And you think, right, God, that was peak TV, and then the decline is that sharp. But then you look at Supernatural and you think it was just a very steady layer of, I enjoy, it's just consistent for the most part. It was, it didn't have massive highs, but the lows weren't horrendous. There's certainly some iffy bits, but it didn't. So you didn't have that jarring drop off in quality. It was always still enjoy it, still good, still happy to stick it on a Sunday night in the background or.
It's like one of those filler shows now, though, isn't it? When you need something going in the background, if you're putting it out, if you're doing something, you can just put it on.
No, it's still, like I say, I mean,
it's pretty much for me that.
Me and Beth, we went through it. I think we're up to season 10, and then we dropped off for something, and we've never really gotten back to finishing. But it's one of them that they'll never let it. They'll never let it lie. There'll always be a Supernatural.
Till you're 90.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So moving on then. Next bit, or last bit of the news, anyway. Before we move on and do something a bit different. This is one for you, Lawson. You ready to be happy about this? So, back in Dragon Ball Daima.
Oh man, who cares?
Well, I care.
Who cares?
And apparently, a lot of other people care as well. It's just you that doesn't care. You'll be glad to know. You'll be glad to know that they're adults again now.
I didn't know they were kids, but I'm equally fucking thrilled.
What? You didn't know they were kids.
Dragon
I told
Ball
you.
Bullshit, Turner. Yeah, see, there we go. Clearly not just me, is it?
No, I know. I told you, like in this
Dragon Ball.
They got turned.
So it's dog and turd.
They were turned into kids. Now they've been turned back into adults. And he's transformed as an adult into Super Saiyan 4, which is now canon. And both of you sound absolutely enthralled about that.
I'm thrilled for you, man.
Well, I'm happy. I'm sure other people will be happy. Yeah. And I'm going to make all of them tell you on fucking the TikTok that he is both stupid as fuck because you just don't like Dragon Ball.
What the fuck is Dragon Ball?
I mean, I'm stupid as fuck for a variety of reasons, but Dragon Ball isn't one of them.
Yeah. I mean,
I couldn't give. Tinker's Fig about Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball, whatever the fuck we're on to now. Because they give it all different names, haven't they?
This one's Dimer.
Dimer. Fucking Dragon Ball's fucking Dime Bar. I couldn't give a shit.
Why was it never Dragon Ball Z?
Because it's Z.
Well, but it's not Z.
Because it's Z.
I know, but isn't it?
But it's so Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we should call it that. We'll call it that.
Maybe you can call it that and see how much shit you get for it.
Oh, yeah, don't anger the Dragon Ball fans.
Come at me, bro.
They'll come and find you and scream at you for half an hour. They'll stand outside the front of your house and charge up for 3 days. Probably shit themselves while they do it. No, this is plot progression.
So what you're saying is, fellas, you just don't like Dragon Ball?
I couldn't care less about
it. I've seen it sometimes.
I used to watch it. I used to enjoy it, but back in the day. How many more people can they fight?
As many as they need to. I
could be watching that. I could be watching Pokemon, and I couldn't tell you what the difference was.
Yeah.
Don't say that, Turner. Jesus Christ.
But I do know that the animator of Dragon Ball did recently pass away. He's because his name, I should have picked the fucking one.
Akira Toriyama.
That's it, Toriyama. He's the Dragon Quest
the
designer for the Dragon Quest games. And it was as soon as I loaded it up, straight away, you see the design of the characters. I was like, has to be.
Okay, so I've had me fill talking about Dragon Ball for this week. We'll do a couple of quick reviews. I've seen a couple of bits this week, but I'll talk about Invincible episode 5 and 6, which felt like a big, massive waste of my time, to be honest.
I'm done with Invincible. I've washed my hands of it. I've had enough.
Have you seen 5 and 6?
Yeah, 5 was boring and 6 was boring. I'm done with it. It's
correct. They were both like. 5 was worse.
Yeah, 5 was shocking. Yeah,
5 was dire.
Yeah,
like, it was just an absolute waste of an episode. Like I couldn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I couldn't give a fuck about a character that I haven't seen in like 2 seasons now. It was shit. Just what's the point? What was the point? And then 6 was, I can't remember what happened in 6 now. It was the fucking the shock guy. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, what's his name? Aaron Paul. He was the voice.
Yeah.
Getting his name Pile Driver.
But that was crap. That was just complete filler. No real progression of story. It was just more, let's make Mark feel like dog shit for everything that happened in Chicago.
It was like the character was decent, and like his motivations and everything, and the arc of him, like sort of becoming what he hated and all that sort of stuff. But do it over the course of a few episodes.
Yeah, just don't. You put it in one.
Lacking in. Yeah, like don't cram it all into one thing. Like spread it out a little bit, because the other episodes start to feel really rubbish and filled out, and then you get an interesting character, and and
it's done.
They stuff his whole character into one single episode, and it's almost like too much, like sort of. The show seems to have a real problem with pacing. It feels like a show that's written by 10 different people, and none of them are talking to each other.
I was going to say very, very similar. So I was going to say like all the shit that they've said that they've played out in the first few episodes, where they've been building the relationship between Mark and Adam Eve. They could have done that, spent less time with those, and in the background put the little snippets from episode 6 in those segments.
Yeah,
start building that guy up in the background.
Yeah.
It would have been much more interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Much more interesting. And cut out altogether all the bits with I can't remember her name, Mark's mother. Like, I couldn't give a shit.
Oh, yeah.
Why am I watching her go on a date? Like, I don't give a fuck.
Why? Because she's gonna go back to Only Man, isn't she?
Yeah, but I mean, Jesus Christ.
No. It needs to pick a lane. Like, my issue is they keep showing cool shit with Omni Man and Alan. Like the Viltrumite War.
Yeah, in space, and then leaving it,
and then it goes back to Earth, and you're watching Rex Blood cook eggs for his fucking girlfriend. Yeah. Like, pick a lane. Either do teenage superhero, real life Spider-Man struggles, or do Space War. Like, there's too much of a massive gap between space war and teenage drama. When you see cool shit like Nolan busting heads, and then you go back to Rex Blood cooking his girlfriend a meal, it's too big a gap.
It's fucked.
The whiplash is enormous. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 episodes left. I haven't got much hope for episode 7 because everybody knows it's going to be Angstrom Levy's back, isn't he? And he's fetching back all the
Invincibles. Yeah.
The Invincibles back with him. And the final episode's going to be whatever it is. But fuck, I don't know.
Yeah, them last 2 episodes probably pissed me off. I watched the hands of it. I'm sick of it.
Episodes 5 and 6 are a solid fucking 5 and 6 rating for the episodes.
Yeah.
That's as high as they get. That's as high as they get. But that's it. I don't want to say much more because it's just pissing me off. Like I thought it was going to be a really strong season, and it's not. It's just crap. Becoming painful. And I will say this actually before I go away from it as well. At the start of episode 6, there was a flashback sequence to when Nolan and Mark were fighting and destroying all of Chicago. And you can clearly see the difference in the animation quality.
It's so different, yeah.
When they're in the same fucking episode. And I thought,
side by side,
hell, yeah. It's never been that clear to me before.
Yeah.
There's been a massive drop-off.
If you go back and watch, the episode where the aliens come from that different place where time moves different, and then Nolan flies into the portal with them, and he destroys their planet. Like, the animation's night and day. It's just... Yeah, like his hair moves and stuff like that. It's completely different. You've fully cheaped out on animation, and it's one of them things, like it's that balance. Yeah, like have a shit story, but at least make it look good, or make the animation shit, but like pour the money into some good writing and stuff like that and editing. But it's not. It's just it's everything's cheap. Like the writing seems really half-assed and sort of disconnected and all over the place, and then the animation's like Flash. It's like, where's the money going? Well, it's going to like pay freaking Aaron Paul to play like a
to come in and do an episode.
Character. Yeah. He'll got an absolute fortune for that, which get paid. But, don't cheap out on the animation on your entire show to hire celebrities to do voices.
Yeah, particularly when there's like and again we spoke about this before. There's a wealth of voice actors out there that could do a great job.
Yeah, but what happened to like voice actors? Why is everything celebrities now? Why is fucking Chris Pratt playing Mario? Like, what? I hate this shit. I honestly hate it. You remember how good Disney films used to be when the characters were done by just no-name voice actors? I mean, there were names in the voice acting scene, but now it's just celebs. It's celebs doing, and you can tell they don't give a shit.
Yeah, you need a Peter Cullen or someone in there, don't you?
Yeah, like a proper voice actor. Yeah.
Peter Cullen is the voice of Bambi or something. I don't know.
Yeah, like I mean, all the like the guy. Well, I forget his name. He did all the Hanna-Barbera. He did all. Scooby-Doo and Transformers. Scooby-Doo I'm forgetting his name. He did Skeletor, Megatron, Fred.
Yeah, it's not because you got Peter Cullen was Optimus.
He was Prime. Yeah.
Megatron was.
He did the Predator noise as well. I never knew that until recently.
Frank Welker.
Yeah,
he was in Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, bring back voice actors. Yeah, fuck celebrities.
Yeah. But it's the same as is it Frank Oz and stuff like that,
Yeah.
Is another one. It's just, the thing is, isn't it? It's that name, isn't it? You need the name to go to no one's gonna go watch a Mario movie without a name attached to it. And weirdly,
I think they probably are. Mario's a pretty big name.
It is, but I think they did that Sonic thing, didn't they? They went, hang on, they've got Chris Pratt to voice Mario. You almost want to see it to see how bad that is. He going to do some dodgy Italian accent?
Yeah.
But it's the name that they're dropping in to do it with everything. It's kind of, was it Beyonce was in The Lion King?
I mean, they do it.
Something like that.
The issue is not so much that they do it. The issue is the fact that they don't need to do it.
No.
Like, nobody said, like, let's go and see the Lion King movie. Beyonce's doing one of the voices. And nobody said, let's go and see Mario because Chris Pratt is playing Mario's voice. Like, nobody says that.
Yeah. They want to go see Mario.
Like, kids weren't going like, Mario film, whatever. Oh, Chris Pratt does the voice. Holy shit. Please, man, take me to say it. It's like, it's the same issue. It's the exact same issue I have with superheroes don't wear helmets now. Or masks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's all about celebrity and all about FaceTime, and it's fucking upside down. Yeah, and I hate it about voice actors. I hate how because they're inevitably rubbish. Because voice acting is as much an art as acting. You know, it's and they don't know how to do it. A lot of them.
Yeah. Speaking of voice acting, now I've decided on my my autograph collection for this year. Is it Tyler Hoechlin?
It sounds
Hoechlin Superman. Tyler Hoechlin Superman.
Tyler Hoechlin, sorry, is in Birmingham Comic Con. So I'm going to send off the Final Fantasy remake box down to get that signed off. Because he does the voice of Sephiroth.
Why don't you just go down? Go down. It's only down the road.
We need to go to a proper big Comic Con, like one of the big ones. We'll have to go to one at some point for a session.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I've got a 1-year-old, I've got a 1-year-old in a collapsing new house, which is dictating.
Nah, it'll be all right, man.
Dictating funds and time at this point. You know, it's going to be like my free time begins at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night.
And, not yet, but at some point one day.
Oh yeah, but
so we'll get it in
because it's one of them things that I keep saying I'm going to have to go to that. You know, like a big one. I'd just like to see a big one. Like I just think it'd be really cool to go to.
Yeah, London was class. Like London is brilliant.
Yeah.
Huge.
I mean, that one we went to at Newcastle was good a few years ago.
Yeah, Newcastle one's good as well.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I missed out on that one this year because they had the two voice actors from Red Dead Redemption there. Red Dead. Would have been cool to get them signed. To sign off on the game I've got. But again, you you look at voice actors and stuff like that, and Nolan North and you know,
he does everything, doesn't he? Everything
him and Trey, Troy Baker.
Mm-hmm.
You know, look at the job that Troy's done on the new Indiana Jones game. He's got Harrison Ford down to it.
Yeah, I've heard it's really good that game.
Yeah, PlayStation release later in back end of spring, I think it is. But God, I mean, you know, even he had a little cameo in the first season of Last of Us. He plays Joel in that. But yeah, again, like so that you talk about voice actors, and they're the big ones at the minute, and they don't need a Chris. You don't need a Beyonce. You don't need.
No, you just need a good voice actor.
Underrated.
You need a proper voice actor. Great voice actor.
Well, on that note, if you're listening, UK Comic Cons, give us a shout. We'll come. We'll attend. We'll do a review. We're happy to come and talk to the panelists and interview them and speak to your guests and whoever. Yeah. Follow the links. Like and follow while you're there, like everybody else, please. Jingle in the background. Okay, so the next review I got, one of the other things I watched this week is I'm still waiting for you to pull your finger out and watch it, Lawson, but I watched Avatar: The Way of Water. I'll not do a full review yet because I'll wait until you've seen it as well. But
I will watch it. I will watch it this week, I promise.
I'll leave you with a little tease that my rating for it is a 9.
9? That's going to be a lot of this, isn't it?
Sounds like it's full of shit to me.
Jesus, based on what? Good.
I'm not telling you. I'll wait till you've watched it. I don't want to spoil anything, but it's a 9. I didn't go into it expecting it to be a 9. I went into it expecting it to be a solid 6, 7. 9.
What did you make of the first one?
7.
7. Yeah. I probably said 6 or something.
Is that the sequel to the original one, the Avatar?
Yeah, James Cameron.
Jim Cameron's. The only time I watched the first one, I think we were all much younger, but we were on the piss down in Harrogate. And I remember just being drunk and just having it on the TV and just watching it then. Is it still the highest grossing film of all time?
It is, yeah.
Isn't it? I thought one of the Marvel movies pulled a...
it did. It knocked it off, but then it had a re-release and got back to the top again.
Yeah. Sad bastards.
Yeah, but no, I'll wait. I'll not talk about it. I won't spoil anything. I won't say anything about
I'll watch it this week.
But it's a 9. Yeah, but it's a 9. A 9. Yeah. And that's my reviews. Did you want to talk about your sketchy horror film that you watched, Jenna?
Yeah, let's see what was afraid.
fucking hell, Beau's Afraid was the film that we watched this weekend. Like, you need fucking the layers of Ari Aster. You know, you watch stuff like Hereditary or Midsummer. You know, you get the hidden meanings in it.
You watch stuff like Hereditary and Midsummer.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you don't.
I didn't like Midsummer. I loved Hereditary, but I wasn't a fan of Midsummer.
I like Midsummer. It's got that point where there's always a point in both of them. I think where you know there's a bit of shock value in there, and it's no, I saw both those films at the cinema, and you had the cinema go who was like taking it full on seriously, and then you got the standard kind of casual goer who's like, what the fuck is this? And I think of the part in Hereditary at the end where the kind of float up to the treehouse, and
the body lifts up,
body's up there, and all the naked old people are there, and there's just people like howling in the cinema. So you got half the cinema howling, half the cinema telling you to have to shut up. And like I say, you get all of the meanings that he's putting in there, that that relates to depression, that relates to anxiety. This is a reference to that, all these metaphors and stuff. Now, Beau's Afraid, again, it's his new one, and it obviously has a lot of focus on. It's advertised as a horror comedy. I'm glad I didn't see it in the cinema, because there would have been, not for the fact that I would have been annoyed when I left, because it's a 3-hour long film, and I was left 2 hours and 59 minutes, and I was left fucking baffled by the end of it. Not a clue what. And it got to 1 hour 45, and we looked at each other and thought, "Oh, we just got to see it through. We spent 2 hours doing it. Let's just get to it." And like I said, I loved Hereditary, I loved Midsummer, but the level of depth of the metaphors, and you need fucking Freudian level of knowledge, and there's a lot smarter people out there than me that can decipher all the meanings. A woman comes in, gives them a really random note in one scene, and what I don't want to be doing is, after the film is ending, is having to Google the meanings of things like this. I don't have to find out what the fuck did that mean. What was that in relation to? Which is basically what I do after the film, is find out what the fuck just happened.
What's it called? Beau's Afraid.
Beau's Afraid. It's Joaquin Phoenix. Don't get me wrong, Joaquin Phoenix is phenomenal in it. It's got a fantastic cast. Everyone's wonderful in it. It's just what the shit is going on, and there's quite a sudden drop off towards the end of the film, and there's a monster in it at one point, and that's when is the moment. I promise, if you don't plan on watching it, Google Beau's Afraid and Attic Monster, right? Just do a Google of that.
Google it now, because
because
I want to look at this.
It is, honestly,
I've got no interest in watching it.
It is the moment where I was so glad I did not see it in the cinema, because I imagine it would have been hell on, and people would have absolutely just gone, "I'm out."
I've not seen a picture or seen a description straight away. Alright, yeah. Oh, I've actually seen that image like floating around the internet, but I didn't know it was from that film.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was what it was from.
But that happened, and I was like, okay, I'm out. That's the moment. I think everyone must have a moment in the Ari Aster film where they go, and I'm out.
That's
whether
a practical effect as well.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like a real. Yeah.
It reminds me, like
that.
in Midsummer, there's a part where like the mother is like pushing the guy's butt as he's trying to shag her daughter.
Yeah.
And Hereditary, like say the floating body of the treehouse. There's always there's always a moment where everyone's like, and I'm out. And I think that was the point in the film. I was like, I'm done. I just need to get to the end of this now. Like, and you know what? It still got fucking weirder. That wasn't the weirdest part of it. Right, it gets weirder. It just got weirder.
That's
so,
not for me. That
no,
I'll not be taken.
No, but it was I got out of the way. It's one off the list.
Rating out of 10?
It's fucking For the performances of Joaquin Phoenix, he's incredibly watchable in it. And like I say, it's classed as like a tragic comedy. I don't even know what you would class the film as, so I'd give it a 5 out of 10 because it'd be unfair to drop it down anymore because it is a very good performance, and there's aspects of it look great. It's just the story is that deep in metaphor and in bullshit that it's not what I want from a horror film, and I don't mind a cheeky little, oh, if you really look at the film, it's about this and the other. I don't mind that, but this was so deep. It goes on about the relationship between his son and his mother, um, and the damaging effects of that type of relationship. It's I'll go 4 or 5.
Okay. Right, should we move on, or have you got anything that you want to review over Lawson before we move on?
I've been trying to watch a TV show all week, and I've got about half an episode in because I keep falling asleep.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
sounds promising.
It's decent. It's pretty good, but I'm too tired all the time. I can't make it through it.
Before, when you were chatting about the Invincible and stuff and the voice actors and stuff, have any of you caught the trailer for the new Devil May Cry?
No, I didn't know they were doing anything with it.
Oh, the series, the Netflix anime series.
The new Netflix anime looks brilliant.
Got the Castlevania guys doing it.
Castlevania guys.
Yeah, you would be.
Was it the track over the top? Was it Rolling by Limp Bizkit?
What's killed that? I love Limp Bizkit.
Yeah, I was like, I'm done. I'm sold. You had me.
Yeah, well, you're a big Devil May Cry boy anyway, aren't you? So,
I am. Yeah.
See, I never got away with the games. I didn't hate them. I just didn't just didn't do much for me.
I love them. I love it was the coolest. I think when they came out, it was the coolest thing I'd ever played.
I remember playing the first one in your room when we lived in Newcastle.
Yeah.
The first one was still the best for me. The first one was brilliant.
Yeah, lashing the enemies up into the air with your sword while keeping them in the air with ebony and ivory. It's so cool. But the Netflix show is looking great. The trailer looks great.
I'm watching it now. This does look really good.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's anything like Castlevania was fantastic.
Oh, Castlevania was brilliant. Yeah, I love that show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I do want to watch that.
The action sequences at the end of the Castlevania series were some of the best choreographed action sequences I've ever seen in anything. When I think might be the second season at the end when they burst into Dracula's castle, and there's the three of them. There's the wizard, the lead, and I forget the name of is it Dracula's son?
Oh, Alucard.
Alucard, yeah.
It's Dracula backwards, man.
Yes, I know. Fuck off. And they're going in, and obviously they've each got their own individual fighting styles, and they're just ripping through everybody in the castle, and it looks amazing.
Yeah, it was a great. It was a great fight scene, that.
Okay, but we'll move on. We'll go on to remember to like and follow people. Please subscribe, follow, like, all that other shit that people do. It helps us. It's a good thing. Please, thank you. So we'll do under and over. We do a little segment each week where we talk about a movie that we think's underrated and a movie that we think's overrated. I'll go first this week because I've got an overrated movie that I think will trigger you, Turner, and be funny. My overrated movie this week is Blade Runner.
Oh, Keenan Men's little fire there.
No,
you're fired.
Blade Runner.
You said that on purpose, I think. I don't think you even believe that. I think you're just trying to wait it up.
You saved it for me, didn't you? Look, mate, it's not my fault. You're stupid. Do you know what I mean? Like, fuck off.
No, Blade Runner is. I mean, it's completely mid. Like, it's not necessarily bad, but it's not good by any means.
It's a top film. It's higher quality film as you get. The problem is it's been damaged by. It's the equivalent of look at James Blunt's career, right? James Blunt released a song, right? And
that's exactly what I want to hear. A movie's the equivalent of James Blunt,
right? And he released that song, and it got played to death to the point where everyone hated him. and it's the same thing with Blade Runner. It's quality film that it's almost like the fight about it being overrated and underrated over the years has done more damage to it than anything. It's take out all the noise in the background, and it's one that's been damaged again by the different. Ridley Scott hasn't helped it. It's different versions.
I was waiting to say that all the different versions of it are terrible.
It's like,
and I don't know which version it is, but the one where at the end it gives like a little narration over the end, and it's clearly Harrison Ford, like just reading a few lines that he's done like over the phone, and it's like, let's just get this shit over with, like it's so lazy and low energy after that awesome scene on the rooftop. It's mad, and it's terrible cuts.
The thing,
too many of them, constant cuts.
With the Harrison Ford voiceover, it's obviously a massively notorious voiceover because he hated the idea of it.
Yeah,
he didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
So he outright went and made it as awful as he could.
In hard, yeah.
He hated the idea of it. He didn't want to do it. So he went, right, you want a voiceover? I'll give you a voiceover.
Yeah.
And but you watch it. The Rutger Hauer, Daryl Hannah, are absolutely fucking on point. Rutger Hauer is unbelievable in that film.
Oh, it's a great cast. Yeah.
I'll give you that. I'll give it the performances are great.
Yeah, I can see why, but it's a film. It's outstanding film. And you talk about underrated films. The sequel, with Gosling, unbelievable. Watching that in the cinema.
I prefer this.
Yeah, I didn't mind.
I prefer the sequel to the original.
Watching that in the cinema was one of the best experiences I've had. The David Villeneuve direction, the score rattled through me in the cinema.
Yeah, he does good escapes and scores, doesn't he? Like
beautiful film. But
Dune,
But you are wrong on that one.
You are wrong.
I'm definitely not. I'm not. It's completely mid.
How do you think it's overrated then, man? It's like, what particularly makes you think it's overrated?
It just doesn't really excite me. Like, it just...
Oh, well, in that case, then now that's put to bed then.
Yeah.
So...
Doesn't... Like, I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying about the performances. Like, particularly Rutger Hauer. Rutger Hauer's performance is great. I feel like it's his greatest performance.
He's still alive.
Yeah, I didn't know what I mean.
Did he die?
Yeah, Rutger Hauer's dead.
Did he?
Yeah.
Is he? He was still going?
No, he died.
When did he pass away?
Yeah, 2 years ago now.
Oh, mate, 2019, Christ. Yeah, I didn't. I must have completely forgot about that.
Yeah, but no, it does
does it look good?
It looks all right.
It looks all right.
It's not.
Blade Runner looks all right.
It's a very well directed film. Like, it pretty much invented cyberpunk, I think.
The technology designs and the bits like that are great.
I don't think we've ever managed to capture it since either. Right. Like, I think the next Blade Runner, the word was called 2042 or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that was a bit too clean.
Yes. It's dirty. I mean, if you look at it, it's dirty, isn't it? Blade Runner's dirty.
Blade Runner 1 is the future we're going to get. Yeah. Like, technology everywhere, but cheap technology.
Yeah. He was all inspired. He was inspired by growing up in your neck of the woods, wasn't he, Lawson? He was inspired by the Teesside. Chimneys and all.
Yeah, because he's from Ridley Scott's from Middlesbrough, isn't he?
And because I'm sure even the Millennium, I think one of the factoids is the Millennium Falcon is one of the buildings in the set turned on its end.
Yeah, it doesn't make the film any better, but okay.
Apart from that, the great sets, the great acting, and
Yeah. Oh, the art direction of the first one's great. Yeah, the pyramid thing with the that looks awesome. That's a great shot.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it doesn't excite men, so it's a rock solid form. It doesn't excite men.
I don't think I've got any desire to go back and watch it again. I could go back and watch 2049 again, but
2049 was good.
Unless I was showing somebody.
I was going to anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Becky knows she isn't winning with a chance if he's watching Blade Runner before he comes to bed.
Nah, not even a little bit. Don't have fast forward straight to sleep. Be lucky if I make it through the film. I'll probably fall asleep through the film.
On a slightly similar note as well, I thought that Ghost in the Shell with Scarlett Johansson, I thought that was really good. I know it got shot on hard by all the anime fans.
It did, yeah.
But I thought it was really good.
I didn't mind it because I didn't really know the story, so I didn't. I went in. I was like, "This is alright."
Yeah,
I would say it was good. I mean, right, okay. Blade Runner original is 7 out of 10. 2049, 8. Ghost in the Shell, also 8.
I mean, they're apples. They're very different. It's like that similar cyberpunk kind of world.
Yeah, but I did enjoy that.
It got a lot of grief as well when it came out. And I just thought I watched it recently, a bit removed from all the bullshit, and I thought it's actually quite a good film.
Yeah, the action's solid in it. The action looks great.
Looks good as well, yeah.
So that's your overrated one. What's your underrated?
That's me over. Me underrated is a one. I don't know how underrated it is, but I think it is to me. I think it might be just because of age that it doesn't really get talked about that much now. Is The Mummy, the Brendan Fraser Mummy from the mid-90s.
Great film, that.
Great, yeah. Definitely of its generation, I think, of our generation.
Yeah, definitely. And people talk about Brendan Fraser having a resurgence and his career's coming back and he's doing well in movies and he's acting really well. Like, if you go back and watch that movie, it's great. Like, it's so much
rock
fun.
solid, the Mummy, yeah. It still gets a lot of love online. A lot of people really like it, yeah.
Yeah, good.
And it is a great film, yeah. Mummy's great.
Yeah. Watched him in The Whale the other week.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking that's depressing as fuck.
Yeah, it's a miserable film.
Yeah,
that it's good. It's good, but it's one of them not watching again kind of films.
Yeah,
yeah.
It was another. I'm gonna have to Google this shit.
If you haven't seen The Mummy, go back, watch The Mummy because it is great fun. It's a proper adventure movie, start to finish. Very entertaining, very fun, very light-hearted. I think you'll probably get away with calling it a Sunday afternoon movie now.
Oh, Mummy, Mummy one definitely. Yeah, it's a bit scary, but it's the kind of scary that kids like.
Yeah,
I think kids like scary films.
Yeah, definitely.
Like
and I don't think there's anything in it. I bet I've not seen it in a long time, but I bet the CGI isn't so crisp that you would think, "Fuck me, that's terrifying." You'd be able to go, "All right, okay." Yeah.
The CGI, I don't know, embarrassed. Was it the second or the third one where they dropped Dwayne Johnson into it, or The Rock at the time?
It was the second one. It was the Scorpion.
I remember looking. Even at the time, I remember looking
at
it.
That was notoriously bad effect.
It
was legendary bad effect.
Yeah, very, very bad.
But no, The Mummy is. I mean, it's got a ride. It's still got ride at Universal, which is excellent. Absolutely love the ride at Universal, the Mummy ride. But yeah, I mean, Brendan Fraser's great. I mean, have you ever watched him in? I bet you've seen it, Lawson. Airheads.
I've seen Airheads. Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Sounds familiar.
I think that might have been one of his first roles, wasn't it?
It will have been. It's Steve Buscemi and Adam Sandler, isn't it? I think they ended up taking over a radio station.
I was going to say, was it like band, were they like a rock band or a radio station?
Yeah.
I think I might have. It sounds very familiar.
Sure, it's Ahead, and he's a very good actor. Very good. Even you watch him in that episode,
California Man as well.
Yeah, that episode of Scrubs.
The
Nate had me balling. Mummy, great film.
Yeah, but that's my over and under. Not so much an underrated this week, more of a kind of forgotten gem, so to speak.
Yeah.
Get it pulled out, give it a watch if you haven't watched it. Great movie, very entertaining.
Did you find Willow?
No.
Get Willow watched with the kids, man.
No, it's on my list. I'll watch Willow after you've watched Avatar because Willow sounds shit.
Avatar this week
because Willow sounds shit. Have you seen Willow, Turner?
Willow.
Warwick Davis. Is it because it's shit that you've never seen it again?
Potentially.
Yes is the answer to that question.
You've not even seen it and you sat shit talking it.
What's as far as this overrated?
Neither. It's the one that Lawson was talking about.
I think I said it was underrated.
Underrated a couple of weeks back, yeah.
And I said to you to watch it with the kids. Definitely Reed, because I think Reed will like it. Willow's great. It's like a proper. It's like The Mummy. It's like a proper romp, you know.
Is it a Jim Henson type thing as well?
Am I getting that
mixed up with Dark Crystal?
you might be getting. Yeah, I don't think it was Jim Henson. It might be ILM because I think George Lucas was a producer, maybe.
Yes.
Um,
Yes, yeah, I think yes, I think you are right. I think you're right. He is Warwick Davis and
Warwick Davis, Val Kilmer, yeah, plays my
Val
partner.
Kilmer, yeah.
Yeah, you know the one.
Trying to see who directed it now. Ron Howard. That was it. I knew it was someone famous.
Mm?
Yeah, directed by Ron Howard, and George Lucas wrote it.
It must have been one of his early ones, Ron Howard. So.
I mean, it was 88.
No, it's late. So.
Not too early, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'll watch it. I will give it a go. I've got a list to watch. I'll watch it with the kids.
It's quite like I think it's I think Willow's yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? It's one of them. See, if you're into the labyrinth. And,
yeah, it's a bit like that. I think Dennis will have to watch it as well. Because remember how brilliant it was.
I'm gonna have to have a recap on it. I think
excellent score as well. The theme tune is brilliant.
You said this before.
Yeah.
Again, nice to see Warwick Davis pick up an award at the BAFTAs, wasn't it? The lifetime, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like not a lifetime achievement award, but like an honorary
contribution to the arts, kind of
contribution to film. Yeah,
he's been in everything, like
when it actually it's quite significant when it started going through the list of roles.
He's been in everything.
Much, I was like, but not just that. I mean, God, he was about 3 different characters in Harry Potter, several different ones in Star Wars.
He's the only person who's been in every Star Wars film or something like that.
Yes.
He's played it. He's been in every Star Wars, I think. Something like that.
Absolutely mad.
Yeah, but very impressive. Very impressive catalogue of films he's got behind him.
All right, then which one is wants to do the next batch of Under and Over?
Yeah.
Do you want to go, Turner? Go on.
Yeah, so I made a mini list. I'll settle on one.
Yeah,
I'll
just
go
one of each.
My underrated. I had, let's say, I brought it down to a few, and I'll tell you my final choice at the end. But I went for stuff like The Hateful Eight, Memento, 12 Monkeys, Event Horizon, Burbs, obviously Drive. Is a massively underrated film. But I've settled on Big Hero 6.
Great movie. I love that movie.
I think it's absolutely an absolutely phenomenal film. And I think it was overshadowed at the time by Tangled and Frozen coming out. And it kind of came and disappeared. It had
were churning it off for a while, weren't they?
Yeah, it's got a fantastic score to it. Is it Fall Out Boy? Not Fall Out Boy.
Yeah.
Is it Fall Out Boy?
Yeah, I think it's Fall Out Boy.
Yeah. And I just think it's a massively underrated film. That alongside, there was a close call between the two. That and Zootropolis or Zootopia, whichever one you want to call it.
Yeah, again another great.
I think it's Zootropolis in the States and Zootopia over here. Both fantastic films that were completely overshadowed, even though I think they were actually better than maybe Tangled and to a point Frozen.
Yeah, Big Hero 6 is great. Great fun. Yeah. I mean, it's right up my aisle. It's a Marvel movie at the end of the day. It's touching as well. It's got the pulls on the heartstrings. It's got the humor in there. It's got the action. Yeah. It's got everything that you want.
It does get the heartstrings going, and again, it's got great support, and it just looks fantastic. Looks great.
What would you rate it out of 10?
Out of 10 for me, Big Heroes. It's an 8. It's one of my favorite Disney. It's a solid 8 for me.
What about your overrated movie? What have you got for that?
Overrated. There's a nice one for Lawson here. The Wicker Man.
Get fucked off,
shit.
Fucking terrible.
Thank you.
It's not rated far enough.
Thank you. I've said this a couple of weeks ago. It's boring as fuck.
I had The Wicker Man. Silence of the Lambs. I think Silence of the Lambs.
Criminal.
If you take out the whole Anthony Hopkins in the prison cell scene, I think you've got a very mid film.
No, it's good. He's only in the fucking film 10 minutes.
Yeah, he's already watched.
Exactly. In fact, he's in the film for 10 minutes, and I think he had something like 13 lines of dialogue or something stupid like that. And what does everyone remember about Silence of the Lambs?
Liver and a nice yappy. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's what they remember, and that's a bad film. if that's, it's, who gives a shit about the rest of it? Yeah, you've got 2001: A Space Odyssey, Taxi Driver, Starship Troopers. I think Starship Troopers is fucking horrendous.
Starship Troopers is absolute dog shit. It's not.
I remember watching it, and it was kind of, he was trying to recreate the magic of RoboCop, Paul Verhoeven, and it missed on every mark.
It missed every mark. It was shit.
I don't know. I read the book, and it matches the book well.
Well, the book shit as well.
I just read the book.
Again, overrated. Elf is a fucking
completely Elf's brilliant.
Elf. I've never to this day I have never seen Elf.
Oh, get Elf on Netflix. It's so funny.
Yeah,
it's brilliant.
And one of my most hated ones, before I get to my final choice, is Grease. Is the most overrated piece of shit.
I agree.
There's nothing wrong with Grease.
I don't love it, but it's alright film.
Right. Oh well.
It's more nostalgia, I think, than anything else. Because Love and Bad is probably rubbish.
Every time one of them songs comes on, I get a fucking twitch, and it's twitch of just dull as dishwater Sunday afternoons with this crap on the TV. And
it was on the telly a lot when we were kids, there's
nothing better to watch than fucking Grease and fucking some Grease fucking lightning bullshit. Fucking anyway, fuck it. My overrated film is Paddington Bear. Who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit?
Right, fuck off back to Peru. It's fun. Paddington Bear. Look at the Rotten Tomato score.
I bet it's seen it. I don't know anything about it.
I bet it's high. I bet it's in the 90s.
You look at Paddington Bear on Rotten Tomatoes.
96%. Holy
96%.
It became it. I'm sure it overjumped Citizen Kane to become technically the greatest film of all time. And you talk about overrated films. That's how
7.3 out of IMDb. Not that means much these days. But 96%. I know nothing about it. I've never seen it.
Best way it's shit.
It's. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a wonderful family film.
Paddington 2. Paddington 2's got 99%.
That's it. That's the one. That's the one that became the greatest film of all time. Paddington Bear 2.
Yeah, but come on,
7.8 on IMDb. Or big names in it as well.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Very good films. Fun. Fun. Are these? But when you're talking about, is this the greatest film of all time? Paddington Bear 2? No, it's not. But yeah, it's fine. It's a lovely family film. Great. I will watch it with the kid one day for sure. Yeah, that's it. That's all there is to it. It didn't get things twitching. It didn't blow my socks off.
Overrated.
So overrated.
Short and sweet. What about you, Lawson?
It is fun.
I don't have an overrated this week, aside from just the usual bullshit, which everybody always says.
Under.
It's related to recent news, actually, with Gene Hackman. The Quick and the Dead.
Oh, yeah, I remember that movie.
Cowboy film? Not Cowboy, Gunfighters.
Russell Crowe and DiCaprio
plays the priest, and Sharon Stone's like the stranger who comes into town.
Yeah.
And it's about a gunfighting tournament. And Gene Hackman plays the judge who runs the town. Well, he calls him the judge.
Yeah.
And he's an evil bastard, and he runs the town. DiCaprio's his illegitimate son, who wants to be a gunfighter. And Russell Crowe's the ex-gunfighting priest who swore never pick up a weapon again.
Yeah, that's completely just unlocked him. Unlocked a memory for me. That
film. It's like a proper. It's a Sam Raimi film as well. So it's got all of Sam Raimi's montages in, these little touches.
Yeah.
It's such a good film. Yeah. And seeing the whole Hackman thing, I was just thinking about these films, and I was thinking, oh God, Quick and the Dead is such a good film. And everybody asked, I've never seen that, never heard of it. Nobody.
I have. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was in the 90s when I've seen it, but it was a good film.
I remember Sharon Stone in a cowboy hat.
Yeah, that'll be it.
She's the main character. Yeah. 95
I
it
remember
came
the
out.
poster.
Shit, 95. Yeah, Lance Henriksen, of course. Keith David, Tobin Bell. Yeah, lots of big names in it.
Yeah, Keith
Gary
David.
Sinise. Liz at Dad. Yeah,
I'll give
great
that
film.
a go. Like, it's
I'll catch up with that. I'll check that one out.
It's just like a proper rock solid one and done kind of film. You know, the story's straightforward. There's no bullshit side plots. Not really. You know, there's a bit of flashbacky stuff, but it doesn't. You know, it's just straightforward. It's like a proper fun adventure action film like they used to make and they don't make anymore.
Yeah.
No sequel bait, not like that. Some good action scenes as well, some good shooting and stuff, and yeah.
Who was it out of us that, for some reason, when you were describing that film, I just got an absolute memory of I can't remember which one of us. A few of us loved it, and there was one of us hated in particular, and it was Equilibrium.
Me, it's shit.
Oh, it's Equilibrium.
I hate it.
It's fucking brilliant.
It's fucking
We
crap.
watched it, didn't we?
We watched that in the cinema. I remember it in Newcastle.
My God,
yeah. After a
what
party,
a film.
we had a house party.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the next morning we went to see Equilibrium. It was
What a pile of shit.
Men's hates it with a passion. We've got over this a few times.
Honestly, I can't stand it. Like,
it's so good.
You talk about a cool film. That film is a 2 out of 10 at best.
Oh,
bullshit.
And the only reason it gets a 2 is because I quite like how the film becomes more saturated, the more emotion that's shown in it.
Yeah.
Everything else is dog shit.
Outstanding. Fucking.
It's brilliant.
It's not. It's so a load of crap.
Fantastic film.
It's so ridiculous. It's
a load of crap. It's a load of crap. If I had to see one more scene of him go, yeah, you can't shoot me because I'm dancing and I'm shooting you at the same time, I would just go and fucking throw something at the telly.
That bit at the end where they were trying to shoot each other, they were like, that's awesome. That's brilliant. Yeah, they were like shooting each other side of each other's heads and they were flicking the guns. Oh man, it was brilliant.
Crap.
Absolute
load of crap.
Cinema.
It is dog shit.
It was just when you were describing that film there, wasn't that popping into my head for some reason? I was like,
yeah,
it is
similar vibe in that it's just like a one-off action. It's like it's daft, you know. It's a Sam Raimi film, so like there's an element of daftness to it. It's a bit over the top and things like that, and yeah, larger than life characters. But yeah, it's just a solid one and done film. Gene Hackman's great in this. He's having the time of his life.
I'd go back and watch The Quick and the Dead a million times over watching Equilibrium. I think I'd watch virtually any movie over watching Equilibrium again.
It's a classic men's take.
Classic men's wrong take. Yeah.
Classic men's.
No, classic. It's shit, that's what it is. I don't know why. It really triggers me every time I think about it. It's just crap. Crap. I'd love to have a conversation with Christian Bale about it and say, do you regret making that movie? Because it's shit.
Barry doesn't. I bet it was so much fun to make.
Oh, good for you.
But that's a whack, I think, guys. We've done over and under. We've been through some news, a little bit of reviews. Please remember, everybody that's listening, to like and follow and subscribe, all that good stuff. Turner, it's been a pleasure having you.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much. I'm managed.
Yeah, feel free to jump in anytime you want. Obviously, we record weekly. We all speak every day anyway, so just let us know when you're free and jump in. Ideally, it would be good to get all of us in and get all of us actually around a table and get a full group episode recorded. It'd be quite fun. I'd take a load of shit the entire time, but
I mean, your opinions are pretty fucking whack.
They're not. They are not.
Questionable calls.
Questionable.
Yeah,
hey, I've been doing some ranking recently on my TikTok, with the ranking of movies, because everybody fucking loved me Spider-Man ranking, but me MCU rankings are not doing too bad. Yeah.
That'd be a decent one to go at. Try and rank some of them shower shits.
Yeah, I've done the first 3 phases. I'm up to the 4th now. Anyway, but I digress. If you want to check them out, they're over on TikTok. Remember to give us a like and a follow while you're there. Thanks for listening, everybody. Thanks for your time, and we'll catch you next time.
Take care.
Say bye, folks.
Bye, folks.
Bye.
Hello. Welcome to this week's episode of the Old Pod Podcast. I'm Alan. This is Paul.
Hello.
Yeah, we'll jump straight in. with some news. First bit of news: Jesse Plemons, the guy who's in Breaking Bad and the spin-off El Camino. I can't remember what else he's been in, to be honest.
Civil War.
Civil War, yeah. I think he's married. Is he married to Kirsten Dunst?
Married to Kirsten Dunst, yeah.
Yeah. He's been eyed to play Beast in the new X-Men movies.
All right, yeah. You can see that working.
As well,
he'll be caked in it, like, but yeah.
Interesting character. Got me thinking about the X-Men movies, and then if they're casting Beast, I'm just hoping to keep up with a similar kind of roster as the X-Men '97. You know, like
like the animated show, yeah.
Yeah. Go for that. Go for that kind of.
I think that setup is like peak X-Men.
Yeah, exactly. It's not too many.
90s cartoon.
It's got a good mix of the characters in there.
Yeah, and it hasn't got too much of the weird shit.
Yeah.
Like all the Shi'ar and all of that, and the Phoenix.
Nah, it just keeps it. It's a good starting point. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like in fucking 5-6 years, when it's been a few of them out, they'll be fucking pulling on every character under the sun to drop in there.
Pump the shit out of it.
Yeah, exactly. But at least for like the first couple, just keep it like the core X-Men team, like Jean, like almost like First Class, really, like Jean, Cyclops, Storm, Wolverine, Beast, Gambit. Maybe Iceman.
Yeah. Gambit.
Well, that's it.
Just like the 90s cartoon for me.
Yeah.
That will forever be peak X-Men.
Peak X-Men. Did you watch the animated one on Disney?
I think I watched all of it up until like the last couple of episodes. I watched till the one with the attack on Genosha.
Oh, fucking great episode, that.
I think I watched that, and I might have watched the one afterwards, but I can't remember. I don't think I finished it. In fact, I'm pretty sure I didn't.
Yeah, well, the episode you dropped out of was I think, from memory, was its weakest one, and then it picked back up towards the end.
I don't know why I stopped watching it, because I enjoyed it. It didn't piss me off.
I say it's the weakest one. I don't think it dipped too far across the board at all. But there was definitely one or two episodes in there that were weaker than the others.
That was the same, and that was filler.
Yeah, and I think we're still a little while away from the X-Men movies anyway. Like, they'll want to get kind of Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars out the way first before they look at that. A second one is the one that I'm pretty sure you're not going to give a toss about in the slightest. There's been a poster released for Andor Season 2.
Oh, fucking hell, man! What? I know it's some kind of Star Wars shape, but what's the gimmick on this one?
So it's a one that I've been meaning to watch myself for a while, because it gets raved about. Like, everybody, like Star Wars fans and non-Star Wars fans, rave about it. And it's a one of the characters from. Did you watch Rogue One? The story that led into the movie that led into the original Star Wars. Of how they got the plans for the Death Star and
yeah, I think I watched half of it, then turned it off.
Yeah, so it's one of the characters from there, and a little bit of his backstory.
So are they doing spin-offs of spin-offs now?
Spin-offs of spin-offs.
Fucking hell's teeth, man.
Yeah, but it's meant to be great, but I've never gotten around to watching it.
But you say that about all of them, man.
I know, because generally they are. There's a lot of them that isn't.
They always say that they're always this one's pretty good, this one. And then everybody sees it, and everybody agrees, and just goes, "Nah, it's a lot of shite. Actually, got you, tricked you. Had enough of it. Sick of it."
I definitely look at some of these things with rose tinted glasses, or go into them with rose tinted glasses.
I didn't. I've had too much of my time wasted watching absolute shit. The last Mandalorian was bad, but that Boba Fett, Christ, I have never seen anything so bad as that. I don't think.
Yeah, Boba Fett's
not so much as bad, but something as a ball dropped as hard as that.
Yeah,
that was just
shocking. Bland, wasn't it? It was so bland.
It was friggin' rubbish. Just like, how do you balls up a show about a bounty hunter? I mean,
yeah, it could have been great. It could have been one of those ones that was absolutely earth shattering, and it just missed the mark completely.
And the daft thing, like Mandalorian was essentially it was pretty much a Boba Fett show. It was a show about a bounty hunter, and then Mandalorian went soft as shite when it got the little Yoda guy in. It went all Jedis and blah blah blah, the usual Star Wars shite, you know. And then Boba Fett was coming out. I was thinking, oh wait, maybe Boba Fett's going to pick off where that first season of Mandalorian left off. You know?
Go helpful,
like the Western bounty hunter kind of stuff. And it was friggin' rubbish. That them stupid little tossers flying around on friggin' Vespers and the space Vespers, the little scooter things, and
the space Vespers, yeah.
Gee, I mean, oh god, it was a lot of bollocks.
Yeah, it was really bad.
I've had enough of Star Wars.
It really took me out of it, like completely, when I spent so much time with him, with the Raiders. Do you know when he was with the Tuscan Raiders?
Mm-hmm.
And there was about 2 or 3 episodes when he was just recovering,
Yeah,
and his journey through his recovery and becoming the leader of, or a respected member of their tribe or pack or whatever they call themselves or refer to themselves. And it was just fucking boring.
the show was boring.
Yeah.
And the bit
Yeah,
where he's
but
riding around on that big fucking monster thing.
Andor season 2, April 22nd. Put it in your diary. I'll get around to watching the first one before then, if I can. Just to see if it lives up. And I'll get around to watching it. I'll probably try. I'll put the first couple of Outboard Swords on and see how it pans out.
Or just don't watch it at all. Watch something good instead.
Look at them, but it might be good. I might be missing out on something that's absolutely fantastic.
I bet it's not.
Another season 2, Last of Us season 2 is April 13th. We got another trailer for that this week.
Another Pedro one.
Yeah,
busiest man in Hollywood, isn't he?
Busiest man in Hollywood.
I'll watch that. First season was alright.
Yeah, I'll watch that. I'll definitely watch that.
I never played the games, so I don't know what.
So we had a bit of a chat about it last week, didn't we? Like, I've never played the games. It's one of the games that I've wanted to play for a while.
Yeah,
and I know the kind of big twist of what's potentially coming in season 2. Whether they do it early on, or they do it at the end of what they call in season 2, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about the games to compare it side by side. So Brian George show was alright.
It's definitely a good one. I thought the first season was brilliant. There wasn't an episode for me that didn't captivate me or enthrall me. I was just gripped the whole time.
What happened in the last episode? I can't quite remember how it ended.
So the last episode, they made it to where they were going, where he was taking her. What's her name? Not the actress's name in the show. Anyway, because she was infected, wasn't she? But she never changed. So he was taking that to the hospital where they could extrapolate it or extract it or devise a cure from there. And they said, to get it, it's in our brain. There's something in our brain that's stopping it. And
they had to kill her, didn't they?
They needed to kill her to get it out.
Yeah.
So he went off on one and went, "No, you're not doing that," and killed everybody in the hospital and took her and left. And she woke up after then, and he was like, "No, it was." He said it was attacked or something like that, so everybody got killed, and he had to get them out, and he didn't tell her the truth.
Right.
Because the doctor was saying, "Oh well, you know as well as I do that if she knew the truth and she had to die to save everybody, that she'd do it without thinking." And he was like, "No, you're not having her."
I can't remember watching the last episode.
April 13th, so that's definitely one that will be in the diary. The next one is another fucking horror trailer that scared the shit out of me again for a movie called The Woman in the Yard, a Blumhouse production. I don't know much about it, much about the trailer, or much about the movie, other than there was literally a woman in this family's yard that looks creepy as fuck and uses her shadow to move the wind chimes and scares them in the house. It looks terrifying.
I'm just watching it now. Let's have a look.
Good. I'm not watching it again. Fuck that. I watched it once. That'll do. But apparently it was the second trailer. I've never seen the first trailer.
I'm just watching one now. It's from a month ago. So
what did Blumhouse do? Blumhouse did Megan, didn't they?
Horror films, all these kind of like cinema sequel filler horror films.
Creepy woman in the garden. I don't understand why you wouldn't just go out and belt out with a fucking cricket bat or something, though.
Looks alright. I'll give it a go. I'm expecting it to be disappointing because these things always are. It'll be like some short film about trauma because everything's a film about trauma now.
Yeah. Next one is less terrifying. The final trailer for The Electric State is out now. That's released on Netflix this Friday. The Chris Pratt one and Millie Bobby Brown.
The robots. Yeah, that looked alright, that.
Yeah, the Russo brothers. Yeah, I like the look of it. I've tried not to kind of look into it too much because I want to, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to go into it not with open eyes, but what's the word? Uninfluenced, if that makes sense. I just want to be shocked by the movie a little bit. And I feel like if I watch like fucking 10 trailers for it and a dozen clips that are out there.
Yeah, you've seen the whole film before you go in,
I've seen the film. Yeah, I just want to go into it just kind of fresh. So that's this Friday. Me and Becky are going to spend Saturday night and watch that together and see what it's like. So that'll be a review for next week. I'm hoping it'll be quite good. The last bit of news is something that I definitely know nothing about, but I'm going to have a look at it or look it up and then give it a watch or try to watch it. You ever heard of a movie called Nisa? So Nisa is a Chinese animated movie. Nezha. It's meant to be pretty poor. Nisa 2 has been released recently, and without anybody realising it, has now become the 6th highest grossing movie of all time.
All right.
Yeah. And it's meant to be brilliant. Like, the first one is meant to be absolutely dog shit, and the second one is meant to be absolutely phenomenal.
How strange.
It's making stacks and stacks and stacks in cash, and nobody's heard of it or nobody knows anything about it. The only little bits that I know about it of what I heard from listening to podcasts this week, and shout out to the Escape Pod podcast, and then looking at it up online to see what it was all about. And it's all about kind of yin and yang, and how I might be wrong, so don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that a child's born to yin and yang, so one good, one evil.
Right.
But somewhere along the lines, they end up with the wrong family, so the evil child is with the good family, and the good child's with the evil family, and that's the way they get brought up.
Watching the trailer now, it does look good. Like it looks impressive.
Yeah,
The animation stuff looks cool.
It's meant to be fantastic, full of dragons and mythology and magic, and
well, it's impressive. It's got like good like sort of monster design and stuff in it.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that we're talking about on the Escape Pod, that we're saying, like, at the end, there's a big battle sequence akin to Endgame, you know, and the battle and the face off each other. And when the battles in Endgame, for example, there's a lot of one-on-one singular shots where it's like Spider-Man against faceless creatures, or it's, you know, Iron Man against faceless creatures, or whatever. In this, every character seems to have its own design and its own build and its own purpose and abilities behind it.
Yeah, the trailer looks good.
So it's one that I'm going to have a look at, try and watch it, see what it's all about. I don't know whether you need to watch the first one before that, though, because if the first one's so bad, I don't know if I'll be able to battle through it.
Yeah, it looks decent like that. The sequel one looks good. I've not watched the trailer for the first one, but
no.
Yeah.
No, the first one is meant to be a waste of time. But that's the news this week. There's not a great deal going on, or a great deal being released, or a great deal being announced, which usually means that in the next week or so, there's bound to be loads drop all at once. Like Marvel will drop something, and then DC will drop something to follow. But that's it. That's the news for this week. Remember to like and follow and subscribe and everything. Still no jingle, but we'll get there. James reckons get a jingle made AI.
Yeah.
A jingle maker, or like, he did tell me the name of some website where you can get one AI to make it. I still want to try and use the Green Ranger theme, but I don't know if I'll get shot for it.
Yeah. I'd like to learn how to do it, but time in it.
I've got no musical ability at all, like not even a little bit. I wouldn't even try to attempt to do anything musically, even with something as simple as a jingle. Can't hold a note to save my life.
I don't think you have to sing it.
Be more fun though. Right, couple of reviews. First one is, just because recurring, we've been doing it every week, is, I don't think you've watched it yet, but Invincible episode 7.
No, not yet.
Last week's episode. It's frustrating because it's the best one for a while. It's nearing the end. Like, this week's the final episode of it.
Right.
We've easily had 2 or 3 episodes now where it's just been filler and just crap. And like we spoke about before, how it's just dropped off. And
yeah, I tapped out the last one, I think. It just had enough.
And then this one, or last week's episode, was great. It was all the Invincibles come.
Right, yeah.
And the pacing was good. The action was good. There was no shite in between of character development and stories that I didn't care about. It was just what I wanted to watch for every episode right the way through. The stakes were high. I mean, like I say, the best one by far. I'd give that episode as a standalone would probably be like an 8.5, 9.
I might give it a watch. I know I swore off it, but yeah, I've got no.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 2 left. It's not going to break you back to watch the last couple. Like I say, that one was good. And it finished, I mean, you probably see, as soon as you start it up, you'll see like trailers and ads and whatever for it. It finished where after the Invincibles and you get to the end of that little bit. Is it Conquest?
Yeah.
The old guy, he arrives and kind of says, stand before me or something like that, and then jumps straight into Mark trying to have a go on launching himself at him and saying, I'm really in the mood to punch something. So then the final episode's just going to be them two in a massive scrap.
Oh, right, yeah.
It just leaves me still feeling a little bit conflicted about Invincible, because the episodes like that are really good and they really get me attention and hold us, but I don't want to have to sit through 3 episodes of shit to get to one good one.
Yeah, that's my issue with it. I've got better things to do than just sitting.
Yeah, you just feel like you could just skip through and just
on dates.
Yeah, you could just watch the best bits on reels or on clips or.
That's it. Yeah, with YouTube and stuff, you get the fight scenes on shorts anyway, and the stuff that's not on the short, it's just not interesting. That's its biggest crime. It's just not interesting. The in between bits, there are good characters, like what's his name, Cecil. He's interesting. You say nothing of him, and I get that he's spooky. He's like a government secretive type. But yeah, I don't care about his mother dating. I don't care about him and Adam Eve dating and stuff. No. It's just boring.
That's the way it's going to go in the end.
Yeah.
The end result from it.
Yeah, the will they won't they boyfriend girlfriend thing. Who cares? Like, they keep building up the stakes to be really massive and then going off on like a boring slice of life episode, probably to save money on animation.
Yeah, well, that's another thing I was good. That's the only not a criticism of the last episode, but it's been 3 episodes now where we still haven't cut back to what Nolan's doing in space with Alan the Alien.
Yeah.
Like, nothing at all.
Yeah, the most interesting characters, and it's like you get a snippet of them here and there.
Yeah, so I imagine that the final episode will be a massive scrap between Conquest and Invincible, and because I've never read that far into the comics, and then it'll either, I imagine it's either going to end with a little cutaway after credit of Nolan in space, or Nolan's going to arrive back on Earth and save him or help him or intervene in the fight. But
I mean, I've read some of the comics, but yeah, I just don't know how they're going to. It's hard to say how they're going to pan the show out, because they cut loads, and like time's moving differently as to it does in the comics. Like, okay. So I just don't know. Yeah,
I don't know what the plan is for it. This is season 3, isn't it? Because the second one they dropped the ball and they split the season.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to know if they had just a time frame for it to say, all right, we'll do 5 seasons and then we're done, or 4 seasons then we're done. Probably 5, because I don't think you could wrap up the stories in one more season. It's only 8 episodes. So, and again, we spoke about this before, so you're going to get a defined end and they're not just going to drag it out for the sake of dragging it out. But I don't know how far the comics go. Did the comics run finished? Is it ongoing? Is it?
Yeah, I'm sure it finished. I never properly read it, but I know all the beats. I've watched a few YouTube videos and stuff of like the story, like how it all pans out.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's ended, unless they've done spin-offs and stuff. Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think the comics, like the fights and stuff, are very spectacular and violent and things, and the very sort of like proper super powered fights. Like the huge, they're not just like punching back and forth sort of thing. I'll be interested to see what they do with them, because they obviously cutting back as hard as possible on everything. So yeah, I think some of the later fight, even the fight with Conquest, if it's just him and Conquest, throwing a few punches back and forth and monologuing in between, I think that'll be a sign of things to come. Because they're not just going to start pouring cash onto it now to make the animation better. I think it is what it is now, and that's it. It'll limp to the finish line. It'll be yet another missed opportunity.
It's a shame. I was just watching when we were talking about watching clips on reels and shorts and stuff. I came across the other day the scene from the first episode where Nolan goes through the Guardians of the Globe, and it's a great
it's
scene.
Night and day in it. It's totally different. Yeah,
it's animated spectacularly. It's violent and ferocious and visceral as fuck, and it's really, really, really entertaining. And I don't think there's been anything that comes as close to that.
No, certainly not in the later seasons.
No. I think the only thing that gets close is Mark and Nolan's battle at the end of season 1, when Nolan's bouncing him across the globe, and using them to try and stop a train and throwing them through Chicago.
See, I mean, that had moments like that were they were like spectacles, like the bit with the train that was pretty like gruesome and stuff like that. But it didn't have like a fluid sort of back and forth fight.
No, yeah,
It was like it was like scenes clipped together.
Yeah,
you know, like there was the bit with the planes, then there was the bit with the train, like the jets, then the bit with the train, and then the bit on the mountain. But like there was no like back and forth.
Yeah,
you know, and I get that it was supposed to be one sided, but it just wasn't spectacular. You know, like it wasn't.
Yeah.
It didn't have big scope. It was a bit like them bits in Dragon Ball. You know, like where they do like the super speedy punching, and then they appear and they go on like da, 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 and then they disappear and then they reappear again. It's like and they're doing this. It was like that. It was like a little bit of stuff and then a bit of speech and then a little bit of stuff and then a bit of speech.
Yeah.
It wasn't like trying to think of some other like animations where they have really good long fight scenes.
Some of the best ones I've seen are just fan-made animations now.
It's usually the case. Yeah. I mean, look at that.
Some fan-made animations are brilliant.
Somebody was talking. I think I saw a reel about it today, and somebody had posted like a clip of Invincible, and it was saying like this took like sort of a team of like 60 animators and sort of 15 writers and stuff like that, and like it looked like this, and then it had a clip of that at Starties, and it was like this was one guy in his bedroom.
Yeah,
you can see the difference when somebody cares about what they're making.
Yeah, exactly.
Like churning shit out because they're getting paid for it, you know.
Did you see the guy? It's really bad. I can't remember his name because I would have shouted him out. I'll try and tag him in the comments. The guy that did the rounds last year, potentially the Dragon Ball one, where Broly rocks up to the martial arts tournament when he's fighting Chi-Chi.
Oh, I think one of you linked it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Vegeta comes down, and it's fucking so good. Like, it's excellent, superbly done. And again, it was just like one guy who just really passionate about it, loves it, loves the show, did his own little take on it, like put his own little spin on some of the transformations and stuff, and they look great. Like, one of the things that looked absolutely amazing was when Vegeta was fighting and he turned into Super Saiyan and he was getting kicked and beaten, and when he got hit really hard and took a really solid blow and went back, like, he flagged and his attention dropped, and when his attention dropped and his concentration dropped, he dropped out of Super Saiyan, and then he had to pick back up and concentrate and flared it back up again before he went back into battle. And it was just little touches like that looked great, absolutely great. But yeah, that's where we are with Invincible. The final episode this week, we'll see how it goes. I think it's going to have a strong finish, but it'll get an overall score pulled down by some of the filler episodes in between. I've just finished today Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, the animated one from Disney.
All right. Oh, I think I've seen a trailer, but that's it. Yeah,
it's good. The animation, it's exactly what they wanted to be, and it's good. You can clearly see they spent money on it. That's just the style of it. I don't know if I can get away with. It's very much what they were trying to do, but I don't know. I don't know if it's a style I like. And you do kind of forget about it a little bit because it's good.
Oh, it's like a pop arty kind of looking thing.
Yeah. It's a very young Peter Parker. So obviously he's still in Midtown. Is it Midtown? I think it's Midtown High he goes to. And it's his origin story from an alternate MCU world. So and it's in the first episode, so it's not a big spoiler. Well, I guess it's a spoiler nonetheless. But you know, in Civil War, where he goes home and he gets home and he's knackered and he goes in and Tony Stark's sitting in his front room.
Mm-hmm.
He goes in the animated show at the end of the first episode, and it's Norman Osborn is in there.
All right.
And he takes him under his wing. It's that kind of story. Which is good. I'll do a proper review on it next week. I'll let it sink in and digest a little because I'm still digesting the last episode a little bit. I'm undecided, but I think it's worth a watch. My other review that I've got over the weekend, I seen Captain America: Brave New World.
Yeah, what do you think?
It is. It's a Captain America movie. No, you know what? It's not as bad. I wouldn't say it was shit. I would say it's very mid. There's good points to it. There's some good action pieces in it, but there's also some shit in it as well. So I'd very much middle of the road. I don't think it's horrendous, but at the same time, I don't think I'd be rushing out to go see it again. Spoilers, by the way, if you haven't seen it, I'm going to talk about spoilers. Because I don't think you mind. You bothered about spoilers for it? Do you want to wait until you've seen it?
Couldn't give a shit. No, I've got no interest in it at all.
Yeah. So, and Graham said it well earlier today or yesterday when he mentioned that he watched it and he didn't seem a fan of it. That you could almost say that it's a sequel to the Incredible Hulk, because everything is kind of panned on from there. The big bad in it, or the big villain in it, I was hoping again was one of my cons from the movie. Because I was kind of hoping the intrigue and the mystery would spin out for a little bit longer than it did, but it didn't. And you knew who it was within fucking 20 minutes. It was the leader. And you know, an Incredible Hulk, the one who helped them get the blood from Banner and tried to transform. And at the end of just before the end of Incredible Hulk, he banged his head and a bit of Banner's blood kind of dropped on him. Yeah, it's developed his brain and he's become...
I'm forgetting his name, the actor. He's in Buster Scruggs.
Yeah, I'll tell you the name of the actor. Tim Blake Nelson. Yeah. So he's the big bad from it. And he's been pulling everybody's strings for years, trying to manipulate everything because he's mutated with the blood that he got from Banner. And it was discovered that General Ross, now Harrison Ford, took him into custody after the battle in New York and has been keeping him prisoner, realizing that the Banner's blood increased his brain power and his probability skills and knowledge, and he realized it was going to work to his advantage to keep him there. So he started giving him more gamma to push it as far as he could, and really disfigured him and said to him, look, if you make me president, then you'll have your life back and you can go back to the way you were. And then this film's about, at the very start of the film, he becomes president and doesn't do any of that. So he just goes on one. And there's a little bit of an intrigue around who it's going to be and who's pulling all the strings, because I can't remember the name of the guy. Oh my goodness, this is really bad. I should really remember these names. Who's the guy from Breaking Bad? The Los Polos Hermanos guy.
Yeah, I can't remember his name either.
Fuck's sake. Giancarlo Esposito. So he plays Sidewinder, like a trafficker, an arms dealer, and there's kind of shady dealings to get Captain America into the White House for a meeting. He takes along Isaiah Bradley, Carl Lumbly. You've seen him in Captain America and Winter Soldier. He's one of the previous Captain Americas. And then the leader has got them all kind of mind-washed or brainwashed. So he plays the track, Mr. Blue, in the background, and when that track plays, like 3 or 4 of them in the White House stand up and start taking shots at the president. But obviously Captain America's there and he stops it. So Isaiah Bradley takes a shot at the president. He misses. The president locks him up because he's General Ross. He just doesn't take any shit. He just said, no, you're going away. No one find well that it wasn't his doing and it was the leader's doing. Captain America goes, well, I'm going to get you out of here. And says the president, I don't care what you say to us, I'm going to go do it anyway. And that's the story. He's trying to get him out of prison. And the president's trying to keep everything together, all while trying to make peace with Japan, because the Celestial that came from the planet in Eternals, that now holds what they've discovered to be adamantium, and that's discovered in the MCU. So he's trying to make peace with Japan and a treaty with all these other countries so that they can share the adamantium and not one country will battle for ownership of it. So he's trying to make peace. And then ultimately it gets to a point where the leader's been trying to trigger Ross into losing his temper, because he's been giving him pills for what he believed to be a heart condition, and he's actually been giving him gamma medication himself. And he wanted to disgrace him and turn him into Hulk, which happens at the end. And he turns into the Red Hulk, and then he ends up in a big fight with Captain America, and blah, blah, blah. So that's a kind of really abridged, erratic version of what the story is. Pros, there are a lot of pros in there. There's some great, like I said, some great action pieces. There's a great action sequence about halfway through that really catches you by surprise, when Cap's just driving and he civils around a corner, and he pulls around a corner, and Giancarlo Esposito's there, Sidewinder's there, and just starts going at him, trying to take him out. And that turns into a great little battle sequence. Some of the flights and airbound, is that the right way of saying it? Dogfights, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a dogfight if he's not in the plane and it's just him in a suit? Some of the air battles are great. They're very good, very well choreographed. His suit's being kind of enhanced by the Wakandans, so it's got a few more little tweaks to it. That makes it good. The story between him and the new Falcon is quite good. He gets a little bit of development. And obviously, he's going to be back in part of the new Avengers, I would have thought. Harrison Ford is great, but he generally is. He seemed pretty chill back for the better part of it until it got to the end of the movie where you could see him kind of break and twist and start to snap. And then he really came into life a little bit more as the movie went on. The battle with the Hulk at the end is good, but I think it could have went on for a little bit longer. And it was nice to see Hulk as much as it's not Banner, it was nice to see a Hulk that was just a raging beast, just trying to fucking smash and destroy everything. Like a couple of helicopter drones come in and he just rips them to bits and just goes berserk at them. But and then straight on from there, you hit some of the kind of bigger cons. The biggest con for us is I like Anthony Mackie, but I don't know how well he held the film as a leading role. I think he plays better when he's playing off somebody. There was a scene when they're on the way to the White House at the beginning, and they're in the back of the limo, and it's a bit jokey and a bit lapse and a bit buddy comedy when they're ripping each other in the back of the limo and they're taking selfies and they're playing music in and celebrating, and you just think it takes away from the gravitas of the film. They're going to the White House. There's Captain America, and he's talking about having a drink and getting pissed in the back of a limo with his mates. And it just didn't quite feel right.
Mm.
It went from a really kind of light, jokey kind of tone to now I'm Captain America and I'm in the Oval Office with the president. Like it was almost like there were two separate characters. There wasn't a kind of connect between there. Like I imagine, and I know you shouldn't really compare it. I mean, but how can you not when it's a Captain America movie? You just imagine it. If it was Steve Rogers, he'd be quite disciplined. I know they're meant to be different people, but he'd be disciplined on the way there. He'd be disciplined when he was in the Oval Office, and you get a bit of gravitas from that. To go from someone who's joking and messing on and having a good time to suddenly switching on a dime and going, "No, I'm being deadly serious now. I'm Captain America." Didn't feel right. There's a couple of questionable bits in amongst the action, and one bit in particular made me cringe when I seen it. So they're at the Celestial Island they refer to, where the Celestials froze in the Indian Ocean, and because the thing is brainwashed a couple of the pilots, the American pilots in the air, to attack the Japanese. The Japanese are obviously retaliating and they fire missiles along at the American cruise ships. And Anthony Mackie goes to try and stop one of the missiles going towards a cruise ship, and the missile's flying low at sea level. Mm-hmm. And essentially flips, turns his wings off, and surfs the missile into the sea, and then flies away again. So the missile blows up in the water, and I just cringed a little bit. I thought, Jesus Christ! And one of the biggest cons for me that really took me out of it was there's no emotional connection between Harrison Ford and Anthony Mackie. Obviously, they know each other, they speak to each other, but in terms of a personal connection, there's no personal connection there. And he's fighting Red Hulk at the end, and he cannot stop him because he's a Hulk. So he gets up, and it takes him 30 seconds, and he talks him down and calms him down and says, "Oh, you used to come here with Betty. You can beat this, you're better than this." And he turns back into a human, and he's completely lost all his rage, and he's completely subdued, and he's taken away in an ambulance. And I just thought that was just a complete cop-out.
It sounds like the usual bloodless Marvel bullshit where I bet nobody dies or gets hurt or anything in the fight.
Oh, it was.
Is everybody mysteriously vanished from everywhere they fight?
Yeah, so in the battle, like towards the end of the battle, like Hulk rips off one of the wings off the suit. The other wing gets punched, but because it's got the same kind of tech as the Black Panther suit, it holds all the kinetic charge. So the wings vibrating with the power that it's holding in it. Hulk dives at him. Mackie stabs him in the torso with the wing, and then releases the charge, so it sets off the massive explosion. Hulk gets launched back, goes underneath the car. Anthony Mackie gets bounced about 100 meters in the other direction with a concrete slab on him, and then gets up and like holding his ribs and like, oh yeah, should have took the serum. Do you know what I mean? And then Hulk gets up, all like the army and everybody else kind of rocks up, and he goes, no, I'm going to fix this, and he goes and talks to him, and talks him down.
The power of
and
love.
I know he's meant to be, a counselor in the movie, or Sam Wilson is or was a counselor when Steve Rogers first met him, but he doesn't know this guy, and he knows a little bit about him, but there's no personal connection there, and it just felt really weak to go, that's all right, I can talk him down.
I mean, that's these films up and down. I don't think they know what they're doing when they start writing them. I think they get a list of bullet points off like Marvel or Disney HQ, saying like, right, we want you to get these things in because we want to make some toys, or we want to cast these people in these films.
Yeah,
it's just like write some shit around it. How shall it end? Don't matter, whatever. They'll still come and see the next one. I think they're done. I think they're all just so done. But they got to keep selling them action figures.
You got to sell the action figures. Yeah,
I just can't remember the last Marvel thing I saw that was genuinely good and interesting and exciting. They're just so dull now, like lifeless, and it's like paint by numbers. No one gets hurt. There's no consequences. There's no peril or risk or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's just the same shit over and over again. We'll get a cameo in now and
then. It felt very samey.
They'll slap a cameo in of somebody, some superstar, or someone from one of the old Marvel films or something, and everybody can go, "Oh yeah, I remember that character." I'm sure what's his name, Chris Evans will be back soon enough. Because he's made.
There was a cameo in this one actually. Winter Soldier rocks up at one point.
Oh, yeah.
And comes in and has a crack with him because he's a congressman running for presidency as well, apparently.
How did he assassinate loads of people? He's forgotten that.
Yeah.
He was a compromised spy for a terrorist organisation killing people.
What did he say? He said something to him that was a little bit cringy as well. He said Steve was different. Steve gave the people hope. He says, "You do something else. You give them something to aspire to."
It's just off the back of a cereal box, isn't it? It's just all so low effort. They just paid by the numbers. I think they've got a list of characters that they want to get in for whatever reason. The characters they either want to bump up to the top so they can move on to the next Avengers Part 20, or so that they can feature them at some point. And then I think all the bits in between, it's just like, yeah, just churn out some bullshit story. Just use one of the story templates and slap the characters in. That'll do. Don't kill anybody so that we can show it to kids. Yeah. Happy days.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There's enough pros in there, particularly from some of the action pieces, that warrants giving it a watch. But you'd probably just watch it once and that would be it for a long time. I certainly wouldn't be racing out to watch it again. I'll be excited about the prospect of sticking it on again to watch with the kids or anything like that. So I think I'd give it like a 7 on Letterboxd after I watched it. Yeah, very mid. But those movie reviews. That's all I've got for this week. So I thought this week, rather than do under and over, we would do some brackets and see how this pans out. It might absolutely flop, but we will see. So this is from a website I found where it randomly generates matchups between DC and Marvel characters from the movies. What apparently is power scaled. We'll see. A few rounds just to determine the winner. See who you think would play it off. So the first round, first bracket, is Star-Lord versus Black Panther. Who comes out on top?
I don't know.
I would say random encounter, Black Panther. I think he's got the better.
He's got a spaceship, so I don't know. You should run him over or something.
Next one is Gamora and Black Widow. These are all Marvel.
Oh, the space.
First DC one. DC Flash versus War Machine.
I mean, War Machine's just got he's just got guns. Can't
Flash
run faster
Flash
than
is absolutely wrecking him there, isn't he? Absolutely wrecking him. Next one is Spidey's getting wrecked here. Spider-Man versus Hela. That's not scaled at all. The website lied to me.
Who's Hela? Is that the
Kate Blanchett from Ragnarok?
All right. Yeah, she.
Yeah, sorry, Spidey. Yeah, Blanchett from Ragnarok. She was good in that. She hammed up the role in that a bit, like.
Yeah, it was a good film. That it was
Yeah.
definitely the best Thor film
Yeah,
by a
by a
million
mile.
miles.
By a
Fucking
million
hell,
miles.
it's dreadful. Then
By a million miles.
that last one was just that was I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing watching that.
It was awful. I've just put my ranking of Phase 4 on TikTok recently, and the only one that I put that was worse than that one was Eternals.
Yeah, Eternals was boring. That was another one that was just copy paste. You know, it was just like a generic template movie.
It was. I mean, I've got nothing positive to say about it. I don't think. I don't think there was any bits in it that I really enjoyed. Oh, I tell a lie. One thing that I liked in it that I thought they did really well, and the only bit that I think they did really well was I can't remember her name, the speedster that's in there. When the speedster's fighting Icarus at the end, and there's a couple of shots of her, and she drags him for about a mile and a half and throws him into a mountain, and then there's a wide shot, and she's like popping in and out at super speed, like just slapping him about, slapping Icarus
I can
about.
remember.
Yeah, and it looks great, and I just think it's the best kind of visual example of a speedster that's been on a screen. Very different to the kind of Quicksilver speedster scene from Days of Future Past, you know, when he's running about the lab and everything kind of goes into slow motion or running through the X Mansion, but it'll look great. Anyway, I digress. Batman versus Ronin from Guardians of the Galaxy. Batman wins with prep time.
I mean, Batman wins everything because he's a good guy. Yeah.
Batman. And last one is Captain Marvel Winter Soldier.
You say these were supposed to be power scaled?
Yeah, they are meant to be power scaled, but they're not
Can't
power
she fucking
scaled at
fly
all.
in space and stuff like that?
Yeah.
You just throw them into space.
These bracket things are crap. I'm not doing any more of these. Fucking rubbish.
I mean, we had this last time you tried this shit, and it's fucking schoolyard stuff.
Yeah.
It's like
It's fucking waste of
like
time.
we're not gonna sit and argue about it
But
mainly because I couldn't give a fuck.
Batman wins that. Batman beats everybody.
Batman beats everything. Yeah.
There's the brackets. Easy peasy. Fucking brackets. I'm not doing any more of them. They're shit.
Until next time.
Until next time. No balls with that. I'm going back to over and under. I've got a couple over and under, so I'll do one quick. Overrated. Cap 1. First Avenger.
No, I like Cap 1. That was good.
No, it's not.
I think it was underrated, if anything.
No. Not at all. Not at all. Cap 1. Do you know what was better than Cap 1? And a lot of the beats from the story of it should have been in Cap 1. Was Wonder Woman.
I didn't like Wonder Woman at all.
No, Wonder Woman was really, really good. It was a damn sight better than Cap 1.
I honestly can't even remember what happened in Wonder Woman. I just remember it being very underwhelming. The villain was rubbish. He came out of nowhere.
The ending was poor, but I mean the ending was
massive
poor.
Anticlimax at the end. Boring effects, like boring action.
No,
yeah, I just remember it being just incredibly underwhelming. And I was thinking this is supposed to be one of DC's like big three, and this is just like
I enjoyed it. It was just the ending that kind of threw me a little bit of Wonder Woman. The end of Wonder Woman didn't do a lot for me. It was just felt like very CGI heavy. You know, when Ares appears and he starts.
Yeah, it was just it was underwhelming. There was nothing really went on. Nothing happened. I think where Captain America failed, or not failed, but I think where it struggled is because it came after things like Iron Man, where there's lots of like flying around and loads of cool special effects, and
Yeah.
Like Captain America's essentially it was pretty much more like a spy film than anything else, or like a classic I mean it was a World War II movie really.
Yeah.
It's just one character in it could like punch really hard.
Yeah.
That was it. But that's kind of what I liked about it. It was a bit scaled back. It wasn't like over the top and ridiculous.
Yeah, it was very scaled back, wasn't it? The thing that kind of I wanted to see a little bit more though, when he first gets his abilities and he goes in and gets the serum and he changes and he gets out, and then he chases the guy through the city. I just thought they could have done a little bit more with that. I mean, they made him jump a fence, and I just thought, well, I can jump a fucking fence. Maybe not a one as high as he did, but it just didn't look exciting. They just didn't play on his abilities enough, I don't think.
Yeah, but he didn't know he had them, though, did he?
This is true. And then in Winter Soldier's the opposite. Winter Soldier's great. Like that first scene in Winter Soldier when he goes to the ship where all the hostages are being held. He's ripping through all the guys on the boat.
It was just modern. It was like a modern Captain America. It was a war movie.
It was better. I thought that's the word you're looking for. It was better.
Oh, I think it was better. Winter Soldier was definitely better, but it was a similar vibe. It wasn't like people flying around shooting laser beams all over the place and all that rubbish. It was a war movie. I think people wanted to watch Captain America 1 and they wanted to see him get his super soldier injections and immediately start like fucking backflipping all over the place like Yoda. and like doing lots of quips and stuff like that, and I think people wanted it to be like Iron Man 2 with him turning into, like a fucking Tony Stark, but just like flying all over the place and doing loads of super backflips and shit like that. But I liked it. I thought it was like a good World War II movie with a bit of it, not supernatural, but yeah.
I can't really get away with it. There's definitely endearing parts to the movie. There's a
good soundtrack as well. Good score.
I can't remember the score.
The score was great.
I can't remember the score.
It's one thing that gets overlooked in a lot of Marvel films. They get a lot of good scores for them, and it gets overlooked loads. They just play that fucking stupid Avengers theme tune over and over again.
Yeah, that's on everything.
And it's overplayed to hell. Like Thor 1.
That's what I noticed as well that's what I noticed as well in Brave New World. They didn't do the title screen. The spinning Marvel.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it was just very plain, just appeared on the screen. I thought, what are you not doing that for?
Maybe trying to give it a bit more gravitas.
Yeah, but Captain America doesn't really hit it for me. There's bits in it I like, but there's a lot of bits in it that I don't. I thought the end battle could have been a lot better as well between Cap and Red Skull.
Yeah, that was a bit underwhelming, that, but yeah. Again, I think it was trying. I don't know if it was trying or if they just didn't pull it off. Being a bit less a bit more grounded and a bit more. Yeah, maybe it was with Hugo Weaving because he's a bit older than he was a bit older than
maybe
the rest of them.
Yeah. And a very quick underrated I've got is super cheesy, super light, fun is Van Helsing with Hugh Jackman.
Oh yeah, that was a great film. That I think that is underrated.
I think it's underrated as well.
It deserves more love than it gets.
I think it gets a lot of. If you look at like the ratings and stuff, I think they're very kind of lower end.
Yeah.
And it's just if you take it for what it is and just go in just put it on and just kind of switch off and enjoy it, it's just fun. It's just
it's a great film. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it feels kind of very like
production design,
Men in Black kind of tones. You know what I mean? Like anybody that goes into it expecting a kind of serious kind of monster movie won't enjoy it at all.
Mm.
But if you go into it just to have fun with it, I think you'd really enjoy it.
Yeah, I love that. I love Van Helsing. I think it's great. I saw it in the cinema and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
And it's been a little while since I've watched it. I don't know. I was about to say the effects are great. I don't know if the effects are still great, but they were good. When he transformed into the wolf and he kind of tore through his own kind of flesh, and then turning back, it was like ripping the fur away from his body.
Yeah,
was good. If you want something that's enjoyable, something that's light, quite funny, very stylized.
Yeah, great production design.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, sets as well. Still used sets.
Yeah, I thought it must have been done on sets because I was picturing. I was picturing this the battle in the village, with the sirens. Does Dracula refer to his mistresses as sirens or the mistresses or?
Can't remember.
Yeah. Anyway, when the three of them are flying around and they're
attack the village. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great scene. That.
Yeah.
And he's got the like the minigun crossbow that he's firing.
Stakes to it.
Yeah, it's fucking great. Great one. But yeah, quick underrated Van Helsing. Check it out. And I think that's us for this week. Unless you've got anything that you want to talk about, anything that you're excited about watching, anything that you've got on there.
I've seen out this week, and I don't even know what's coming out. There's that monkey, the horror film. I'm going to go and say that.
Oh
Monkey.
yeah.
Yeah. It's a bit like Final Destination, apparently.
Yeah.
Some monkey toy that's like cursed. As far as
I've
I'm aware, I
seen.
don't really know that much about it. I've been trying to not watch too much about it because I want to go in blind.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way I'm trying to go into everything at the minute now, because I think there's so much out there where you can spoil everything.
Yeah. It's getting good word, but that's all I know about it.
Yeah, I think I've seen a picture for it. We'll do a review next week. Let us know what it's like. I mean, it's a horror, so I'll absolutely not be watching it unless I have to watch it.
I think it's a bit of a fun, like not funny, but like it's. I think it's a bit of a black comedy kind of horror.
Yeah. Yeah. You need to make some time this week and watch fucking Avatar as well, so I can tell you how wrong you are when you say that you didn't enjoy it.
I fucking wish I had time for anything, man. I'm just tired.
Yeah, you're definitely going to enjoy Avatar.
Oh yeah, I love that. I'm sure
it is.
I'm sure the second one will be better than the first. That's usually the case.
9. I think it is. I think it's definitely better than the first. All right. I think that's just. I've only said it once, you know. I've wrote the cunt down. I can see it about fucking 6 times in front of me as well. Well, I keep asking people to like and follow, and I've said it once.
Jimmy says.
I think you can set a timer on this where every now and again, like, it'll give you a prompt to say play your fucking follow jingle. Never mind. Okay. But thanks for listening. Do like and follow, and we'll be back next week. Bye. Hello, and welcome to this week's episode of the Old Pods Podcast. I'm Alan, this is Paul.
Hello.
So we're going to change it up a little bit this week, rather than spending such a big portion going through news, when likelihood is when you've listened to this episode, you've probably seen it all, or read it all, or watched the trailers, or whatever. So if there's any news that comes up that we're particularly interested in, we'll have a bit of a chat and a bit of talk about it. But generally, it'll only be for the big ticket kind of deal. Still to stick to the reviews, because the reviews are generally from bits that we've watched that we enjoy or that we think we're going to enjoy, and then we'll just do some different segments from there. But for this week, we'll do a couple of reviews. I think we've both seen the final episodes of Invincible. I'll chat about Daredevil episodes 1 to 4. Lawson's been to see The Monkey, or is it Monkey? The Monkey?
I think it's The Monkey.
The Monkey. And then we're going to do Hot Seat, where we'll just spend a bit of time doing 4 or 5 questions to each other, just to talk about some of our favourite things, stuff that we enjoy, and it'll give you guys a chance to kind of hear not so much just what we ramble on about every week, but what we like to watch, the kind of things that we enjoy. Okay, so reviews first. We've both seen Invincible, so we'll do that first.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think of You've seen them all now, right up to the end?
I mean, I saw the last one. I think I watched most of the Invincible War one, like the penultimate one, and then I watched all the last one because everybody was getting excited about it.
Yeah, what did you think? What did you think of the last one?
It was obvious. It was more action packed. It was better in that regard. Yeah, it was good. I mean, it's still the same gripes for me as always. Really, like the animation was a bit weak. It obviously looked better in this one. They maybe been saving up for it.
Yeah, you could clearly see like a big divide between that and a couple episodes before.
Oh yeah, aye. They must have been saving the budget up for it. Yeah, it was good. It was definitely better than the Invincible War one. I thought Invincible War there was a bit too many cutaways. There'd be a fight kick off, and then it would cut to somebody else, cut to Cecil or something like that, and then it would cut back to the fight, and like there was a dead Invincible there. You know, like the fight was over. It sort of, which is a bit cheap, you know. But yeah, like I said, they're probably saving the money. But no, the last episode was good. I wasn't sure about the guy who voiced Conquest.
Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Yeah, he sounded a bit young. I don't know. Like if I closed my eyes, I wouldn't have thought the voice matched with the character.
Yeah,
he sounded a bit young and a bit suave, whereas I think Conquest should have sounded really old, like super gravelly and sort of.
I was just going to say a bit gravelly, a bit rough,
more commanding, a bit more like sort of sick of it all. He was a bit too suave and a bit too charismatic, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say Jeffrey Dean Morgan can do a very, very much kind of
because he is cool. He was essentially Negan, really, wasn't he? He was just
yeah. He's got a very. You summed it, I think, there when you said charismatic. Like, he's almost quite charming the way he speaks.
Yeah. I don't know if you know much about the Invincible storyline, but he would have. I think Jeffrey D. Morgan would have been a better casting for the next big villain, or whatever.
What's he called?
Big villain.
Thrag. Is it Thrag?
Yeah, I think he'd have been a better casting for him, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe not as charming, because Thrag's not charming. I think he's a bit more sort of, I don't know what the word is. Bit robotic, a bit mechanical, maybe. Or he always seems that way in my head. But yeah, I was thinking for Conquest, the what do you call him? Optimus Prime.
Oh.
Peter Cullen.
Peter Cullen.
I think he'd have done him well. If he could do a bad guy voice, I'm sure he can do bad guy voices, because he already plays somebody in Invincible, doesn't he? He plays the leader of the coalition who Alan works for.
Oh, yes. I can't remember his name, but I know who you mean. Yeah, the secret Viltrumite. He rips off his beard.
Yeah. He plays him already, but I think he could have done Conquest. I think he's got that really deep sort of commanding kind of voice. But the episode was good. Yeah, some pretty cool violent bits, some funny bits. What do you think of it?
I thought it was great. I thought it was clearly the best episode of the season.
Oh, by a mile, yeah.
By a country mile. Best episode of... what other shows have I watched this year? It's a little early in the year, but it's close to the top and the best episode the best episode of TV that I've watched this year. Like, it was... I just wish that it was like that all the way through, rather than just all saved for the end, because the stakes were higher. Everybody was at risk.
Yeah.
The story beats moved along well. Everything kind of bounced through the episode.
Yeah, I think that's my issue with all of it now, which I've been sort of complaining about a lot, is that it goes very high stakes with like Alan and Nolan and the Coalition and the Viltrumites, out in space and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then it goes down to very low sort of peril on Earth.
Yeah.
It's and then it
chats over dinner.
Yeah, and it's very up and down. Whereas I think it's a bit. It gives me whiplash watching it, sort of thing, because you can't maintain that high stakes aspect of it. Whereas when Conquest turned up, the whole episode was high stakes, and I think the show's at a point now where it needs to drop the relationship and the family drama with the mother and the new boyfriend and stuff like that. And I just think I think it'd be better off if it focused on the cool stuff. Essentially, at the end of the day, it's a superhero thing. It should be about cool fights and blowing stuff up and saving the world and stuff like that. Not dating.
How far are we? I mean, I don't know. I've not read all the comics. How far are we through the run of it? Roughly where we are now, where Conquest arrives? Are we about halfway through?
I've not read the comics. I've read a lot about the comics. I've not actually sat and read them. It was BT came up before my time, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Or after my time. I don't know where Conquest's first attack, because Conquest, I mean, spoilers, but Conquest comes back.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things I was going to talk about. Like,
Cecil has him, locked up. And
Cecil has him.
Nothing could possibly go wrong.
No, I know. I knew as soon as he went in, and he kind of says, Mark says, like, "Oh, is he dead?" And he says, "Yeah." And he says, "I want to see the body." And he goes and looks at it, and he goes, "Burn it." I knew straight away that Cecil's thinking, "There's no fucking way I'm burning this body."
Yeah.
And I thought that he was going to make him into one of the
the Reanimen.
The Reanimen,
yeah.
But obviously, he just fucking straps him down a load of metal and surrounded by.
Well, he's got all his Invincimen now, hasn't he?
Yeah, which he's clearly going to bust out of there.
Yeah, well,
clearly going to bust out of there.
Yeah, spoilers. Conquest busts out of there. He
could see that coming all day long.
He gets out, comes back, makes a bit of a comeback. I don't know where it is, like in the beginning, middle, end sort of thing, but yeah, him and Invincible have around 2.
You can see that coming all day long.
Yeah, there's a whole thing with Viltrumites with the. It depends what they leave in and what they cut, because they've cut loads and loads of stuff from it. Lots of storylines and villains.
Yeah, well, they've already said there was like a TV card, like a poster card release saying the next season's planned for next year. Thrag's being cast. we're going to be doing a new story that's not touched on a lot in the comics, which is kind of like there was a little tease at the end of the episode with that demon-looking guy.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah, they're going to
Dark Blood, Damien Darkblood or something. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So they said they're going to do a little bit of story.
He got sent off in season 1, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that could be quite good. But I mean, that last episode was great. Conquest was just fucking hard as nails.
It was yeah. I mean, it was the whole episode was a fight. It was yeah, and that's what Invincible's about. Really, it's about superheroes punching things.
Yeah, and as much as I complain about them spending a lot of time between kind of Mark and Atom Eve and their relationship development, she is a great character watch battle.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck me, you've got so much like creative control when they were writing that and when they were doing the artwork for that. They could have done anything with her. Like it's brilliant. When Conquest belts towards her and he slows down, he goes, "What the?"
That was the best. That was a cool bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and she says, "I've increased the density of the air."
I was just keep thinking, do the air thing again.
Yeah, that was class.
Stop hitting him with big hammers because the big hammers don't work.
And I fully thought, I fully thought that she was absolutely fucked when he put his hand through her. I thought that's it. That's, and I was shook. I thought that's it, game over. And then she rose from the ashes and turned him damn near into ash. I thought that was class. I did think as well, though. I did think if you can make the density if you increase the density of the air, why not fill his lungs with water?
Oh yeah. Turn his lungs solid.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't know how long the Ultramites need to breathe because they can hold the breath in space and stuff, can't they, for weeks?
Yeah.
Because Nolan flew.
This is true.
Nolan was flying for like ages. Yeah. So maybe that wouldn't work. Yeah.
But it was class, like brilliant. And then Mark, obviously, I thought was going to get his arse handed to him again, and he did. But then he smashed his face with his own face, which was great. It was brutal. Cecil obviously filled him with shit. I don't know where I stand with Cecil because he's
he's supposed to be shady, isn't he? He's a shithouse.
Yeah, he's a bit of a prick, but
he's a government spook, so you don't know where you never know where he stands. I think.
Yeah,
I think it's Earth at any cost.
Yeah,
he takes his job very seriously.
Because it's going to go to shit, and Conquest's going to kill a load of people again, and that's on Cecil. That I think that's what I was going to say as well. One of my favourite bits of the episode was completely fucking arse clenching. Was when Oliver rocks up, and then Oliver gets slapped. But then Conquest picks him up, and he's going to. He gives him the slap of all slaps. It was like one of those.
That was brilliant.
It was like one of those slap competitions, when you see them and they're like
power slap,
power slap, power slapped him through a fucking building. But then when he picked him up and he was talking to him as he was stretching him and trying to tear him in half, fucking hell, that was intense. That I thought this poor kid's going to get absolutely just obliterated here. Yeah. But it was good. Very solid ending to a show that had a dip in the middle, I think. I mean, the last episode I'd probably give 9, I think. There's not much wrong with the last episode.
No, I think if they just spent a bit on the animation, they just spent a bit more money on it, I think it'd be great. Like that video that you sent, where it was that guy who just put some. He didn't even change the animation. He just put some effects over the top of it.
Yeah, just overlaid it a little bit. Just spent a little bit of time just on the scenes.
Yeah, it added so much depth and drama to it.
Yeah, great.
Because everything
I'll put a couple of them.
It's just all flat. Like there's no dark, there's no light. It's all just flat, very flat.
Yeah, for everybody listening, I'll post a couple of images of the guy who did that. And he not did it for any other reason other than he's a fan of the show. And he just spent a bit of time just certainly improving a couple of the scenes. And when you look at them side by side, you can clearly see the difference. Yeah, but that's good. Like I said, they could have lost a couple episodes through the middle for me, I think. Like the dragon episode, the episode with the mobster guy, probably one of the ones that you tapped out on. That could have gone out, not being in there for me. Didn't care about that episode.
What happened in it? It sounds familiar. I've probably just forgot it because They were getting very forgettable.
Yeah, it was Robot. Is it Robot Head? He's in it.
I know the guy. Yeah, what did he do?
So he was getting. How did it go? I don't even remember how it went because
I've got something in my head, but I don't know if I've just memory hold it or something because it's just something's there, but I can't remember what exactly.
I can remember the gangster who got the concrete skin from
yeah.
season 1.
Titan or something, yeah.
Yeah, Titan. Yeah. So his mob boss was making moves on his turf, and he didn't want that. So he kind of wangled a way of Invincible fighting him, which ended up at a battle at the prison with a massive dragon. And it was just complete filler of an episode. And I thought, I could have done without that. The episode with Powerplex, I thought was too fast. We spoke about it before, like I think it could have been better if, rather than a full episode dedicated to that, if it teased little bits of them across a number of episodes.
Yeah, I thought that it crammed too much into a small space.
Yeah.
It should have been, yeah.
Each little scene he had, if you put that in each episode leading up to the Powerplex battle, you'd have been thinking, oh, well, who's this guy? Why are we seeing him? He's going having a bit of a hard time. And you'd see he's kind of descent into darkness, and then by the time you get to the episode, you gear up for it. You're thinking, yeah, he's gonna be a bit of a fucking issue here.
Yeah, it was. I think they were trying to. It seemed to me like they were trying to get like one of those episodes, like that sort of that hits everyone, and everybody goes, oh, a bit like the like Last of Us 2 one with Bill and the two guys who live together.
Oh yes, yeah.
I think they were trying to do like a proper, like a little self-contained standalone episode of like very emotional, and everybody goes, "Oh wow, this is so great, it should win awards." But it wasn't. It just felt really rushed.
And again, it's just like everything else we talk about. It's just opinion. I'm sure there'll be people out there that I know there's fucking people out there because they keep giving me shit online, saying that they don't agree. But I just think they could have paced it a little differently, spread it out across a couple of episodes, and it would have built the tension a little bit more. Would have given the battle a little bit more gravitas, I think, rather than having an in and out in one episode.
Yeah, there was a similar one as well. Was the one where Invincible went to the future and fought the Immortal?
Yes, yeah.
And then he went back home again, and it was just like, what the fuck was that? It was like it was so weird. It felt really out of place, and just like they just slapped it in because they had nothing else to put in there.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought we talked about it at the time. I thought that it would have led to something a little heavier with the Immortal, like towards the final episodes. But it just seemed to go nowhere unless they're playing the really long game and they're not going to bring it up until a couple of seasons down the line or whatever. But anyway, that's Invincible. Really, really strong finish. Really strong finish. I enjoyed the Invincible War. I really thoroughly enjoyed the final episode. The season, I think, is stronger than the second season. Yeah, and a lot of nice little teasers at the end for what's to come. Like I say, I don't know much about the comics, so I don't know what any of it means other than what we've seen. I think the biggest hangover that I knew was going to be inevitable was Conquest, being locked up and being alive.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means that Invincible's suit was melting after Eve zapped it off him.
Yeah, like a powers are unstable or something, yeah.
Oh, my God, I'm trying to think what else happened in the final episode.
Angstrom and Levy got put back together.
Oh, yes. That was the other tease. Is it the technicians or the engineers or something?
Yeah, the technicians. Voiced by Doug Bradley from Hellraiser.
Ah, didn't know that.
The Pinhead. Yeah, it's Pinhead's voice actor.
Yeah.
He did their voice, yeah. I thought, I wasn't sure at first. I thought that sounds a bit like freaking Doug Bradley, and yeah, it was. Big name actor for like 3 lines.
Oh, the funeral. That's what else happened in the last episode. The funeral.
Yeah, Rex.
For Rex, yeah. And Rudy took his name and said, I'm going to be called Rex from now on.
Yeah, Rex should have went out a bit better, I think.
Yeah. It's a shame, because I thought I was just starting to like him as a character as well.
Yeah. It was just a bit unspectacular, the way he went. Like I think the explosion could have been bigger. Like...
Yeah.
It was just like a... in the background, Yeah. And again,
over
it's because the animation's
bridge.
It's very unspectacular and flat, It's if it was some big like friggin' anime explosion.
Yeah. Huge.
Like again, when you go back to the first season and when Nolan it goes to that alien, I don't keep bringing it up, but when he goes to that alien planet
It was great. I watched that recently.
He's like
actually,
flying through the buildings, and they like vaporizing and exploding and stuff like that. Like it should be like that kind, like a heroic final stand, sacrifice type thing from a character like that. Like give it a bit more pizzazz.
Yeah.
Than just a background. It was just yeah.
Rest in peace, Rex.
Aye.
Yeah, I liked him as a character as well. He was cocky.
Yeah, he was annoying at first, but yeah, he had a good character arc. He grew with him getting all snapped up and by the bad guys.
Oh yeah, he got rinsed by the serpent guys, didn't he? Get shot in the head.
Yeah, the Serpent Squad, something like that.
Serpent Squad, yeah. And I think he was shagging everything that moved on the show. Principal, looking forward to the next one. Should be next year from the final episode. If they keep that going, it will be good. Hopefully they've seen, because they've got loads of feedback about the animation. Hopefully they spend a bit more on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind waiting a little bit longer if it's going to be that little bit better.
Yeah.
All right. On to the next, Daredevil. You haven't seen Daredevil?
No,
yet?
I've not seen Daredevil yet.
No, I'll not do spoilers because we're only 4 episodes in anyway. But it is very good. It's the same level certainly as it was when it was on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very good TV. Very good TV. It's hard to try and talk about some of the episodes without going into spoilers. But I mean, just think the same kind of tone, the same kind of the violence, the same kind of energy. It's shot very well. Charlie Cox is putting a great turn in. Vincent D'Onofrio is fucking brilliant as always, but he generally is.
Kingpin,
It starts off with
anything about it. Like I've not seen any word about it at all.
Oh fuck me! It starts very strong. It starts with a big shock, and you think, shit, okay, this is the way they're going with this, and then it goes from there, and it's very visceral. It's very violent. It's very well written. There's a lot of character development and depth to the story and depth of the story arcs. Like each of the characters, you feel a little bit more involved with, rather than just kind of throwaway characters in the background or throwaway scenes. Everybody kind of plays a part in moving the story forward. It's very, very good. There's only a couple of bits that I thought that I would have changed, and they made me panic a little bit in the first episode. They do like a big introduction at Daredevil, and you see him jumping across the rooftops, and he was swinging a bit with his buttons.
Oh yeah.
And you could clearly see it was CGI, and I thought, shit, don't do this, don't make it CGI and over the top. And like, there's a scene in Rosie's bar where they always go on the piss.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah, Bullseye lobs a gas canister into there, but you can clearly see that it's a CGI gas canister by the way the smoke fills the room. I thought, why didn't they just put a fucking actual gas canister in the room and fill it up?
It's insurance.
Yeah. And that worried me a little bit, because that's like right in the first couple of scenes in the first episode, and I think, fuck. But that was it, and it moved away from it. And then the fights from that point were back to being very contained. Like there's a fight that Matt Murdock gets into when he's not in costume as Daredevil in an apartment scene with 2 guys, and it's fucking brilliant. I mean, it's over as quick as it starts, but it just flows. We were talking about like fight scenes that flow rather than just being single punch and then stop.
Yeah.
It was very fluid, very well done. My only other gripe is, and it's still early, there's only 4 episodes, and I think there's 9 in the series. There's been a lot more, and it's not so much a gripe because it's good. If it was boring to watch it would be a gripe, but it's quite interesting. But on the flip side of that, there's been a lot of Matt Murdock time rather than Daredevil time.
Yeah.
And like, as much as that's great, and as much as it's very interesting to watch and very compelling, like, it's a Daredevil show. It's not fucking Matt Murdock Attorney at Law. I just wanted to see a little bit more Daredevil, a little bit more of the action. But by the way it's geared up over the last couple of episodes, it's really about a flip. And I think that episode 5, obviously the halfway point, is going to be the turn, and it's just going to go absolutely nuts. But I can't emphasize enough how much of a great show it is. It's very, very well written.
I'll give it a go. I mean, I like the other ones. I thought the other ones were good.
Yeah,
I'll get
yeah.
around
If
to
you
it.
like the other ones,
Yeah, they were fine.
I think you'll very much enjoy this. Power through the first couple of scenes in the first episode because you think they might do something a bit odd here and it might not go down very well. But once you get past that and you get the first 2 episodes under your belt, it's great. Really, really good. I mean, the first episode was potentially the weakest one. And even that I would give an 8 out of 10. We're probably sitting about 9 across the board for all of them now.
High praise indeed.
High praise. So definitely give it a go. And that's Daredevil. I don't want to go into spoilers if you haven't seen. I'll let it kind of go because if I give you spoilers, I might jade you a little bit or jack up your opinion before you go in. I'd rather you go in under a blind and just kind of enjoyed it. But that's it. Daredevil, give it a watch. What was yours then? Did you see The Monkey?
Yeah, I watched The Monkey. Aye.
Is it scary?
It's not scary.
I bet it fucking is.
It's not. It's like it's a comedy. It's a horror movie, but it's a comedy horror, and it's more like it's like gory, not in a sadistic way. It's like it's quite funny. It's the basic premise of it is this family has got, well, it's two young brothers, twins. They find a toy, like a wind up monkey in the dad's belongings. The dad doesn't live with them anymore. I don't know if he's dead or he's left or whatever, but yeah, I think it's in his wardrobe. They find like a wind up monkey. It's like one of them old fashioned ones, and it's got like a drum, like you know, like you wind it up in the drums.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
What does it play? Oh, it's I Like to Be Beside the Seaside. It plays that while it's drumming, and while it's doing that, it selects someone to die, and when it hits the drum for the last time, the person dies, and it's completely at random, and it's usually rather violent and like a bit amusing in a slightly Final Destination kind of way, you know, like. There'll be like a series of like things will happen, like something will fall over and it'll knock something else, and then something else will happen, and you know, like and then it'll cause the death. And the half the film follows the 2 young lads when they're younger, and then the other half is when they're grown up. So the first half is like the adult main character telling the story of when they were kids, and then the second half is him. He's trying to find the monkey essentially because it's gone missing, and people are dying, and he knows it's the monkey.
He knows it's the monkey.
Yeah, so he wants to go and find it. Not that he can do anything with it, but he just wants to. Yeah, because people are dying, it means somebody's using it, so he wants to go and find it. Yeah, it's very funny. There's quite a few bits where I properly laughed at it. Just weird interactions. It's based on a Stephen King story, which I've not read, but it's got his fingerprints all over it.
Yeah.
Especially the bit set in the past. It's a horror film, but it's not horrific.
No, I didn't think it had like a human side to it.
Oh yeah, it's really funny. Yeah, it's like funny in a grim way. You know, like the people die, and you just can't help but laugh at it because it's so ridiculous sometimes.
Yeah.
It's so over the top. There's a bit where a woman gets shot with a shotgun, and she just absolutely explodes all over the room. Like there's nothing left of her. She's just blood all over the walls. Like it's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous and over the top. You know, like she would just have a hole in her or something, but she just fucking vaporizes all over the room. There's no left of her, and yeah, it's very funny like that. Yeah, you could handle it. It's not that scary. I don't think there's not any like really creepy, spooky moments in it. I think there's a couple of bits where you like the camera will sort of linger on the monkey for a little while, and you think, is it going to move? Is it going to, is it going to turn its head, or is it going to? But it never does. Never does anything. It's just a toy monkey. It's just got some weird curse power about it.
Oh, yeah, I'm just making a note now to give it a watch.
Yeah, give it a watch.
Try and give it a watch.
It's enjoyable. It's about it's a horror movie on about the same level as like Final Destination. It's that kind of level of whatever horror scariness. It's violent at times. but it's funny. Yeah, it's always like jokes all the way through it. Everything's quite amusing about it.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like a one I'll be able to handle.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Give it a go. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. The ending's a little bit like, I don't know. The ending's a bit weird. It's like a little bit offbeat, but it fits. Like it works, and because it's a Stephen King, it's got a very Stephen King ending. It's a bit of a meme that Stephen King's third acts are always a bit weird. They always come apart a bit in the third act, and this does have a strange third act, but it's still good. It's still funny. It doesn't detract from the film in any way.
Yeah.
Yeah, still enjoyed it.
Give it a watch. What rating out of 10?
We give it an 8.
That's good.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyable.
Yeah. Any big names in it? I don't think I've seen anybody that's in it. Or is it all kind of like relatively new actors and actresses? And
I'm not sure. There's a guy at the beginning, briefly, in like a little intro type scene before the opening credits. He's in loads of stuff. He's in that Severance at the moment. Hold on.
Yeah.
We'll have a look at it.
Everybody's been banging on about that. I've never watched it yet.
And the mother looked familiar, but I don't know who she is. Theo James is the main character. Don't know if you know who he is. I don't know who he is. Tatiana Maslany is the mother. Does that sound familiar?
No.
Let's have a look. It's fucking She-Hulk.
Oh yeah.
She-Hulk's the mother. Like in the past when the kids. Elijah Wood's in it as well for like 2 minutes. In like a very small sort of cameo role, and he's really funny in it. He's funny as hell. He's got maybe 10 lines max, but he's really funny in it. Yeah.
I like Elijah Wood. It's been a long time since I've seen him in anything.
Yeah, I think he produces a lot of stuff now.
Yeah.
He plays the adult main character's ex-wife's new husband, and he goes to visit him to pick up his kid, and Elijah Wood's there just being weird. But other than that, I don't know who else is in it, like who anybody else is in it. I'm not very good with stars. Adam Scott is the guy I was thinking about at the beginning. He's in all sorts.
Just having a look now. Sometimes with these kind of things, like I'm better with faces than I are.
Yeah, I'm rubbish with names. Yeah, I'm crap with names. Parks and Recreation, he's in. Severance. He's the brother in Step Brothers. He's one of the brothers. Step Brothers' brother.
Oh, I don't know who that Theo James is. Yeah. He was in the Divergent series.
Oh god, yeah, he's the main character in that Gentleman TV show.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that and I never put 2 and 2 together. He's English in that though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, he's English in real life, but yeah, and he's American in this. But yeah, that's him. He's the main character, or the adult main character.
Yeah, I'll give it a watch.
Yeah, watch it. It's good. Yeah, it's fun.
I'll give it a go.
There was no trailers to speak of. I think there was 2 trailers and about 45 minutes of adverts. Got nothing interesting coming out.
It's usually the way though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I've give up trying to can you remember when you used to go to like the cinema as a kid and you'd go and you'd be like, shit, we need to make sure like it starts at like 8:30 or whenever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Now you've got a good 20 minutes before you
turn
need
up
to
at
be
9 o'clock now, it'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Easy.
Yeah. I think I was half an hour late once for a film. It was the new Candyman actually. It came out a few years ago. I think I was like half an hour late, and I got in, and it still hadn't even got the trailer. It's still on the adverts. Yeah.
I think the worst one I went for that was when I went and seen it was one of the new Star Wars ones. It might have been Last Jedi actually. I went in, and I bet it was 40 minutes. We sat and watched through trailers and adverts and all sorts of shit.
Trailers are great. I could sit and watch trailers all day. But it's the adverts,
it's the fucking 16 adverts in between each one.
Yeah, telling you to go and buy Coke and remind you about the pirate things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you get it's almost time for the movie to start. Do you need to get something else from the foyer? Yeah. And then there's another 16 adverts and another fucking 5 trailers.
Telling you about the fucking leather seats and stuff like that and the fucking speakers. I couldn't give a toss.
No.
Yeah.
No, just play the movie. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. I think a few years ago there was a movement. I think there was a company was going to do that. They were going to do it where just played the film. You got there, it played the film on the time it had on the ticket, and then that was it. And then you pissed off.
Yeah.
And I don't know what happened to it. I don't know if that's, yeah, but there was a plan to launch a company like that, and it never come about, I don't think. Yeah. I'd be all for that.
I'd love to do it myself, actually, because it'd be great. And I think we had a chat about it before, like all of us in the group chat, like between like the six of us, about doing like one of those the pop up screenings where you get the projector and you go out and you just say you're going to show a series of movies in the woods during Halloween, or you're going to show someone driving a lot in the summer and things like that.
I did all the graphics for a company that did that ages ago.
That'd be class.
And they never did anything with it. I think they did one show in like the town centre where they were set up. I think they showed like they showed like Peppa Pig on one of the buildings in the town centre, and then they never did anything with it ever again. That was it. And the brand was class, if I do say so myself.
Be a great idea, that, just having, even if you got just like a bit of space and then just themed it, decorated it for whatever kind of movie you were showing.
Well, when we're rich men, we'll do it. It's like everything. It's money, money, money.
Money, money, money. Money, money, money. All right, okay. Let's move on. Oh, before we move on, because I keep forgetting to say like and follow and subscribe and all that shit, I recorded the other day, just on my own. No, I wish I did a jingle.
Oh.
Just a little snippet of me saying, thanks for listening. Be sure to like and follow and subscribe. So when anybody's listening back to this episode, might be a little off kilter. How do you say that? Keister.
Kilter.
Out of sorts. That's not one. Anyway, out of sync maybe, but there'll suddenly be a soundbite of me popping up periodically between every fucking segment in the review.
It's the start of a jingle. It's the proto jingle.
Just saying, thanks for listening. Be sure to like and subscribe, and I'll just sing it next time.
There we go. Jingle origins done.
Yeah. Okay. So, hot seat. So we'll put you on the hot seat first, Wilson. I'm going to go through 5 or 6 questions that I wrote down. Nothing exciting. A lot of which I probably know the answers to already. But just for the benefit of everybody else, so they get to know us a little bit better, and then kind of see what our tastes are like. I was going to put a timer on it, but we don't need a timer on it. We'll just go through these few questions, and then however long they take, give us long answers, short answers, whatever kind of answers you want, really. So, first question: what is your favorite genre of movie and why?
It's horror films, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always been into horror films and horror everything, horror books. I mean, on my desk, here's my horror top trump cards. And my other set of horror top trump cards.
That's a cool image on that one, that second one, though. But I mean, that's fucking terrifying.
They're the best things ever. It's Christopher Lee Dracula. Traced.
Yeah.
Top trumps didn't give a shit back in the day. Yeah, I've always been into horror movie stuff. So, yeah.
Do you not live in a perpetual nightmare? I'd be constantly fucking terrified.
I know, you're soft as clats, though. I mean, what are you scared of? Do you think Freddy Krueger's going to get you?
Well, no, I've told you this before.
I know you have some mad reasoning that makes absolutely...
It's not mad reasoning. It's not. This is perfectly logical. It's perfectly logical. Like, you could put me in one of these, like, you know, these like haunted houses that you go to visit, or the haunted stays, and it's in the real world. There's nothing like that can hurt you, so it doesn't matter. It's not scary. Mm-hmm. When you're watching a movie, you fully invest in the movie, so what you're watching becomes the reality, and that is fucking terrifying.
But if you were in a haunted house in the real world, that would be in reality.
No, because then I'd know that it's just reality and it's just shit. It's like it's just the pipes moving, or it's pressure changing, or it's temperature changes.
So according to your fucking logic, you wouldn't be scared of something. You wouldn't be scared of a supernatural event in real life because it's reality.
Yeah, because it doesn't exist.
But if it did, that's what I'm saying. The things in the film don't exist either, man.
Yeah, no, but you're investing in the film, don't you? That's the world you live in when you're watching the movie. And in that moment, it's fucking... You think, shit, there's actually something that's going to get me. But when in reality,
because it's a film, because you're sitting looking at the screen.
no,
You're
it's
not in
not.
the film. Do you see yourself in the film?
Yes, that's the world I live in that time.
Oh, hell.
Yeah,
No.
but in reality, there's nothing like that there.
No, it makes no sense.
It does make sense.
Not.
It does. There's got to be people that agree with me here. Like,
Everybody
if
else
you're
in the
watching
group
it,
chat agreed with that it makes no sense.
yeah, only because you fuckers just do it to wind me up. When you're watching a movie, if something's happening in the movie, it becomes more realistic than real life in that moment in time.
That's utter nonsense. It doesn't become more realistic than real life.
It does. But then in reality...
That's impossible. You must have some kind of brain wrong for that for that to take effect.
No, but then in reality, like, if you're in a haunted house or if you heard like a funny noise, it's probably just the fucking wind.
Well, yeah, but you say in reality, but that's not a haunted house. That's just a house where you hear the wind.
Yeah, but
if you're in a haunted house, it would be haunted.
It wouldn't be haunted though, because it doesn't exist.
But neither does the stuff in the film that you're watching.
Yeah, but it does when you're watching it.
It's this is absolute nonsense.
It's not.
It's like, I can't even describe how mad this is. Like, this theory of yours, it needs to be studied.
It's not theory. It's not theory. There's got to be somebody that agrees with this. There's got to be.
I'm sure there's loads of mental people out there.
Yeah. All right, next one. What would you say are and if it's anything of mine, they'll probably change. Like every now and again, they'll change. But what would you say your top 3 to 5 movies of all time that you would happily put on and watch at any point?
We had this at work recently, and I think at the time I went with, in no order, Flash Gordon.
Shit.
Because I love it. It's not man, it's class. I love it so much. And I always have since I was a kid and I first watched it. I mean, a good chunk of it's probably nostalgia, but it's just so, I don't know, it's the visuals, it's really, the production design's brilliant. The acting's shocking from a lot of the people in it. Whether it's the acting or just the writing, because some of the lines are proper stingers, but it's all the better for all that. It's almost got like a homemade charm to it, even though it was a fairly big budget affair. And there's also some good acting, you know, like Max von Sydow was having the best time of his life. Brian Blessed, obviously, I think he just turned up. I don't think he was even cast, and he's just loving life. Yeah, and it's like an adventure. It's a bit sexy. It's a bit violent. Yeah, some monsters in it. Some like a little bit of monster design. Amazing sets, you know, like back when they made sets. Great sets, great costumes. It's just like a proper adventure. It's as camp as Christmas and as cheesy as you like, but I think they embrace it. I don't think for a second that it takes itself seriously. It's great and I love it. It's one of them films where even if it's in the last 5 minutes on telly and I land on it, I'll still sit and watch the end of it.
Yeah, just leave it on.
And the soundtrack, of course, is absolutely incredible. Queen did I think they did the score as well, the score and the soundtrack. Yeah, the Queen music for it's great. What else? I think RoboCop.
Oh, good shout.
The original, obviously. I mean, RoboCop's a perfect movie in every way. It's like the effects are unreal. The stop motion stuff's a bit like ages it a bit, but it also provides a lot of the charm for it as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Like the Ed 209 stuff. Yeah, just everything about it. I mean, I can't say anything about RoboCop that hasn't been said 1,000 times already.
No, it just reminds me of RoboCop. I remember watching it as a kid, and we were kids because like back in like
it came out in like 82 or something, 81, 82 or something.
Yeah, it came out in like 82, and I must have been like, I don't know, like 10 or 11 or something when I seen that, and it was a violent fucking movie. But
oh god, yeah, insanely violent.
Yeah, but it's got like, there was like kids' toys for RoboCop.
87? Shit, I thought it came out a lot earlier than that. Yeah, I had some of the toys. I had the RoboCop action figure. I had the Ed 209 as well.
Yeah, same. So everybody knew what RoboCop was. Like,
yeah, it was because he made a cartoon of it. There was a cartoon series. There was a video game. Ocean did a video game for it. Ocean Software. God.
But I just remember looking at it thinking that Cyborg is absolutely fucking unbelievably good.
Which
like
one?
it just looked real.
Oh, like RoboCop.
Like RoboCop, yeah.
Oh
just
yeah,
looked...
I mean, it was, like it was all prosthetics and it was a suit, it was no special effects or anything. It was real,
Yeah.
I mean, it was really good special effects, like it looked like metal. The paint job they did on it was all the effects in it are good. Like Murphy's head, like when he takes the mask off and
when
stuff.
He takes like the visor
like
off.
completely seamless. It's like even on new modern tellies, it's perfect. The prosthetic is just so unreal. Yeah, like the suit never looks like rubbery or anything. It looks like metal, and the way he moves in it and stuff. I know Peter Weller did like a lot of work with I think it was a French guy. I think a mime artist they got in eventually.
Yeah,
originally
for the way he
RoboCop was gonna like move fast and he was gonna be like a super ninja cyborg, but he couldn't move in the suit, so they had to do like a last minute like, right, we're gonna have to change this.
Yeah.
And they made him like a tank instead, so they got this, and they got a movement artist, I'm sure he's a French mime artist, I think, to come in and him and Peter Weller developed the whole everything. They did it together. Developed how he would move and stuff like that. So yeah, everything about it. Everything about RoboCop's just great. Cars are sick. The gun's mint. The sound effects. He's the sound effects of his gun. That
yeah.
I can't remember what it's called now.
Fuck yeah.
Tech
Like
9
that,
or
like
something.
like that.
It's like fires 3 shots. It's like
a very short, sharp burst.
Aye.
Yeah.
And he spins, puts it in his leg. Oh, putting the gun in the leg is just so cool.
I always like the tracking as well. Like the tracking when he's targeting.
Oh, the two lines. Yeah, the lines. Yeah,
that was class.
Yeah, even stuff like that, like he's like the display inside his helmet. It never looks fake, like you see some stuff on films where they doing stuff on computers and it doesn't look real. It looks rubbish.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't look like it doesn't look like actual software. It just looks like they've made it for a film. Where RoboCop's like when you do see stuff inside his, it looks like it could be a real thing,
Yeah.
It's like pared down and it's very basic and things, and it's everything about it. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Number 3, that was where I stumbled at work, because it's either, and you're going to, I think you love both of these films. It's either Blair Witch, the original, the Blair Witch Project, or Wicker Man.
Oh my god!
I know you love them. Do you like Blair Witch? I can't remember your thoughts on Blair Witch. No, I didn't think you did.
No, it's shit. Like
it's fucking shit.
It's shit.
I mean, it's just one of the most enduring horror movies of all time. But,
stood in the fucking corner? I've got no idea. Why don't you just leave the cunt in the corner and get out the fucking house?
We've gone through this. You need to watch it again and actually pay attention. You need to get off your phone.
No.
Stop playing fucking Angry Birds. Every time something scary happens.
I'm assuming you mean the original Blair Witch as well, because didn't they remake it?
Yeah, there was Blair Witch Project, and then there was Blair Witch 2, Book of Shadows, and then there was the Blair Witch, which was like maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I think now.
Yeah.
Maybe probably fucking 10. Yeah, I'll have a look at that now. But I mean, Blair Witch 2 was very much of its time, and in that film, Blair Witch 2 was obviously they'd gone in the woods to film a documentary, and then the people discovered the footage ages later after they'd gone missing. But Blair Witch 2 is in the film. The film is a thing, like the Blair Witch Project movie.
Right. Okay.
Is a movie in Blair Witch 2, and it's about the tourists who go to the area because they love the film so much and they want to visit the area and the locations and things. But things start to get funky. It's very of its time, and it's just a movie. It's not like cameras or handheld or anything. It's just a movie, like a movie.
When was Blair Witch then? Was that like?
I think Blair Witch was 99.
I was going to say, was it late 90s?
I'll just fetch it up now. Blair Witch Project 1999.
Yeah.
Blair Witch 2 was 2000, and The Blair Witch was 2016. Fuck me, it's nearly 10 years ago. I knew it was going.
2016. I thought it was a lot more recent than that.
I didn't know. Yeah. So 99 and 2000 the originals. But anyway, yeah, the first one is just it's another one where I can just watch it wherever it is. I'll stick it on and just have it on in the background while I do stuff.
Yeah,
I don't even need to watch it anymore. Like I know it's scene for scene, and I actually hated it when it came. I didn't hate it when it came out. I saw it on launch day, or release day, whatever you want to call it, in down Teesside, and I was very underwhelmed. But it was, I was like, what, 18, 17, 18, something like that.
Yeah.
And I was a bit disappointed with like the ending, and I thought it was rubbish. But it was one of them that stuck with me, and I I watched it again, and I picked up more stuff like the whole why he was standing in the corner at the end and things like that. And it's really grown on me over the years, and now I absolutely love it. I think it is scary. Like, I mean, I don't know about you, but I've camped out in the woods before, and I know where it's like. It's freaking horrible camping out in the woods. I don't know why people do it. It is very scary, and it's the kind of film that I can put myself in because I've been in a similar situation. I've been in the woods camping out, like come up the tent on a night and there's just nothing. You see nothing, just what's in your torch. You hear weird noises that you don't know if it's a person or a deer or whatever. It's yeah. And it's all underpinned with this supernatural, like, is it or isn't it? I like horror films if there's a bit of sort of tenuous, is it supernatural, is it not? Yeah, I like that. And my other one, Wicker Man, which I don't know which one, it depends on the day, you'd have to ask me. Wicker Man, again, I love it. It's mad. I know you hate it, and everybody hates it. Turner hates it. But yeah, it's I just love it. It's like a time capsule. It's so weird, and it throws the brakes on at the end so hard because it's all a bit like wacky and a bit dreamy. There's like these singing and stuff, and it's like the locals are playing silly bastards with him, and like they're all acting thick and stuff like that, and he's getting their runaround, and then at the end it just like slams the brakes on, and it's like, yeah, it's like this was all just, we were just playing a game with you. Like, you're gonna die now, and like nobody comes and saves him. Like you think like something's gonna happen at the end, like he's gonna get out and he's gonna like escape or stage some kind of like final battle. Like where he takes a couple of them with him or something like that. But he doesn't. He just doesn't get out. He just sits there and burns, and all the locals on Summer Isle, they all just sing. They stood there singing, and that's it. And then that's it. It's like, I imagine at the time when it came out, it was a bit. I imagine it was really impressive in the cinema to see that like that total 180 at the end. How it goes from like a little bit quirky and a bit sort of weird and folksy and almost a comedy at times to just this like bleak ending, just this horrible bleak ending where like the bad guys, so to speak, the bad guys win. And it's utterly hopeless for the main character, and the whole thing is like had his time wasted, and he's just been played the whole time. Like from the moment he sets foot on the island, he's been in their game, and he's never been winning at all. Once it's just they've been playing him the whole time.
Yeah,
it's another one of the films where like I'm just repeating what other people have probably said loads, but yeah, I just love it.
Yeah,
I know you hate it.
You enjoy it.
And then the Nick Cage the Nick Cage one's dire as a film.
I don't think I've seen the Nick Cage one.
Oh, it's mad. You'll probably enjoy it more than the original. But it's just daft. It was a bit pointless. They didn't need to make it. Nick Cage is crazy in it because he's always crazy in everything. Yeah, them's probably my top three. I'm sure it changes from time to time here and there.
Yeah, mine does.
I do like a lot of films.
Floats up and down loads with what's my favourite.
Yeah, I've seen so many films, an outrageous amount of films. But yeah, them three, well, four. Yeah, those are my ones. Those are the ones that I absolutely love and will always sit and watch. Always.
Yeah, good. I thought one of them you were going to see Exorcist, to be honest, because you're an Exorcist guy, aren't you?
Exorcist is very, very up there. I do love it. I actually, I don't like the bit with the exorcism as much as the rest of it. Weirdly, like at the end when it all starts being like all vomity and stuff, and the power of Christ compels you. I prefer the rest of it, especially the beginning, the opening in I think it's Iraq, where they discover where Mirren finds the statue or the head. That whole scene is it's amazing. It's so ominous. There's loads of like little tells, like sort of like with the shadows and things and the way things are framed. Like there's just the shots are arranged so there's like, certain characters are in shadow and there's like crosses on the floor and stuff made out of like gaps in buildings and hallways. It's so well shot. The opening scene, and the stuff with Damien, the fella in the subway who says, "Can you spare $1 for an old choir boy," or something like that. Spare something for an old choir boy father or something. And then the demon says it later. It's like, it's so creepy. Like it's so sinister, and it's that sense of the supernatural slowly like creeping its way into the normal world. And at the end it's full blown. It's all there's all demonic horror shit and stuff, and it's puking up everywhere, and but at the beginning you just get that sense that something's trying to like creep its way in, like into the film and into reality and into these characters' lives. Exorcist 2, dog shit, worst film ever made. It's horrendous. But Exorcist 3 is fantastic. Super good because The Exorcist is a book. Like that was, William Peter Blatty wrote the book, and then they made Exorcist 2. Like the film studios made Exorcist 2 in a rush because it was like, oh, the Exorcist 1's a big success, and they made Exorcist 2 and it was rubbish. Not like that much of a rush, but they definitely turned it out quick, and they made Exorcist 2, and it's nonsense. It's unconnected to anything. But the writer, like Blatty, wrote part 2 of The Exorcist called Legion as a book, and then Legion got turned into Exorcist 3. So Exorcist 3, the film, is actually part 2 of the original Exorcist story.
Oh, right, okay.
And Exorcist 2, the film, is just some fucking nonsense.
Yeah, it's just disconnect.
And it's awful. It's really awful. But three's amazing. It's got what's largely considered to be the best jump scare of all time in it, and it is fucking great as well. You'll jump out your skin if you.
Fucking 100%. I've never seen either 2 or 3.
Yeah, you die at 3. The jump scare bit in 3, you'd piss your pants at it. And again, Brad Dourif's in it. He puts a great turn in. Yeah, I'd recommend it to watch Exorcist 3, but you'll not.
No, fuck that.
But it is great. It's an excellent film.
No, you'd have to ply me with a drink or fucking get me to lose a bet or something to watch that. That's too much of a soft arse to watch that. All right, okay. Next question. Well, you might have answered this next question in amongst your top movies, but I was going to say, what's your favourite movie from being a kid, and what's your favourite 90s movie?
90s movie? Oh. I mean, I suppose Blair Witch falls into 90s, doesn't it? But I don't know if it's my favourite 90s movie. Weirdly. Because for me, Blair Witch is quite timeless. So I don't think... I wouldn't... even though it came out in 99, I probably wouldn't call Blair Witch a 90s movie. Because it's not very 90s. In the way that, say, something like... what would be a 90s movie?
Like for me, I'd probably call back to like Independence Day or Jurassic Park.
Them are proper 90s movies then.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park was amazing when it came out.
It was fucking phenomenal.
I don't think people now really get how good Jurassic Park was when it came out, because it was one of the films. I think it was probably the first film where CGI started to look real.
Yeah,
and you couldn't believe that what you were seeing on screen wasn't real. Like it was unbelievable at the time to see. Like the bit with the T-Rex and stuff was just, and half of it was puppets. Like the feet and the glass bit on the roof and stuff. That was animatronics, but you couldn't believe that what you were seeing wasn't real. It looked at the time it looked so real.
even before that, the scene when they first arrive on the island and they see the Brontosaurus.
Yeah.
And one of them stands up on its hind legs. It looked phenomenal.
Yeah. It was mind blowing. There was a film called Deep Rising. I don't know if you've seen it.
Oh yeah, I've seen Deep Rising.
That's a super 90s movie.
It's a proper 90s. That's a really good show. Actually, that's a really good show.
90s. It's I don't know. The 90s seem to like try and compress a lot of genres into one film.
Yeah.
It seemed to be an era where they did that, and it's got like a bit of horror, a bit of sci-fi. It's like bit of comedy, bit of action. You know, it's like a bit of everything.
Yeah.
And it's just mad. The story's mental. I just don't think you get films made like that these days that are just like clearly somebody's coked up idea, you know. Now it's like you pitch that and they'd say like, well, yeah, but where's the superheroes? You know, like, yeah. Can we put Chris Pratt in it, and can we make sure that nobody dies so that we can make it a 12? Yeah, Deep Rising was super 90s, and I love it for that. Again, probably not my favourite, but a film that I did watch loads when I was a kid because it was one of the few videos that we had, and that nobody talks about, is one called The Last Starfighter. Have you seen that?
That rings a bell. I can sort of picture it as well.
We had it in one of them videos with the VCRs with a massive hollow plastic shell case where they always crumpled and they were crap. And they like, before they made the hard shell VCRs that became the standard. It was about a lad who worked he lived on a trailer park in like Nevada or something, somewhere like dusty. And there was an arcade machine on this trailer park where he lived, and he played it all the time. And I think the arcade machine was maybe called The Last Starfighter. And he played it all the time, and he was really good at it. And he gets the high score on it one night. I think he completes it, and he gets the super duper high score. And the whole trailer park's like, hey, he's beat it, he's done the high score, you know, because nothing happens there. It's like dead end. And he's bored, his life's boring, and you know, like he does a lot for his mum and his brother and stuff. He's very disillusioned, and he thinks there's more to life, sort of thing. Anyway, this like crackpot turns up, this mad fella turns up and says, I've got an offer you can't refuse and stuff like that. And he's a bit like the guy from Quantum Leap, Sam and Iggy.
Yeah,
he's a bit like him, bit slick, you know, like bit of a gobshite. And he takes him off in his flying car, and they go off to space. And the arcade machine was actually a training program to see if because they're recruiting people to save the galaxy essentially, because they're in a losing war against the Kodan Armada, these alien bad guy dudes. And so the arcade machine was sent out to all these different planets to see who's got it to become a starfighter.
That's class.
And it's meant there's like a lot of early CGI for the space fights, and it looks like, I mean, it's like the CGI is dreadful. it's just very plain. There's no like shaders on it, or there's no texture. It's just like flat silver panes and surfaces.
I can picture it now.
Polygons, yeah. It's but he's got like a co-pilot who's like a lizard dude called Greg, and he like takes him under his wing and sort of says, you know, teaches him how to be a starfighter and stuff like that. And it's like a buddy movie, and it's a bit of a, you know, there's a bit of romance in it, bit of action. It's so good. It's so good. When I'm gonna have to look when it came out. But
I just had a quick look there, like early 80s, 82, I think.
Oh shit, that early? 84.
84.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I had the VCR of it when I was a kid. Yeah. And aside from stuff like Flash Gordon that I watched all the time, you know, and stuff like that, to give something that a shout out that isn't just the standard stuff that I always talk about, Last Starfighter is fantastic, and I'm amazed how it hasn't been picked up and remade yet.
Yeah,
because
well,
video games are still relevant, and like space battles and stuff are still relevant. You know, like I've honestly no idea how it hasn't been picked up.
Yeah, absolutely cooking there. That's bang on. Like
some studio or somebody has probably
they'll find it.
They've got the rights,
or they'll hear about it and go, yeah.
Yeah, I think somebody's got the rights for it, and they're just sitting on it. It'll be like a rainy day, and they'll think, let's do Last Starfighter. And the spaceships in it are called Gunstars, and that's the fucking coolest name I've ever heard for a space fighter.
What's it called?
A Gunstar.
A Gunstar.
Yeah. Gunstars. It's such a cool name. Yeah. Yeah, and the whole time there's stuff happening back on Earth as well with his family. And it's like, but it's really entertaining, and you don't feel as though you're being, like, oh, come on, get back to the space battles, It's like the stuff on Earth's cool. It's interesting as well, without giving too much away. But yeah, definitely watch it.
Another one to watch.
Yeah,
I'd probably get away with that, showing that to the kids as well. Like, it's probably.
Yeah, there's a couple of bits in it that's maybe a bit scary in the same way that, because it's very much like Star Wars was good. What else can we, and it's got a similar scariness to Star Wars. Like, there's some things in Star Wars that are a bit, a bit dodgy for kids, like the monster in the trash compactor. It's the Dianoga. I think that's what it was called, the Dianoga. Yeah, that kind of level of scary stuff, like a few gross prosthetic-y bits, like alien-y bits that are a bit grim. But it's a kids' film. I think we've talked about this before. Like, kids' films back in the day were a bit scary.
Yeah, terrifying.
Like they weren't like fucking Bluey and stuff like that. Like everybody's happy and friendly. We had Never-Ending Story. Like where his fucking horse died of depression, and he fought that freaking wolf that could talk, which was the scariest thing ever.
Yeah, it was fucking terrifying.
But yeah, Last Starfighter was like a kids' film, but now it would probably be like kids would have anxiety watching it now.
Yeah, I might give it a watch through.
Not my favourites of the times, but films that I definitely loved and people should definitely watch if they haven't seen them already. Because Last Starfighter it's 100% going to get remade before long. In my lifetime, Last Starfighter will get remade, even if I have to remake it myself. You can be my co-pilot. You can be Greg.
I'll be Greg. I'll be the alien. Yeah, Alan the alien.
Yeah. You can be Alan the alien.
Yeah, Alan the alien.
All
right, two more.
Go on then.
What is your... Well, I've wrote soundtrack, but not necessarily a soundtrack. What's your favourite movie soundtrack and or score and or theme? Something that really kind of hits with you?
I mean, as a 90s kid, and everybody will agree with this, Mortal Kombat is obviously up there in the run-ins.
Yeah, that's great. That's
Mortal
a really
Kombat
good
was
one.
So good. The soundtrack for that was just tattooed to everybody's bloody CD player.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a soundtrack, but a score. Two that I do love, and I think maybe don't get as much love as they should. The scores for the first Thor film is amazing.
Yeah, I've just posted about that recently because we were talking about that last week as well.
Yeah, the score for that's great, and that the theme, like Thor's theme that plays.
Yeah,
it's like a motif that plays through the whole film, like in the big bits and the small bits. It's like the melody that follows through the whole film. That's brilliant, and I still insist the bit in the second Avengers film, or not second, the second Endgame one. Was it called Endgame?
Endgame, yeah.
Or it might be
Infinity War, then Endgame.
It was the bit where Thanos is attacking Black Panther land, and the beam comes down, and Thor's standing there with the tree.
Yeah.
In the
dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, and it plays to the Avengers theme. And he's like, and it's like Thor's here to save the day sort of thing. I still think they should have played that original Thor theme at that bit.
Yeah.
When
right.
He came,
that would have been a good shout. That actually,
when the light hit and then it disappeared and it was Thor was there to save them. I think it should. I still think it should have played. I think that would have hit much better than just the generic Avengers theme.
That's a good shout. That actually, yeah, that's a really good shout. That would have been a nice callback as well because they didn't know where Thor was at that point. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah. He was fucked up. Yeah, he'd been like burned alive in the Stars thing, the Forge thing. So. That was a tremendous score. And How to Train Your Dragon. That's unbelievable.
Really good pull.
Great film, but the score's next level. Yeah, for the whole thing. Other than that, soundtracks. I mean, you got the classics. Matrix, brilliant soundtrack. Mortal Kombat. What was the other one? It was right there. It was on the tip of my tongue. Trainspotting. Amazing soundtrack, Trainspotting.
I can't even think of any of the songs from soundtrack from Trainspotting.
Oh god, I mean, Born Slippy, Underworld.
Oh yeah,
fucking classic. What else is on there? There's Lou Reed. Perfect Day is on there by Lou Reed. That got everybody into it. Iggy Pop, obviously from the opening. What the hell's the others? There's that Nightclubbing's on it. Nightclubbing.
Oh yeah.
We're nightclubbing. Yeah, I play the Trainspotting soundtrack a lot in my youth. We'll go with them.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah. And last one is a question for me, really, more than anything else. What is your favourite superhero movie? And superhero movie you can class loosely. I'm not necessarily saying Marvel or DC, but anything that could be construed or seen
ties into
as
that world.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's put me a bit on the spot on that one. I really like that second Hulk film.
The Incredible Hulk one.
Incredible Hulk?
The Ed Norton one.
Ed Norton, yeah. I like that one. That was good. I think that's the only good shake of the stick the Hulk's had. Blade was brilliant.
Blade, fantastic.
Blade,
yeah, I mean, we spoke about Blade before.
I think Blade 2 probably better.
Yeah,
but Blade
100%.
Blade 1 is still amazing. Another good soundtrack. Yeah, maybe Blade 2. Try to think of superhero films now that I like. I think I'm so instinctively turned off from superhero movies now.
We've been so saturated by them though for the last probably the last
it's
10
all
years.
just it's like mush now. It's all just mush. Like none of it stands out. And the ones that do stand out to me are the ones that were like either pre-Marvel or just slightly outside of the Marvel world. You know, Punisher Warzone is absolutely brilliant film.
I don't think I've seen Warzone. You know, I've seen
so good.
I've seen the Punisher with John Travolta in, and I can't remember the name. It's bad, but I can't remember the name of the Punisher.
Thomas Jane.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was all right. I didn't quite get into that very. I thought it was a bit low impact. It was a bit too. I don't know. It seemed a bit like mopey. It was more following him around while he was all sad, you know, and he never say it. Yeah. Whereas Punisher Warzone, it like skips the intro, like it skips the origin story. We're expecting to know who the Punisher is in it, and it's like it's shot very comic booky. You can tell that all the scenes have a color palette of like 2 or 3 colors, and it's really vibrant and brightly lit in the few colors, so they look like comic panels, you know. But it's ridiculously violent. Like it's just over the top violent in the way that Punisher, I think a Punisher film should be. Like, and he's the Punisher in it. He's brutal. Like he's horrible. He executes people. You know, like it's the bad guys and stuff. Like nobody's safe, and there's no moral ambiguity about him. Like he is if he wasn't the main character, he would be the bad guy. He's like a predator in it. Yeah, I can't believe you haven't seen that. Like, yeah, definitely give that a watch. It's what a Punisher film should be. It's really over the top.
I don't even know why I haven't seen it. You know, because I mean, you know what I'm like. I'm in the bag for any superhero movie that comes out. I just don't know why. At the time, it's obviously just slipped by me, and I've never come back there.
I think it was like a straight to DVD one. I think probably because it's so violent. I've got a feeling Marvel said no, you know. But yeah, Warzone's great. Definitely give that a watch because it's worth seeing. But yeah, looks good. The main character's great. It's that fella who, what's his name? Ray. He died not so long ago. He was in Ray Stevenson. Ray Stevenson. He was in one of the Thor films, wasn't he? Yeah, it's him. He plays Punisher, and he's really good in it. Like he looks the part. He's got like the black slick back hair. Yeah, watch it. Watch Punisher Warzone. Yeah. For God's sake.
All right, cool. I'll give it a go. And that's it. That's everything I had really. And that's probably us as well. You know, we're like an hour 20 now, so we'll call it there, I think. And then if you get some questions for me, we'll reverse it next week.
Questions for you next week because I want to know your top threes and your favorite scores.
Yeah. So we'll just switch places next week, and then you can run through them with me next week. So we'll see what we watch over the weekend and stuff. We'll come back if there's any reviews to do. We'll do that.
Well, you've got a list of films to watch there, men.
Yeah, loads to watch there. And we'll flip. We'll do the other way around next week.
We need to have a movie watching night as well. Like
I was thinking that. Yeah, that's a fucking really good show and really good reminder.
This one and we'll sit and set a film away at the same time.
Yeah, and just watch those.
synchronize our watches.
That is a really fucking good show.
I've got my greatest watch of all time here. We can synchronize our watches on it.
Yeah.
And then beep, and then we'll be aware.
Yeah, that's a really good show. We'll pick a movie.
Yeah, we'll go through.
We'll flip it though. We'll put like. Well, that's a good idea. That's a fucking good idea. Think of 3 movies. I'll think of 3. And then next week when we're doing when my hot seat finishes, we'll do like a random selector of the 6 of them, and whichever one comes out, that's the one we'll watch the next time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we've got a massive list there. We've got of my stuff. So stick all them in the selector already, and then
I'm not putting fucking Exorcist in there.
No, not Exorcist. I mean, you probably have you seen Have you not seen it?
Yeah, I've seen Exorcist, but I don't want to say it again because it's scary as fuck.
Right. Well, we've got loads there. Just send me the list, and we'll take something like you've seen Deep Rising, you know.
We'll pick something that
and How to Train
Your Dragon. That'll be good.
But yeah,
that's a really good shout.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll watch a film together.
Yeah, that's us for this week. Be sure to like and follow. I'll put my little tag thing at the end. Thanks for listening. We'll see you next week. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everybody, thanks for listening. Remember to like, follow and subscribe. Hello, welcome to this week's episode of the Old Pods podcast. I'm Alan, this is Paul.
Hello.
So we're going to do very similar as we did last week's episode. We're going to do, I'm going to do a quick review of The Electric State, and then it's my turn in the hot seat, and Lawson's going to fire some questions at me. And then we're going to do a quick random selection wheel for next week's episode, where we're going to put a movie on, hit start at the same time, and then ramble over the top of it, talk about the movie, talk about our thoughts, talk about where we think inspirations have come from, and just have a big crack, really. So, The Electric State, obviously it's a Russo Brothers movie, pretty on point at the minute. It seems to be getting quite a bit of hate online. Very quick rundown of the story, so it is kind of, as you were just describing beforehand, it's kind of a world where robots exist, and they all have kind of like their own little AI personality, almost like service droids, where they're for use for marketing purposes and menial labor tasks and so on and so forth. And they decide they want a place in the world, so they rise up and revolt. And there's a war, a big battle, and a bit of technology comes out, what gives humans the upper hand, because they put on a headset that allows them to interface with mechanical bodies, so they win. And the Electric State is essentially a state in America that's cordoned off entirely, and all the robots and droids are held there in captivity in prison. Millie Bobby Brown's character at the start of the movie is, before the war, has a brother who's super, like, uber intelligent. And then it shows you a little bit of a cutscene, shows you bits of the war. And then you find out during the course of that her family and her brother have died. But her brother hasn't died, because he reappears as a droid, as one of the robots that can't really communicate very well, but kind of lets her know that he's alive, he's out there, he's in this electric state, and she needs to find his body, so his mind can go back into his own body. And that's how the story starts, and that's where it goes from there. And then she bumps into your favourite A-lister, Chris Pratt, on the way.
I've already seen that.
Yeah, who helps her out on her journeys. He's a kind of a smuggler, if you like. He goes into the electric states and takes all these relics and bits of robot and bits of tech that nobody else can get, because he's found a secret way in, and he sells them all online. And that's it. It goes from there, really. There's some nice nods to the 90s in there, in the bits of tech that they're using. Like there's one particular bit when they're in Chris Pratt's little lair, if you like. And he's got stacks and stacks of loads of like memorabilia and loads of little things that hit like kind of points of or trigger memories for probably for our age, especially like there's one shelf that's just stacked full of Nintendos in the background, which I thought was quite cool. And it is set in the 90s. I think it's set in 92. I think the movie's set in. So everything's kind of that kind of tech level, apart from all the fucking 40-foot robots.
Super advanced robots with personality.
Super advanced robots. Yeah. Solid cast. Obviously Chris Pratt, Millie Bobby Brown, Stanley Tucci's in there. He puts in a good turn, generally does. And then the voice cast that goes along with it is also as strong as you think. The likes of Woody Harrelson's in there. So you think with all that in play, quite it's setting itself a high bar to go in quite strong. But for me, it missed a few of the emotional beats that it tried to really kind of drill home at some points. Just didn't seem as executed as well as it could be. It was decent enough, but I wouldn't be in a rush to put it on again. If I had to give it a rating, I'd probably be looking at about. Well, I rated it on Letterboxd. I think I'd give it a 6 out of 10. There was funny bits in it. There's not so funny bits in it where it's trying to be funny. It's very much middle of the road. But I mean, and to be fair, that kind of like middle of the road statement about it is probably 10 times better than some of the hate that's been getting online. People have been absolutely ripping it to bits.
How come? Like, what have they been saying about
it? Just that it's shit. Just that it's
just that
it's shit. Like literally, some of them have just been saying this is a shit movie.
I'll be honest, it sounds shit.
Yeah,
you sound absolutely unenthused about it in any way.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing, to be honest, because I was really looking forward to it. Like I thought.
Here's what I always ask people about films like this.
Go on then.
Would you have had as much time for it if it wasn't stacked with fucking celebrities?
It wasn't the celebrities that drew me in. The thing that drew me in was the Russo brothers directing.
What have they done? I'm not very good with directors. I forget names left, right, and
so
center.
they have done. Russo brothers did The Winter Soldier. They did Civil War. They did Infinity War and Endgame. They did Did you see the movie The Grey Man on Netflix?
Oh yeah,
The action movie.
I thought that was really middle of the road as well.
Oh really? I'd say I really enjoyed that. I thought that was great.
There's a couple of good scenes in it, but I just thought to me it was another one where it was just like, look, it's a film with Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans.
Yeah.
It was all a bit hollow. It just had celebrities in it, you know.
I thought it was fun. I thought it was good. And then some of the action was great. Like some of the fight scenes were great. And I like to see Chris Evans play a bad guy. I think he plays a good.
Yeah, he was alright in it. Yeah, he was having a laugh.
Yeah, he plays a good, cocky bad guy. Yeah, but I mean, there's nothing to write home about with Electric State. It is very middle of the road. It's worth it for if you want something easy to put on and you want a bit of nostalgia, and it's a bit of a family friendly movie. You could put it on quite easily with the kids in the background. There's nothing that's going to frighten them or nothing that I would say is intimidating. It's just there's a bit of an interesting look at, or it could be interpreted as an interesting look at technology and how they use technology in there. Like everybody's kind of zombified because everybody's got these headsets that can hook them up to a droid in their own home. Where I think the premise of the technology is your brain hemispheres can be in two places at once, so you can put the headset on. And you can be doing work in one place with one droid, but you can be relaxing in the Bahamas in another, and it just creates a fantasy land. And I guess it's a good metaphor for nowadays. Like everybody you see nowadays has just got their head stuck in the phone. That's part of the time. Nobody goes to a concert without whipping their phones out and recording it when you could be just watching it, taking it in. I mean, case in point, we went to Disney earlier in the year, and we took the kids to see the fireworks display, and it's on quite late. It's on like 9 o'clock at night, and it kicked off. It started, and as soon as the fireworks started, we were there, the back of the parade. So we've got all these hundreds and thousands of people in front of us, and you got just as much light from everybody lifting their hands up, putting their phones on, than you did from the fucking fireworks.
Yeah,
that's all you could. All you could see was just a sea of mobile phones, and then the fireworks in the distance.
I've been to a few gigs and I've seen the same, where the gigs are just phones.
Yeah,
just all phones. Yeah.
Unbelievable. It was unbelievable. But yeah, the Electric Stairs. Don't rush out to see it. Don't get ready
Trust me,
for
I won't.
DVD release. 6.
It's an Amazon film, innit? Did Amazon make it?
Netflix.
Netflix.
Yeah. Cost a fortune, I think, as well. Like, I'm sure it cost an obscene amount of money.
Oh yeah, and it's full of celebrities, so it's cost a fortune to make.
Because I'm sure it had a massive, massive budget.
I mean, Chris Pratt will be wanting a fortune per film.
Yeah, Marvel royalty. He is Marvel royalty. Yeah, but I bet he's one of the biggest names in the new Avengers movies.
From the sounds of it, I mean, there's not really that many big names left, is there?
Yeah, this is true.
They've all skedaddled.
Netflix spent over $275 million to make the Electric State. That's mad, considering it's not going to get a cinema release, so it's not going to get that budget back. It's just all on subscriptions.
And it doesn't sound very good.
It doesn't sound very, well, it isn't very good. That's a bit harsh. It's not bad, but it's not. It's just.
Is it $200 million good?
I wouldn't be paying fucking $200 million to see it. Yeah.
No, pass from me. It's got Chris Pratt, and it sounds like a very bloodless affair.
It is a very bloodless affair. It's exceptionally bloodless, actually.
It's a kid's film, innit? But it just sounds a bit. I don't know. It just all sounds a bit. And from I've seen a couple of trailers of it. Sounds like filler, you know.
Yeah. What's his face is in it as well? Giancarlo Esposito. I think that's how you pronounce his name.
Oh, Gus.
Yeah, Gus. Gus is in it as well. He plays an ex-army vet that's now a robot bounty hunter, and he uses one of the headsets, so he's just his droids walking about. He plays a pretty good character in there, and he's got a pretty sick little pistol that doesn't shoot bullets, obviously, because it's family friendly. But,
Netflix, yeah.
But fires like a mega red laser, which is quite cool.
Like the Spider-Man cartoons in the 90s.
Yeah.
Well, the bad guys had lasers.
Yeah, but that's it. Electric State. What a state.
Electric 6.
Electric 6. Okay. Well, I remember as well. Remember to like, follow, subscribe. Press the buttons, people. Just the top of the screen or the bottom of the screen, depending on what you're using. And we'll do hot seat. It's my turn to hot seat, Lawson. Fire away.
Right. We'll start off with a question that might provide fuel for the other questions. What would be your top 3 movies?
3.
Yeah, let's go 3.
Let's go 3.
But let's not be too strict about it.
Yeah. I mean, 3's tough. I'm looking at my all-time list on Letterboxd now. Right, okay. First one, top 3.
Doesn't have to be in order.
No, not in any particular order. Would be the 1989 Batman, Michael Keaton. Batman is without a doubt my favorite superhero. The 89 Batman, I mean, we were young, what would have been 7, 8 when it came out. Whenever I think of Batman on the screen, Michael Keaton is the face that I see. I spent hours as a kid, and I mean hours as a kid, like watching, obsessing about that movie, drawing the suit, thinking about how the suit goes together, thinking about how I could make my own suit when I got old enough to, thinking about where I could stash it so I could go be Batman around the streets of Sunderland, thinking about how his grapple gun worked and how I could make my own one of those, and then figuring I couldn't make that, but it'd be alright because I'd just get some rope with a grappling hook on the end of it and just lob it over the top of the buildings.
Ninja style.
Yeah, just ninja style. Go up and like Adam West. So yeah, definitely 1989 Batman would be one of those. And I mean, don't be wrong, I'm not daft. Like I go back and I watch it now, and it's full of flaws.
It's aged, like I noticed that recently as well.
Yeah, it's really aged. And there's some scenes that are just shocking. Like, and I mean, everybody parodies when he goes, "You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts."
Yeah.
Fucking hell. I mean, that's quite painful to watch.
It's the 80s, man. Cocaine was a hell of a drug.
But yeah, I mean, Jack Nicholson was an excellent Joker. The soundtrack was great. Prince soundtrack. I've got that in the car. I think it goes on every now and again.
I mean, was it great?
Yeah, it's great. It's one of the best things about the movie. The car, like, no one can deny that Batmobile is the best on-screen Batmobile that we have ever had.
Definitely best film one.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, 100%.
I think the animated series one was better.
100%.
But that was super stylized.
Yeah, I'll give you that. It's very close.
Yeah.
But
of the films, the Keaton one's 100% the best.
Yeah. And I don't know how much they spent on it, but when he's walking away, he goes Shields, and then Cleases himself.
Very
Oh
cool.
my god, that was enough to finish me off then.
Yeah, that was super cool. That
Yeah, class, absolutely brilliant. That's so cool. Obviously Tim Burton directing it, and he had it.
Danny Elfman score.
He had the lighting. Tim Burton had the lighting and the tone. I mean, it was right up his street. It was right up where he wanted to do with it. But it just worked. The gothic feel of it and the gothic kind of city and atmosphere you got through the whole movie was great. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely negatives in it, and you could pull it a bit. Like, I think it's got one of the slowest car chases you've ever seen in the world.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, like when the parade's happening at the end and they're going down, the Joker's chucking all the money away from the parade, and there's about 20 people there. And if you picture it, picture it in your head, the streets are teeming, and then you look at it in reality when you watch it, and there's about half a dozen people there picking the money up.
It's been a while, but yeah, I remember the parade bit.
Yeah. Then obviously Nicholson pulling out that massive,
he's like, the
15-foot pistol from his trousers and shooting down there. Right. And he had the Batwing had the precision to catch balloons in a pincer at the front, but couldn't hit a man dressed like a Joker in the front of a church with the Gatling guns on the side of it.
Yeah.
But regardless of all of that, that's one of my favourite movies, just because it was probably, I mean, aside from Adam West, it was probably my introduction to Batman. And thinking, this is fantastic. So that's one. Another one from being a kid is The Goonies. And it's probably a popular choice. I think it's a lot of people our age ranges kind of go-to movies from having a great time as when they're a kid.
Yeah, aye.
It's just super nostalgic for me. Like, it reminds me of being a kid. It reminds me of being at home watching movies with my dad. And it just being an absolute adventure, like from start to finish. That, I talked about last week where like movies engrosses and you feel like you're in the movie and you're part of it. I just wanted to be part of that kind of adventure. I wanted to find a treasure map or something hidden or some little mysterious clue that would take us off on an adventure somewhere. I mean, looking back at it now, it probably reflects a little bit of escapism and wanting to go out and kind of go on a journey.
Oh yeah, it's normal kids getting embroiled in an adventure.
Yeah. With
pirates and criminals and monsters and stuff,
Absolutely. And it's another one that I can go back, and if it's on, I'll sit and watch it. And obviously I've got kids of my own, and I can't wait for them to get a little bit older and put it on and have them enjoy it with me for the first time. And they might put it on, they might think this is a load of fucking rubbish. What am I watching this for? But I've held off because I wanted to put that on. I want to enjoy it. I feel like if I put it on now when they're still a bit young, they might go, I thought.
Yeah, they'll not get it yet.
Yeah, they'll not get it yet.
I think they need to be about the age of the kids in the film.
Yeah.
So they feel carried along,
exactly.
On this adventure. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Got so many good points. Actually, seeing that as well, the guy Data from the Goonies, he's actually in Electric State.
All right, he's been in loads lately, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's having a bit of a resurgence. But Goonies is great fun. Pure nostalgia and adventure and good times. Hey, you guys!
Yeah.
I mean, that's quite scary as well when you're a kid. Like that scene when
his reveal was proper scary. I remember that when he threw a chunk in the cell with him and he turns around. And he's like got the chains on and stuff.
Yeah.
That was genuinely scary. Until he realised he was good. He was like a nice character. Yeah.
Before the reveal as well, when they go to the Fratelli's hideout in the lighthouse.
You hear him shouting, don't you? Yeah.
And he goes down to try and follow the map, and he hears him, and he like creeping down the corridor.
Yeah.
And he just sees like the chains rattling about.
He's in that chair, isn't he, watching the telly? Gives him a baby Ruth.
Baby Ruth? Ah!
Chuck.
It's classed up in as well. When Chunk's in the room with him, and he goes, Chunk, it's lost. And he goes, lost.
chunk and like punches him across the room.
Pushes off his chair, yeah.
Oh god, I don't remember the actors' names. Either, the guys who played the Fratelli brothers.
One of them's he's in everything, man. He was in The Matrix.
I can't
He was the
remember.
little shithouse in The
He
Matrix.
was the little shithouse in the Matrix, yeah.
And he was in the Ben Affleck Daredevil.
Yes,
He was the reporter, wasn't he? What's his name?
But they had really good
never
banter
mind.
as well. I'll tell you his name.
All the Fratellis were great. Yeah, they were really funny.
Yeah.
And the mother was scary as well. I remember that bit.
Yeah.
I remember the bit at the car chase at the beginning. That was great in the big black SUV.
Yeah, another one where the soundtrack's great.
Yeah, good soundtrack. I wonder who did the soundtrack.
Yeah.
Probably John Williams, right? It's a Spielberg film.
Likely. I'll tell you in a second. I'll tell you the podcast up first. I hate it when it does that one. It doesn't give you a proper...
Aren't they making a sequel to Goonies?
Oh, probably.
I'm sure I heard they were doing a sequel because Josh Brolin's in for it.
Just don't wreck it.
They will.
Just don't wreck it.
They're gonna.
Corey Feldman. Stuff. Yeah.
I'm sure he's got an Italian name.
Yeah, I can't pronounce it. I've just found it. I can't pronounce it. Joe Pantoliano.
Yes, that's his name. Yeah.
And then Robert Davey. That's Jake, isn't it? That's the other one.
I can see his face, but I can't remember his name or where else he was in. Yeah.
Who did the score for it? Steven Spielberg, Richard Donner, Chris Columbus movie. I mean, come on.
All the hits there, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't get much better than that, really. I'd be able to find it. It'll be on there somewhere. Richard Donner. No, it's not. What's his face?
Dave Grusin.
Dave Grusin, yeah. But great. So that's 2 and 3. I don't want to say another Batman movie. Right, well, before I do 3, honorable mentions will be to Big Trouble in Little China. Another kind of similar tone, like great adventure movie. Little bits of martial arts in it that I loved. Obviously, you know, I'm a big martial arts guy. Like I grew up spending a lot of time doing martial arts as growing up. Jack Burton is one of the coolest characters I've seen in any kind of movie. I really got a lot of time for Kurt Russell. Another honourable mention is a bit of a controversial choice, or very controversial actually. I'm guaranteed to get some shit for this online. But my favourite Star Wars movie is Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, you're mad for that one, like.
No,
yeah.
It's not mad. But
it is.
It's just the timing, I think, of Return of the Jedi for me. It landed at the right time when I was just going, oh, movies are great. I'm really starting to enjoy them. What's this guy doing with a laser sword? Like, and it just hit right for me. And I know I mean I get stick off everybody I tell about that because everybody's favorite's Empire. But Return of the Jedi
it is the better film. Like,
it's just great. It's
Jedi's a bit too mad.
It is mad. And again, I'm not daft. Like I can go back. And when I watch the original trilogy again, because I do go back and watch them through again and again and again. From the original 3, it's probably the worst story of the 3 of them. Do you know what I mean? Like it's probably the bottom of the list in reality. Empire is just great, and the original Star Wars is fantastic. But no matter how good the movies are, they don't make me feel as good as I do when I'm watching Return of the Jedi. There's just something about it that just takes me back to being a kid, seeing his lightsaber green and thinking that's class. That is amazing. Just everything about that movie just makes me think of being a kid and wanting to be a Jedi and wanting to be able to use the Force, and it just completely captivates us every time I watch it. But anyway, honorable mention for that one. So number 3, the final one of me 3. Is Terminator 2. I mean, there's nothing really you can say about Terminator 2 that everybody hasn't already said before. The sci-fi aspect of it blew my tiny little mind, and I mean tiny little mind because I'll have only been about 9 or 10 when it came out. I remember being
a couple of years later when by the time I got around to that point where it was coming on to Sky.
Yeah, when it was coming on to telly and video and stuff,
Yeah.
91 it came out.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously we didn't have Sky, but my sister did. My sister had already kind of moved out and had Sky of her own in her own home. And I must have reminded her about 1,000 times not to forget to record it so I could watch it. And it was great. The effects now still hold up. Like for a movie that's what 33-year-old. And there's very little in that movie now that doesn't look good.
Yeah, it still looks great. Yeah.
I can put it on. I can again put it on and watch it anytime if I want to just see some great action. There's bits of cheesiness in it, really, if you overanalyze it and look too much. But it's fantastic. It's fantastic. There's loads of bits that I could pick out that I love. Loads of little bits that I love. Is like the little touches, like when they're breaking out Sarah Connor from the mental asylum. And the T-1000 sees them and is walking through, and he kind of phases through the bars. And his body phases through, but the gun doesn't that he's got in his hand, and it kind of traps in the bars. So he's got a twist to get it through. That was great. That's a great touch. Obviously, like the little splash effects that he gets every time he gets hit.
Yeah.
They looked phenomenal. It's peak kind of Arnie. I don't think there's a better Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. Maybe you get close with Predator, but I don't think you get better than Terminator 2. The scene when they're on the bike, on the scrambler, and the T-1000's chasing them in the waterways.
Yeah, the LA River. Yeah.
Oh, great. It's just tense, and it's the peak of Terminator movies as well. Like, so one was one was good, 2 was phenomenal, and then the rest have not been anywhere near since.
No.
Not been anywhere near.
No, they've never been close. For all they've tried, they have tried everything. That's another franchise I think they just need to let go.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see another Terminator movie, but I don't want them to put out another 6 turds before they get to a good one. I just want to see a good one, and I don't think it's going to happen. So I'd rather they'll call it a day.
No, they'll not do a good one because it needs to be. I think it needs to be an 18. It's a film about an assassin, essentially.
Yeah.
But they don't want to do 18s anymore. They want to do 15s.
Yeah, exactly.
Max.
And when you go back,
if they could, they'd make a 12 if they could to get bums on seats.
Yeah, 100%. And I went back and I watched just last year. Actually, I went back and watched all the Terminator movies again. And the first Terminator movie, it feels very much like a horror movie. Like there's not big action pieces.
Yeah,
in it.
Yeah.
There's the sci-fi
thrillers.
In there.
Yeah, it's like sci-fi thrillers. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's very intimidating. Like, because there's not much dialogue from Arnie. It's just kind of very machine-like, very kind of coming at you, almost like Michael Myers with a gun, if you like. Just this unrelenting, unstoppable thing that you can't do anything about other than run away from. Yeah. But that's it. That's my 3. If I had to pick 3, and like I said, no particular order. They probably change, and there's probably there is a lot more honourable mentions that I could think about and pull in there. But they are 3 that always kind of hit home for me. Goonies, Batman, and Terminator 2.
So going on that, there's a lot of like nostalgia stuff, sort of like big sort of hits of the day.
Yeah.
Is that like a big part of films, like films that you like for you? Does it need that nostalgic sort of?
Yeah, I mean, particularly nowadays, because I mean, we chat about this all the time. Like everybody knows, and everybody will know just from listening. Anybody that's listened to more than a couple episodes of the podcast, that I'm in the bag for superheroes and comic books and all that kind of thing. Anything from that genre is just the world I grew up in, the world I love. But in saying that, you don't get as much variety from movies anymore because of that. Like the last 10 years, the biggest hitting movies of the last 10 years have all been superhero movies. And I think you've got to go back to probably the 90s before you got that kind of variety and different kind of selection. And I probably had a wider selection of taste when it came to movies back as a kid, because there wasn't any big franchises like that were around. There was all just kind of one shots, or maybe you'd get a sequel, or maybe you get a couple of sequels that weren't great.
but everything was different. There was a lot more variety. So when I go back and I think about my favorite movies, as much as I love the superhero movies of now, that the nostalgia kind of feel of watching movies in the 90s. Like my first cinema trip was going to see as a kid was going to see Hook with Robin Williams.
Jesus.
Yeah, that was great fun as a kid. Going to see standing in a queue around the block on a high street in Sunderland to get in and see Jurassic Park before it came out. On one of the first couple of release days and standing for like fucking an hour in the queue before you even got in. Like all those feelings and all those senses, they're all gone now. Like my boys will never experience that because it just doesn't exist anymore. Everything's on demand. Everything's a click of a button away. And I still remember standing in the queue and outside to go and see those films, to go and see Jurassic Park and Independence Day and fucking Batman Forever for my sins. And
that sense of anticipation is definitely gone.
Yeah.
Waiting to see, because even while we were adults, we would still like wait to see a movie, like we'd like for it to come out,
Yeah.
And there were big things, like but then we didn't have this machine that we've got now, which is not like, like say like Spider-Man 2, like everybody was waiting for Spider-Man 2 because it was looking great from the trailers, just as an example. But like there wasn't much else as far as like media wise. And the same can go for Star Wars as well. Like even the prequels were waiting for them because there wasn't much else.
No.
But now we saw like drowning in franchise stuff. So Star Wars, Transformers, like if there's not a film, there's a TV show. If there's not a TV show, there's a game, or there's a comic, or like there's something. So now there's no like anticipation to wait for the next big Star Wars movie, say, because there's already 20 Star Wars things already coming out.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
even before it gets
week.
to that point, and you get teaser on teaser on trailer on trailer.
You've seen the film before the film's out.
Yeah, exactly. Uh-huh. And I mean, if you go back and watch some of the 90s trailers, they give you the fucking movie in the trailer.
Oh yeah, 90s trailers are the worst for it.
Yeah, but when you seen the trailer and you weren't expecting it, you're like, oh, holy shit, they're making this film.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was great. Like the Blade movie, when that came out, I didn't know they were doing it. Obviously, I was a big comic book guy when I was a kid, and I seen the trailer for it, and I thought, Jesus Christ, they're making a superhero movie. Brilliant. Well, yeah, definitely. So now when I think about movies and I think about movies I love, I think about the experiences that I had when I went and seen them as well. And don't get me wrong, like I love. I mean, you've heard me gush about them a million times before about the Marvel movies and some of the DC movies of recent years, but nothing I don't think will come close to having that kind of experience I had as a kid of going to the cinema and physically going generally with my dad to see these kind of big movies on release days and Sunday afternoons watching movies at home.
So on about franchises and stuff like that, what do you think is like a franchise that's been missed out and that probably has legs? That you think has been missed out on? See, for me, I always think Spawn.
That's a good shout.
Not so much missed out, but just one that you think would really, given the right attention, would be sort of,
Yeah, great. I don't know. You see a lot of them now, don't you? Like I thought like a lot of times about the things that I watched as a kid that might transpose well into movies. Like I think of Thundercats. But yeah, but I think nowadays I don't think you'd get a live action out of it. I think they'd try and do an animated one.
Yeah.
Again,
Thundercats is too weird to do live action.
Yeah.
It's too much makeup, too much prosthetics involved. Actors don't like having their faces hidden. They hate it.
They tried to do obviously they tried to do G.I. Joe, which had its success in its own right, but it was
they were rough.
Yeah, very rough movies. A lot of minor ones that are my favorite kind of characters and franchise people, if you like, are ones are superheroes that have had their shot.
sometimes they need to be let go of, like they need to let go of like the Terminator and the sci-fi bits like that they just try to play out to death.
What you doing all over this one?
They're trying with it now, but Avatar, the Last Airbender, obviously it's just
right.
had a movie.
They've tried that twice, haven't they?
Yeah, so they had the Shyamalan had the movie, which was a tragedy. And Netflix have just done a series, which was good. It was good. Didn't blow me away, but it was good.
I'm not saying either.
But the animated show,
cartoon, but I didn't know about it.
Yeah, the animated show is unbelievable.
Is it?
Oh, it's
I've seen a few bits here and there, but I did not. Yeah, it was after my time.
Yeah, really good. It is really, really good.
Yeah. I know it's got a massive fan base. Like everybody loves it. It's the third crack of Airbender then.
Yeah, third crack of Airbender. Well, season two of the Netflix ones on the way.
Oh, they're still going, right? Is that being cancelled?
No. Well, Dragon Ball, of course.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah. There's a one for you. But again, it's a tricky one, and the Dragon Ball movie was after Dragon Ball Evolution.
Oh yeah, that was bad.
If there was ever a movie to wipe from existence, it would be that, because that is painfully bad.
Yeah, I remember that. Like, yeah, that was poor.
Oh.
That was producers don't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah.
Buying a license and not having a single clue what to do with it.
But yeah, I think that there's loads of potential there to do a good run of movies. Even if you just kept it to Z, you'd get what 1, 2, 3, 4 good movies out of it.
A lot to pack in, like.
Yeah, there's a lot to pack in, but I mean, there's also not, because there's so much exposition in some of the episodes.
Oh God, yeah, they could trim hours out of each season. Yeah,
easy. Obviously, we're going to see a He-Man movie sometime in the near future.
Yeah, aye.
That would be good. I mean, I know we spoke about it before. We spoke about it a couple of times, to be honest. But if that was set on Eternia and not on Earth, I think it'd be so much better. I don't think they need to do it on Earth. Have you heard a bit of what the story is?
So I remember something about it being like Adam was like smuggled to Earth as a baby or something to escape the war, and then he finds the sword and he starts remembering who he is or some shit like that. I think that's the like gist of it. Yeah. And everybody's looking for the sword and they come into contact with him. Yeah. I mean, I'm a bit pissed off about Jared Leto getting Skeletor. I think that's a dire bit of casting. Like, yeah. I remember the trailer coming out for that He-Man Revelations.
Oh yeah. The Kevin Smith one.
Yeah. And the trailer was fucking amazing. With it was I Need a Hero, the music.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And it was such a good trailer. Like just like the edit of the trailer, the way it was put together was brilliant. And then the show came out and it was absolutely dire. Yeah. It was shocking. It was like because I mean He-Man died in the first episode.
Yeah, it was another difficult one to watch.
And the whole show was about Teela, like making friends with the bad guys. And it did that shit that I hate, where bad guys become good guys. You know, like Beastman was like a good guy all along, sort of thing.
Yeah,
I hate that crap. I fucking hate it. Yeah. I think that's what I like about that old stuff, is that bad guys were bad guys and good guys were good guys.
Yeah, there's no and then, blurred lines. It's just that's it.
Yeah, but you do get the odd moment where they show a bit of niceness, you know, and it makes it all the more important for that fact.
Yeah, the thing that frustrated me about that was that if they wanted to make a show about Teela, they could have just made a Teela show and just
make a show called Teela.
Yeah, just spin it off.
That's cool.
Spin it off. That's fine.
People like Teela. No, nobody ever disliked Teela.
No.
Yeah, that was dire. Anyway, good trailer. Yeah. On a similar context, comic books are like, I know you're big into your comic book films.
Yeah.
But I think the wheels have come off the comic book film love affair of pumping every comic for a movie now. What do you think is next? Because they're going to start looking elsewhere. Do you think you're going to go back to books? Or do you think you're going to move on to video games? Or what do you think is going to be next on the chopping block?
Well, I mean, as much as there's a lot of good video games out there that I think could be good movies if they were done right, we don't really have a good history with that. Like, there's not many.
Yeah, it's got a bad history. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not many
good movies that have been made based on video games.
But comic books had their own shit movies made for a long time.
This is true.
Before Spider-Man 1, really. Well, Blade and Spider-Man 1, I think they were the vanguards of good comic book movies.
Yeah, this is true. And there's definitely characters in there that I like to watch, like I'd like to see.
I mean, Last of Us has done well.
The Last of Us has done well. I'd like to see Kratos in a God of War movie. I think that would be really cool.
Mm-hmm.
An Aloy movie from Horizon.
Yeah, Horizon.
That would be brilliant. Definitely be a one I'd see, and I'm pretty sure they're doing an anime based on that. But as a movie, I think it'd be great. Massive potential.
I mean, they play like movies already, don't they? Really?
Yeah.
Especially God of War. God of War is very cinematic.
Oh
as
yeah,
a game.
yeah, hugely. There you go. There's a franchise that's not been adapted into movies at all. I mean, it's had a couple of animated movies. Final Fantasy.
Yeah, it's
You just pick the world,
it's
but
tough.
if it was based on the characters of Final Fantasy VII, you could get a handful of movies out of that.
Oh yeah, you would turn 7 into a couple of films, yeah, because that's what, like 30 hours long or something.
Yeah, definitely.
At least, yeah.
But anyway, back to this one, back to books. I mean, it'd be nice to see them do some work on books, because there will, as much as they must have, I was going to say dozens, but it's likely to be thousands of potential script ideas, of new ideas that they've got sitting somewhere.
Oh, they'll all be.
They'll go to somewhere that's already embedded in people's minds to get the money from it. But I'm always going to be in the bag for anything that's original. If something comes out that's original, I'd give it a go. Yeah, my heart kind of says make some decent video game movies, but I don't think that they will. I mean, if they did, great, but I wouldn't pin my hopes on it so much. Too many that had burned from the past. I remember going to the cinema as a kid. Actually, I remember going to the cinema to see Street Fighter. That was brutal.
God, that was dire. Well, going from that on to my last question.
Go on, then.
Of all the failed video game movies, which one do you think is due? Which one do you think is due a good remake, and how would you do it?
Ooh.
What would you change about it?
Oh, I like that question. That's a good question. Let's have a look and see what video game movies there are, just so I can feel them fresh in my head.
I bet you can count the good ones on like 2 fingers or something.
Yeah, there's not a lot, is there?
Nah. Silent Hill, that was good. It's scary. You'll not like it.
Oh, really?
I mean, I say it's scary. You know, it has some very creepy moments. But I mean, it's a creepy game.
As much as, and you know my feeling on the game, there's probably legs in getting a good Doom movie out there. Do that well.
Yeah, I mean the movie was rubbish, and he probably could have made a better film. But I think the game's a tough one to turn into a film. So it's a bit one note. It's just action. It's just constant action. And the main character of the games is he's just like violence incarnate. He doesn't do anything else.
Overrated. They tried a couple of times, I think.
I've seen the Angelina Jolie one, the first one. I've not seen the newer one based on the newer games.
Yeah, it was alright.
Yeah, I enjoyed the new game. But the first one of the new ones, I didn't play many. Yeah.
It's another painful one. There's got to be more that I've watched, and I thought, Jesus Christ.
Let's have a look. I've got a list here. Super Mario, Mortal Kombat, Resident Evil films. They were pretty rubbish.
Yeah. Did you watch
Hitman? Street Fighter.
The pretty recent Resident Evil one? The one, was it Welcome to Raccoon City?
No, I've not seen any of them for ages. I've watched a couple here and there, but I ended up turning them off. They're all just dire.
Yeah.
What else have we got? Warcraft. Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic's been good, actually.
Yeah, I watched the first one. That was decent. I've not seen any of the others.
Yeah, so there's a couple. It's not a movie, but Halo, the show wasn't great. That could have been a good movie. It's another one where they've got the story there. The story pretty much writes itself for them, and they just went off on a tangent.
Yeah. It was using a license to write their own story. Which is what they always do these days. They just, we're using the universe to tell a new story.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that. Tell the old story. That's why people like the old story.
Yeah. What about you? Is there any that you would want to see come or have another shot at the
video game franchises?
Yeah. Have another bite at the carrot, so to speak.
I think Resident Evil. I mean, Resident Evil 1 was a very cinematic game when it came out on the PlayStation all them years ago. That's definitely got a good horror movie in it.
Yeah.
And they just need to do it. They just need to do the game in a film.
Yeah. Keep it contained.
Yeah. Why they have to have Mila Jovovich constantly backflipping around the place and shooting Uzis at everything and doing Matrix Kung Fu. I've no idea. Just make a horror film. The first one was as close as it got, and even that took some very large steps away from the source material.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, because the first game was so good. At the time it was cheesy, but like nothing that couldn't be repaired with writing. Yeah, great setting, spooky mansion with an underground lab, monsters all over the place. It was just, it's great.
Yeah.
Great horror movie potential. But yeah, that's just a vehicle for Jovovich to get paid now, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think Street Fighter's probably got a good show in it, like a series.
Yeah, I think you just have to. I think there's too many characters. You'd have to pick one character.
It's got to be a tournament.
Yeah.
I think you have a gang of like the good aligned characters, and then a few randoms like Dalsim and Blanca.
Yeah.
And then you've got like the core bad guys,
Yeah.
and just have a tournament series. Each episode's a different fight.
Yeah, that'd be quite cool.
With like a bit of like the way they do these anime ones now, like Baki and stuff like that, and that other one is it Kenshin Summit?
Yeah.
The tournament where each episode's a fight.
Yeah.
And just have the like whatever backstory you need, because these things don't need they don't need like complex layered plots and things like that. Just
no, it just needs to be
just action, just good fights. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. We don't need like to introduce new characters. Some plucky young reporter girl, who gets into scrapes in the background.
Yeah, well, case in point, the character that they tried to introduce in the last Mortal Kombat movie.
Yeah, like shit like that. Like, yeah, just nobody wants it.
Yeah, nobody wants it. Nobody cares.
Especially like Mortal Kombat. It's got more characters than I've had at dinners to pull from. and yet they still managed to introduce a character more boring than even the most boring.
Yeah.
And Mortal Kombat's got some fucking boring characters.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
And they still managed to pull it off. It's incredible.
There's just so many reskins of different characters in there that it's just...
Yeah, I mean, there's just tons over the years. They've pumped tons of characters out, and they came up with a new, even more boring. Any superpower was getting beaten up. It was just, yeah. That film was so much potential in that film, because so much of it was good.
Yeah,
like Sub-Zero was brilliant in it.
The first couple scenes, or the first scene was brilliant.
Yeah, Scorpion, he was great in it. I mean, they all had hints of. The casting was really good. All the cast looked bang on. Yeah, that Mortal Kombat, and it's getting a freaking sequel. So
yeah, it's getting a sequel. Was pictures of it released the other day that I seen with Carl Urban in.
Yeah, so Shao Kahn. Yeah,
I love Carl Urban, but I think he's too old for Johnny Cage.
Like in a film like that where he's supposed to be fighting. Yeah. Johnny Cage was a Van Damme, wasn't he? He was like a Van Damme analog. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, that's all I've got for you.
All right. I've thought of another franchise as well.
Go on,
I'm always thinking of this fucking franchises all night now. And I know they're coming back and doing another run at the show or another follow-up to the show. But you'd probably get, I think there's a good couple of movies in the Buffy franchise.
Yeah.
I think if you made it, keep the kind of witty banter that it had in. But I think you could potentially push it and make it a little bit darker, make it a little bit more brutal, make the vampires a little bit more violent.
Yeah, you could certainly get away with a bit more than the show. The show was the show was. But then that repeated in
it was family friendly, wasn't it? It was.
Yeah.
But I think you could push that. You could push the boundaries of that a little bit, I think.
Yeah, Buffy was great. Yeah, Buffy was really good. Timeless as well. Like the concept of it's, like a chosen one. It's the classic chosen one story. Yeah. She just happens to be a cheerleader.
Yeah. All right then. So the last bit that we're going to do is we've got a random wheel, or how would you call it, roulette table of some of the movies that we spoke about over the last couple of weeks. So there's 5 movies that have come from my points, my discussions, 5 that have come from Paul's. We're going to spin the wheel. Whatever movie it lands on, good or bad, we're going to have it on in the background in next week's episode, and we'll hit play at the same time, and we'll talk through. We'll talk about other things as well, because the conversation is about to spin on and go on from whatever.
Yeah, we'll probably watch bugger all of the films.
Yeah, exactly. But there'll be points in the film that we'll watch and we'll pick up and we'll start talking about them. So a bit of a rundown of what we've got on the list. So we've got, from top to bottom in no particular order, Willow, Transformers 1, The Last Starfighter, Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, Avatar 2, The Way of Water, Dragon Ball Broly, Dark Crystal, Black Widow, Blair Witch, the 99 one, and Flash Gordon. So I think I just click anywhere in here to spin, and then that is it. Wheel is spinning.
Last Starfighter.
The selection is... Oh, no.
Or is it Blair Witch?
We have a winner, Willow.
Gideon. You'll enjoy it, man. You'll love it. It's going to be one of your favourite films.
Well, time will tell. Okay, so yeah, we'll both be able to grab a copy of Willow online. We'll sit back, we'll press play.
Yeah,
we'll tell you when we
yeah.
want to press play. Be good for you guys as well. Like when the episode comes out, just load it up, line it up. We'll tell you when to hit play, and then you'll be able to see what we're talking about in real time. And that's us. That's just over an hour. So unless you've got any other questions you want to throw at me before we go, Lawson, I think that's it.
No, I think that's it.
Yeah. As always, thanks for listening. Thanks for taking the time. Episode 9. So it's probably episode 10 is quite a good one for a kind of
there we go.
watch along. It's a nice little break point. We could even say that we'll do it like every 10 at a default. We'll make sure that we'll pick a movie for every 10 episodes. Be sure to hit like and subscribe and follow and everything else. There will be a jingle one day. I will get around to getting one from somewhere.
Bollocks.
But for now, you'll just have to put up with me trying to remember. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you next week. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to this week's episode of the Old Pods podcast. I'm Alan. This is Paul.
Hello.
We're recording this week in between a special watch along that we're doing of Willow that will be out soon. We've got the second part to watch. But just with the passing of Val Kilmer, we thought it quite apt to put an episode out in between, just to send our condolences along to the friends and family and everybody that knew him. And particularly since the watch along that we're doing is Willow. So it just felt apt that we put that out after doing this kind of episode. But yeah, I mean, 65, he was still quite young. He was around for a lot of the movies that I loved growing up, particularly for me in Top Gun and Batman Forever. We speak about it briefly in the watch along that we're talking about, how he pitched up in a couple of movies that we liked. But I think that definitely Top Gun and Batman were the big ones for me. I mean, I don't know if obviously Willow was you're a big fan of Willow, Lawson. Is there any more that kind of stand out for you from Val Kilmer's kind of backlog? Or?
He was in one called The Ghost in the Darkness about the lions with Michael Douglas, I think. I'm sure it's Michael Douglas. That was banging. I don't know if you've seen that. You probably not. You pissed your pants at it. Yeah, about two man-eater lions, and he's a hunter that teams up with Michael Douglas to kill them.
All right, 80s or 90s?
90s, I think.
Like an action movie.
Yeah. I think it's set in Africa, obviously. I think it's set in like sort of like late 1800s, early 1900s, something like that.
Right.
And it's based on a true story. I'm sure it's a true story of these two male lions that sort of go rogue and start eating the locals. I'm sure it's like a train company or something brings in Val Kilmer and Michael Douglas to kill them. Or they bring in one and then the other, and then they hire the other. You know, this job's too big for me, sort of thing.
All right, okay.
I think they might bring in Val Kilmer, or he's their man, and then they subsequently hire Michael Douglas, I think, because he's like the top hunter, you know.
Yeah. That sounds cool. I've never heard anything about that before. What's it called?
The Ghost in the Darkness.
The Ghost in the Darkness.
I think I'll Google just because it might be The Ghost in the Darkness.
It's not one I've even heard of before.
Yeah, The Ghost in the Darkness, 1996.
What was Batman Forever? Was that 95?
Yes, 95.
Yeah, someone's been on the back of that. No, I've never even heard of it. I'll give it a look, though.
It's good. Yeah, it's really good. It's
I like Val Kilmer and I like Michael Douglas as well. So it's...
Yeah. Oh, there it is. John Patterson, a British engineer. That's Kilmer. Charles Remington tried to kill 2 deadly lions that attack workers who are assigned to build a bridge over a river. It's great. I really enjoyed it. I think Kev really liked it. No, it's one of Kev's.
Yeah.
I remember Kev had the video, the VHS, when we were youths. What else was he in? Tombstone.
Oh yeah, that was a really good movie. That
banging
actually,
film that, and he's arguably he steals the show with Doc Holliday.
That's a great movie.
Partly due to the writer as well, like, because just these lines in that are absolutely great.
Yeah.
Well,
I've never seen that in the longest time. The longest time.
I've watched it a few times over the years. I'll just stick it on every now and then because it's just so enjoyable.
I bet it's at least 20 to 25 years since I've seen that.
God, he's been in loads.
Oh, yeah, he's got a good filmography. I mean, obviously, mine are pretty like generic, like the ones you instantly think of. But whenever I think of Val Kilmer, I think of Batman and Top Gun. The Top Gun was great. It was the kind of thing that made me want to be like. I think you watched it as a kid and thought, oh yeah, I can do that. I can be a fighter pilot. That's cool as fuck. Run around and be absolutely ripped and play volleyball on the beach in my spare time. And then Batman, I rave about Batman all the time.
Oh yeah, what was that?
And Forever's not the best Batman movie by a long stretch. But we said when we did the first part of Willow that he probably deserved another crack at it. Like he could have done a good job given the right kind of script, I think.
He certainly wasn't the worst part of that film, like, yeah, absolutely.
No.
Just looking at some of his other films now. He's in one called Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, that was good.
Oh, with Downey. Yeah, that is a good movie. Yeah.
It's like a kind of comedy thriller-ish kind of thing.
Yeah, I remember that being pretty funny, actually. I remember going to the cinema to see that and thinking that was really good.
It was a weird one. It just sort of fell under the radar a little bit, but it was brilliant.
Wasn't it like a bit of a mistaken identity from Downey, didn't he?
Yeah, I think one was like a hitman or something. Or
yeah, he fell into something,
one was a bank robber or something like that. Let's have a look. I've got these thingy of
it. Was it Amy Smart? Amy Smart in it as well?
I don't know, maybe. Private detective, that was it. A thief pretending to be an actor gets involved in a murder investigation.
Yeah, because doesn't he go into detective? He's trying to hide from somebody. He ends up in like an audition room, doesn't he?
Mm.
And because he's distressed, they think he's acting and go, "Oh yeah, hide."
Shane Black.
I watched it. Iron Man 3 was on the other day. That's a Shane Black movie.
Oh, dreadful.
My thoughts of Iron Man 3 as well.
Oh god, yeah, he was in that film Wonderland as well. Val Kilmer. It's a film called Wonderland about John Holmes, the porn star.
Oh, yeah.
From like the 70s maybe. John Holmes was famous. But yeah, it's about because John Holmes was involved in all kinds of shady stuff like drugs and prostitutes, and like he was just he was up to his neck in it sort of thing. And they made a film called Wonderland, and Val Kilmer played John Holmes in that.
Wonderland.
It's really good. Yeah, it's like a true story type thing. I've not seen that in years. I've got the DVD somewhere because I remember watching it thinking it was great, and I bought the DVD. I'll have to rewatch that. Yeah, I remember really enjoying it. Yeah, Tombstone 93. The Island of Dr. Moreau, which is legendary.
Did you say Tombstone was 93?
Yeah, 93.
Jesus, I thought it was more recent than that.
Huh.
Island of Dr. Monroe.
Moreau, not Monroe.
That's what I said, isn't it? Monroe?
No, it's not
Is it
Monroe
or Monroe?
It's Morrow.
Morrow.
I think it's M-O-R. How do you spell it? M-O-R-E-A-U.
Island of Monroe. No, not Monroe. Morrow.
Yeah. Just put the Island of Doctor and it'll show up.
Oh, fuck. Come on. I'm typing the wrong thing. I keep typing fucking Monroe. Island of Dr.
It's
Monroe.
like a sci-fi. It's a remake, I think. I think it's based on a book about a mad professor played by Marlon Brando, and he's combining human and animal DNA. He's creating new species and stuff like that. And I think Val Kilmer's like a reporter or something.
Oh,
or an
yes,
investigator who goes to see what's going on. And it's like there's loads of like mad shit going on. And it was apparently a mental shoot. There was all kinds of problems with like Marlon Brando and Val Kilmer. There's loads of stories legendary about the chaos on set and the production meddling and stuff like that. Apparently, it was a bit of a cursed film. I remember seeing the trailer years ago and thinking it looked absolutely amazing because of the effects. But yeah,
it all looks practical. Just looking at the images, and now it all looks like practical effects.
There is a lot of practical, but I think there was some early CGI stuff in it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I saw the film and it was just bonkers, absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it's got some poor ratings. Like just looking at it.
Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, it's really shocking.
Maybe he's not add that one to the list.
But yeah, it's very troubled.
But I'll put the other two on to watch. What was the other two we've just been on about? The Lion one.
Ghost in the Darkness.
Yeah, and
Wonderland.
Yeah, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang probably worth another go as well, to be honest.
Yeah, and give Tombstone a watch as well while you're on. Anyway, talking shite at you.
Yes, we are. Rest in peace, Val Kilmer. Again, condolences to the family, friends, the people that knew him, everybody that was kind of close to him. It's never good. 65's a young age. Yeah, we send our best. Okay, on to some brighter bits and bobs. Last week or this week or whichever way you want to look at it. CinemaCon's been happening. We're trying to stay away from doing too much of pulling bits of news and articles and stories and bits like that because it's not interesting a lot of the time. It's not stuff that we're really interested in or excited about. But there's been a couple of big trailers that we, well, I'm saying excited about. I'm probably excited about one of them. The other ones are ones that are going to be big hitters, so there'll be ones that I'll watch definitely, but whether or not they'll be good, time will tell. First one of which, well, not so much a trailer, but a little sneak peek of Superman we had. A bit more of Crypto. Takes up the injured Superman back to the Fortress of Solitude, which looks amazing. I love the way that it kind of emerges from the snow, from the Icelands, and then in with all the robots. And we briefly mentioned it before we started recording. I don't think either of us knew there were so many of the robots in the fortress. I knew there was Kalex, but I didn't know there was a fleet of them or an army of them. There must be from some particular story, Superman.
I don't know shit about all that.
Nonsense. Yeah, being picked about all. And the robots take him in and they put him on a bed and they examine him and they shine the sunlight at him and they heal him. And it looks good. And then it goes into some other little bits that we've already seen from the previous trailer. Biggest takeaway for me is the biggest thing that
does it look good, Men's?
Yeah, the biggest thing for me is that it looks good, it looks vibrant, it looks very clean and crisp and clear. The biggest thing that I like about it is it's not trying to be grounded. I don't think it's not trying to be set in like the real world, so to speak. Do you know what I mean?
It's not that gritty, dark shit that Snyder was peddling. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's very much Superman's world. Like everything's kind of the way you would expect it to be in the comic books. It's very vibrant, it's very bold, it's very colourful. Everything's dialed up to a 10. Like Crypto's a 10, jumping about and bouncing all over him. The robots are a 10. They're exactly how we would read them in a comic. It's almost like it's geared away a little bit from trying to tailor it purely for adults and be an adult kind of Superman story to be across the board and be a Superman story for everybody. It's very much and I guess I'm going to say it. It's in the DC universe. I liked it. I thought it was good.
I mean, at this point, what is the DC universe? It isn't anything. This is reboot number God knows what of DC trying to get its fucking act together. And again, it's full of other characters, and they doing what they did last time. They're trying to run before they can walk. They want to jump in at Infinity War.
without doing the
individual films. And that's not necessarily the only way to do it, just because it worked for Marvel. But it's quite clear that that's what they're trying to do. And if this comes out and it's a turd, I've no doubt in 3 years' time there'll be yet another relaunch of one of the properties, whether it's Wonder Woman or or something. It'll be like another spin of the wheel, and this time we'll try something else. They might animate it, or they might use fucking puppets like Team America. Who knows? It's
fuck Team America.
They've done gritty, They've done super gritty. They're going to try comic book, and next they're going to try something else.
I agree. I think even if, and I don't think it will, but I think even if it does bomb, that 100% they'll go, all right, well, we'll give it a little bit of a break and then we'll try again.
I don't think it's going to bomb, but I don't think it's going to be that good. I've got a feeling it's going to be a bit of a letdown.
I'm hopeful for it.
I'm hopeful because I like Superman. I think Superman's a good character, and I don't think they've really had a good crack of it since Christ. Probably since Christopher Reeve was still playing him. Saying that Man of Steel was all right.
I did see a funny little reel the other day of like it was Christopher Reeve getting hit with like a load of bullets and just standing and taking them, and then it went a cut to Brandon Routh and he got like shot in the eyeball, and it was that scene in the eye and the bullet dropped, and then it cut to Tyler Hoechlin from the series and he was getting bullets bounced off him, and then it cut to Henry Cavill. And he was getting hit with something or other, and he was just stood, just taking it. I think it was the scene in the bar in Man of Steel when the guy tries to push him and it doesn't even faze him. He just stands there and takes it. And then I cut to the clip from the trailer of him getting the can bounce off the back of his head and flinching with it.
That stood out to me a mile, absolute mile.
It did make me chuckle. I thought that was quite funny.
Yeah. I just don't know. Yeah, I
thought it was a nice comparison because I was watching. I was thinking, where they're going with this, and they're just building everything up, Chris, and they cut the current sweat and the can bounced off his head and then like flinching. And I thought, oh yeah, that's quite funny.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's going to be not another Guardians film, but it's going to be a James Gunn film. He's got a style,
Yes,
like Suicide Squad and Guardians, they were the same. Like they were just the same films. And I don't know if it will mesh with Superman as a character. I mean, it's got other characters in, obviously, but I don't know. And seeing more of the dog jump around, the fact the dog's in it gets on my nerves.
How can you not love the dog?
Well, I mean, it's I don't know. The cynic in me just says it's DC saying, right, we want the dog in because we've already got China pumping out fucking 10 million of these dog teddies, and it's going to be on cups and it's going to be on t-shirts, it's going to be on fucking everything.
Yeah, there'll be memes galore of the dog.
Well, they'll probably be dumping them now because they're getting tariffed out the arsehole. But yeah, and seeing it jump around, it's just going to be, get a Pupperino in for the doggo fans. Just
I don't know. I don't think it depends. It depends which way the film goes, and at what point they drop it in. But I don't think they'll put much more of the dog in than what we're seeing in the trailer just now. I hope
not. I hope it's not one of them where the dog comes and saves the day in the end.
I don't think it will be. The same with some of the other characters. Like, I don't think that they'll play massive parts in it. Like, I think they're going to be there to get people in the door and get people thinking like, oh, it's going to be a big universe. I hope not. Anyway, it might just be me being optimistic, but I hope that just the little.
I mean, you hope it will be a Superman film at the end of the day, not.
Yeah, exactly.
Not
I hope you just see little teasers
of
them, and then it focuses on Superman. That's what I want. That's what I want to see. But it does feel very much like we'll get all these characters in, and we've got a universe. And like exactly like you said earlier, like trying to run before they walk.
Oh, straight away it'll be whatever, the Hawk Girl or something. There'll be a TV series getting written right now for that character.
Yeah. Even with this and I don't want to go on about it because everybody else has already gone on about it. And it was a bit of a non-event for us with the Doomsday, the director's chair release of or part of the character list that's going to be in there, and the actors that's going to be in the movie, and they're running through them all. and it felt a bit the same. Like it felt a bit like Marvel was stretching a little bit because the like Chris Helmsworth, the first name in, he's obviously got pedigree and he's been in all of them from the start. But then a lot of the others that were dropping out were like Anthony Mackie, and he's like they haven't like by the time the first Avengers movie came out, like we'd had trilogies from all the big three. Do you know what I mean? You'd had 3 Captain Americas, you'd had 3 more Thor movies, you'd had 3 Iron Man movies, and you've got Anthony Mackie has been in 1 Captain America movie, and then you're going to have a lot of the others that were on the cast list that you've not seen very often. Like you've had Shang-Chi, and you haven't seen him in about 4 years, and he had 1 movie.
Yeah, that was 4 years ago. That now, 3 or 4 years.
And it just felt like that all the way along. I think the only other one in there that I thought, oh yeah, well he's been there for a while was Paul Rudd. Obviously he's had 3 Ant-Man movies and he's been in the Avengers. But there was a lot of big names missing. And
but I mean, are they in it, or are the Multiverse of Madness in it? You know?
Yeah.
Do they play
like
a part,
all the X-Men that were popping up?
Are they going to walk on and then walk off again? You know, it's
because they put a lot of X-Men characters in there from the original ones, and like you'll probably see them for 10 seconds and then be off. One thing I was excited about, and everybody else was like excited about Nightcrawler and Gambit coming back, but I just got more excited when I seen that James Marsden was going to be back in Cyclops, because I think he got so hard done by in the original X-Men movies. I don't think he had a good role. Anyway, I'm digressing. I'm moving away. Well, I'll go back. Another trailer that came out was for Megan 2 or 2.0. They're playing the Terminator card where Megan was the bad guy in the first one, and now she's going to be the good robot that's taking on the bad robot that's coming to kill the family. What did you think? Did you watch the trailer? Well,
I think it looks like shit, and I knew this is what they were going to pull. I knew they were going to be the bad guy.
You said to me, like, obviously, and I should have hit record before we put it on, but you said to me, like, as soon as you hit play on the trailer, you said they're going to make him the good guy, aren't they? And I just started chuckling at myself and said,
obvious, yeah. Because that's what everything does nowadays. Everything, the bad guy is the good guy now, all the time. It's just subversive to the point that it's not subversive because everybody does it. Like humans are the monsters after all, and you know the bad guys aren't the bad guys; they're secretly the good guys, and it's just yeah. And we saw the whole trailer in the film.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, we saw the whole film in the trailer. And the evil robot in it is just like a girl. Like it just looks like a girl. It doesn't look like a robot girl. Just looks like a girl. Which I fucking hate. Is rubbish. Megan still looks like a robot, but they've made her taller for whatever purpose. Probably so that the stunt person can do better stunts, I imagine. Or...
Well, the actor's probably older. Because she was just a kid in the first one, wasn't she?
I mean, she wasn't really an actor though. It was like a rubber face, you know, or it looked rubber. I'm guessing it was special effects or something like that. But she didn't look like a person. She looked like a doll. It'll be for the fight scenes so that they're both the same height.
Yeah. Balance it out a little bit. Yeah, but it looks more like whereas I would have thought of the first one as sci-fi horror. This just more looks like a horror comedy. It's not even horror comedy, maybe sci-fi comedy.
Just looks like a comedy sci-fi film with some like weird shit in it. Yeah. No, the first one was all right. And that's it. And I think this one's going to be dire.
Yeah, I definitely think I could put this one on without worrying that it was going to scare the shit out of me.
I mean, the first one won't scare the shit out of you. It's fucking rubbish.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've seen the first one not from watching the movie. I've talked about it before, just from little bits of clips and everything.
The trailers and shorts and stuff. Yeah.
Just shorts. Yeah, I think I've seen the end. I think I could tell you the entire script just from the shorts I've seen.
Yeah, it's not interesting. It's like it's one of them by the numbers films where you can, even if you haven't seen it, you can sit and watch it and you know exactly what's going to happen next. Or like down the line, it's just everything's so obviously signposted along the way, and that's even without having seen the trailers, because the trailers show you most of the film. It's it's bums on seats in cinemas, to not watch a film. It's that kind of film. I'll not be bothering with it at all. The first one was okay. It was a solid okay, and that's it. So second one, no chance.
Next trailer that we've got lined up is for Naked Gun, the first teaser trailer for Liam Neeson's Naked Gun. I'm not entirely convinced that it's going to work.
I don't think it will.
I'd like it to, but I don't think that. And I know Neeson's like, he does a very good kind of straight-faced comedy, so to speak.
He's a good straight man. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it's got the appeal of Liam Nielsen. Nielsen, that's right, isn't it?
Leslie Nielsen.
Leslie Nielsen.
And Liam Neeson.
Yes, I got confused. It's very similar.
Yeah, they dropped the L.
Yeah, Leslie Nielsen. Yeah, because even though he played kind of what you would call a straight character, he was playing him straight, but he still looked comedic. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was still, his expressions were still funny.
I mean, Leslie Nielsen was just one of a kind. You know, he was like, he really was one of a kind. He was absolute magic.
Yeah, it was a perfect role for him, because you could see he was trying to be serious without being serious.
Yeah. Police Squad always had that sort of. It looked like Police Squad and Naked Gun films. It always looked like they were just on the edge of laughing.
Yeah, yes,
but at the same time, we're nowhere near it as well.
Like
it was like perfect.
Yeah, you almost felt like it was going to be like an outtake when they were speaking, because you thought, yeah, they're going to crack up any second.
Yeah,
now.
And they were so straight, and the jokes were delivered with such sort of ease, you know, like because most of them was either sight gags or just like wordplay, you know, innuendos and double entendres and stuff like that. Whereas I don't know, I mean, Seth MacFarlane's involved with this new one, isn't he? So I think it's just going to be Family Guy.
I don't know. I just think it felt a little bit, particularly the trailer, felt a little bit too forced, almost like they were trying too hard for it.
Yeah, him being like a little girl and stuff like that, and taking the mask off and it being a guy. It was too, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to. I think Naked Gun and all that era, Naked Gun, Police Squad, Airplane, all them kind of spoofs. I mean, they were spoof movies, weren't they? Really, that's what they used to get called. I think they were lightning in a bottle. Even what was on with Charlie Sheen, the Top Gun, was it Hot Wings? No.
Oh my God, Hot Shots.
Hot Shots, even that. I just don't. I don't think people can write like that nowadays. I don't think people have got those kind of jokes in them anymore.
No.
Like, I think everything now is it's either sort of subversive, non-humor. You know,
Exactly.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see when a longer trailer comes out.
14-year-old me when Hot Shots was on, and I was pissing my side off.
I mean, they were the funniest films ever. Like,
so funny.
And what else was there? There was another one, Police Academy.
Police Academy.
Like, they were never off the telly, and God, they were funny. Like,
yeah.
Like, I mean, they were rubbish, most of them.
Yeah,
they were just like gag after gag after.
There was Steve Guttenberger. What was the name of the guy that could do all the sounds? He was my hero.
Jones. Motormouth Jones.
Jones. He was my absolute hero.
Like his name in real life.
I can't remember, but man, I tried to copy the sounds that he would make in that movie.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Every kid.
I can't remember which one it was, because there's about fucking a dozen of them. But there's one of them where he's like in a junkyard, and he pretends to be a robot and puts like bits of scrap metal in like his
I remember
thing,
that bit,
and picks up like a claw and puts his sleeve over it, and like he's going shuts out. It's class, absolutely class. What was the other one as well? There's another one a bit similar that Kevin really likes. Oh, Robin Hood Men in Tights.
You know what? I've never seen Men in Tights.
Oh, have you not? Oh, man.
Never seen it.
That's definitely worth a watch. I mean, a lot of the humour probably won't land as hard with you now, because we're older, but you definitely need to watch that. Definitely need to watch that. Watch that if you can this week, and talk about it next week. I bet it makes you proper belly laugh at parts of that.
I'll see if I can find it. Trying to think of other spoof films now. What was there? There was Spy Hard. That was Leslie Nielsen as well. I saw that at the cinema with Kev, and we died laughing at that. We were absolutely no good.
They don't make films like that, like good
spoofs. Yeah, they don't make spoofs now.
Yeah.
I don't think they've got the jokes in them.
Nah,
I think now everything has to be like a reference.
Yeah.
Everything's referenced to something, like
Do you know
Family
what I
Guy.
think I think they lost a bit of it with the scary movie films
Yeah,
because they made
it's all references. Again, everything's like reference to something else.
yeah
It's
there's
funny because it's like this.
yes
Whereas it's not like wordplay. It's not like and like sight gags, like sort of props and things like that, and like jokes and like things being worded, like innuendos. And I mean, you probably couldn't get away with half a Naked Gun these days.
no
If the joke, like when she goes at the ladder in the library, and then there's a scene with it's Presley's thing. He's Presley's wife in it. And she climbs up the ladder, and he says, "Nice beaver." And she goes, "Thanks, I just added stuff." And then she hands him a stuff. You probably couldn't get away with that now because that would be objectifying women or something.
yeah
But
Christ.
yeah, just like, but it was that, and it was like it was just bang bang. It was joke after joke after everything. Every line was a joke, and I don't think you get that these days. I think you just get references. It's all what's it? Medba Berries, as South Park says. Everything's referential. Oh, Robin Hood Men in Tights. I found it there.
Robin Hood Men in Tights. Yeah, get that watched, man. Get that watched.
I'll give it a go.
Seen that. Can't believe you've never seen that. Yeah, if that doesn't make your belly laugh,
I'll give it a go.
Yeah, the last trailer, before we move on and do something else, was for Tron Ares. Ares, I'm guessing that's like the God of War.
I'm guessing so. God of War. Yeah.
God of War. That trailer's come out. The interesting points looks like the grids merging with reality because everything was in kind of the real world, or a lot of the trailers in the real world. Jeff Bridges is obviously back. Jared Leto is starring, your favorite. The effects look good, but they don't look too far apart from the 2011 movie. 11, 12, must have been there or thereabouts. But other than that, it doesn't look like they're connected in any way. And you don't get too much of what the story's going to be. Just that everything's red instead of blue.
I don't know anything about the Tron films. I've seen them, but I couldn't tell you what was going on in them. They look good. It's something about the video game. A man went in a video game and plays.
Yeah,
Tron
I mean the original was.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's so difficult to watch the original now. It's because it is so dated. The 2011 one was pretty good. It was pretty solid. But I never thought that they'd get to doing a third. I thought it would just kind of stay the way it was back then. But the effect was good. And the soundtrack to 2011 one was great. And the soundtrack for this one's by, is it Nin?
9 Inch Nails.
9 Inch Nails? Why do I call it Nin? Is that like the logo or something?
The logo's that, yeah.
Yeah.
Nin.
That's simple.
The night who say Nin.
The night who sin. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you a thing about Tron.
It'll be alright.
I might watch it. I might.
Yeah, that's the biggest kind of thing I've got for at the minute. It'll be alright.
Too sci-fi for me.
Yeah, it's very,
I like
very
sci-fi, but it's just
sci-fi.
Computery stuff. I'm not bothered.
100% sci-fi. Alright, okay. So those are the trailers that we're going to run through. You need to get watching Robin Hood Men in Tights. But I'm gonna fire a couple of horror questions at you just to bounce back to what we did a couple of weeks ago with a hot seat. It seemed to go down well and get some good response online. So we'll go a few more. I'll give you a few more questions, and then you'll fire a few back at me next week, and then we'll just bounce backwards and forwards. So first one, horror themed as well, because obviously you're the horror guy. What would you say are your top 3 horror antagonists? And I've said antagonists because sometimes when I think of horror, it's not always people. It's not always like slashers, is it? It's like creatures or beings or fucking whatever the fuck.
I don't actually know. It's a tough one, that one, because you got the big names, like Jason and Freddy and stuff.
Yeah. Like the classics, kind of like what everybody.
Yeah.
Is there any that stand out from recent years? Oh, that you thought, that's
not recent years. No, I don't think films these days do, like, certainly a lot of the films I watch don't have like these characters that are like the bad guy, tends to be stuff that's a bit more, I don't know, a bit more wibbly wobbly, a bit more metaphysical, metaphorical, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Like the what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? The fear of the unknown. But that's not the.
Yeah, or like sort of say like 28 Days Later. That doesn't really have an antagonist, so to speak.
Yeah.
It's just like a thing that's affecting things. It's so yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, well, narrow it a
I
little
mean,
bit.
I like Pinhead from or the Cenobites from the Hellraiser films. I like the Hellraiser world and the characters. That's another one that I don't think's ever been like nailed, like properly nailed.
Yeah, that's what he's got the cube, hasn't he? What's the cube? Is that the cube from Hellraiser?
Yeah, the cube. Yeah, the old that one.
Fucking hell, yeah, that one. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's Hellraiser. Yeah, I think they're making a sequel to that because they made a new version in 2016, something like that, and that's getting a sequel made of it.
I'm not sure I've seen any of them, Probably like some point in the 90s, like the early ones, but I couldn't tell you anything about what happened in them.
I mean, they made tons of them.
Yeah.
There's a company called Dimension. They got the rights for it, and Clive
I know
Barker.
Dimension. Did Dimension do the Scream movies?
Maybe Dimension did loads. Yeah, they had the rights to the Hellraiser films, and Clive Barker, who wrote the book called The Hellbound Heart, he wanted the rights back because he wanted to make his own Hellraiser. Because I think he directed the first one, and maybe wrote the screenplay. I don't know. But anyway, he wanted the rights back to make his own Hellraiser film.
Yeah,
like start again sort of thing. But Dimension didn't want to give the rights up, so they kept releasing shit films, just pumping them out. So that they kept the rights, because if they didn't use the rights in a certain amount of time, then they have to go back to.
Then they revert back to the owner.
Yeah. So they kept making bad Hellraiser films, but I don't know if Clive's getting them back, or what. But anyway, yeah, I like the world and the because they like
each of the movies. Then obviously I know there's a few of them. Do each of the movies kind of follow on like a continuation of the story, or are they all kind of their own individual kind of movies?
A couple of them jump around a little bit. One of them goes backwards and forwards in time. It's a really disjointed franchise. And I'm kind of glad that they rebooted it, and I don't know if they rebooted it again or what, but yeah, I don't so much like Pinhead.
Yeah, it's more the world around it.
I like that world and those characters. I mean, Doug Bradley was brilliant as Pinhead anyway. Like,
all right, what? Not so much horror antagonists in it. Who are your favorite horror movie actors or actresses? Who puts a good turn in?
Jeffrey Combs. Is it Combs or Combs? I can never get that right. I think it's Combs. Yeah, Jeffrey Combs. He's great. He's great in everything.
Who's he? What's he been?
He was in Reanimator. He was in From Beyond. I don't know what might have you seen. Let's have a look. He was the what was it called? The man with Michael J. Fox with the ghosts. What was it called?
Oh, The Frighteners.
The Frighteners. He was in that. He was the cop. That like freaky cop who was like sort of, he didn't want to be touched and stuff like that.
Yeah, fuck.
And he was like, when people
yeah.
touched him, he freaked out and things, and he screamed and stuff like that. That was him. He's been in loads. He was in he's in one about where they made bets called Would You Rather. It was called Would You Rather. It was a bunch of people. He got people together for a party and made them bet on things. And it was like, Would You Rather? But it was like horrible stuff, Yeah, he was in that. He's been in loads. He's been in tons of stuff. He does a lot of voice work as well. He was the voice of Brainiac in the Injustice 2 game.
Ah, nice. Okay.
He did the voice of him. Yeah. Here we are. I've got the old Google up.
Yeah, I have as well. He's been in a lot of scary shit. That's what he's been in.
He's in a lot of horror films. He's renowned for his horror films. The Guyver. Who was he in The Guyver?
That's quite funny though. I'm looking at his filmography and it's like Fear.com, Faust, House on Haunted Hill, Return to the House on Haunted Hill, House on Haunted Hill.
I forgot he was in House on Haunted Hill.
Yeah. Abominable, and then it goes to Beethoven's Treasure Tale.
All right.
Very funny. The Guyver. He was in The Guyver.
And yeah, I was just thinking, who was he in Guyver? Because I've seen Guyver. I've got it somewhere. Or Mutronics, as it's called over here. Fortress as well. Amazing film. You remember that?
No.
With Christophe Lambert, where he gets sent to prison, and it's like an underground prison with like robot security guards and stuff.
No.
And you've got the things in the stomachs that blow up. No. Oh, have you seen Fortress?
No.
Oh man, it's peak 90s. It's amazing.
Really?
Yeah, Christophe Lambert, him and his wife get sent to prison because they have a second child. It's set in the future and there's a one-child rule. And their first child dies and the wife gets pregnant again. And so he's trying to get his wife across the border to Canada or something.
Right.
Or to Mexico. But he gets caught anyway. And he gets sent to this jail, and it's like a horrible future world sort of thing. And it's this underground jail, like it goes straight down sort of thing. And they've got these things in the stomachs called intestinators. And if you misbehave or anything like that, the intestinators give it like causes them pain. And if they keep going, it blows up and kills them. And the guy who runs the prison, the warden, he is, I think it's Clarence from RoboCop. I think.
Yeah, it might be. You know, I'm
Yeah,
just looking at some of the images.
I've just googled it. Yeah,
yeah.
It is. It's Clarence from RoboCop. He's the governor of the prison, and he's a right shit.
Yeah.
And there's like the prison security guards are like robots, like cyborgs and stuff like that. It's fucking great. It's so 90s. It's amazing. And the jail, the cells are like, they don't have bars. They've got lasers and stuff like that.
It looks class, like it looks like fucking super 90s.
It's mega 90s. Yeah, yeah. It's
like
really
some of the
good.
posters are great.
Definitely give it a watch. Anyway, he's in that. He plays like a mega nerd who figures out how it all works, how the prison works and stuff like that, and he helps them launch a daring escape plan.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, yeah, I like Jeffrey Combs. He's always fantastic in everything he's in. How to tell? Again, outside of like the classics,
the big ones.
I just don't want to say I don't want to say the usual suspects.
Yeah. Like Robert, what's his face from?
Is it Robert Englund and Bruce Campbell and Barbara Crampton and I'm just looking at actors and stuff now. No.
What about away from actors and actresses? Then what about movie monsters? What's your favorite movie monsters? I think I'd be torn between probably Godzilla and the Xenomorphs.
Yeah, the aliens are cool, but I think I'm at the point now where I'm just a bit sick of the sight of them. I think
I did enjoy Romulus though. I thought Romulus was good.
I mean, Romulus was a decent film, but I think they've lost a lot of the scariness.
Yeah, they're not scary
because they like jobbers now. Like in that first film, that first alien like wiped out a whole ship, and I mean they were unprepared. They were pretty much dock workers. But it's the danger of it I think has been removed because now they're just there to get shot. Until at the end of the film when they inevitably bring out like the new mega alien.
Yeah, the uber
whatever, the hybrid or the fucking whatever, the one with two heads or some shit like that, they just sort of jobbers. I would like to see an alien film where it's like it's not immediately outmatched.
Yeah, I think there's only the first one where what I would consider had a big horror aspect to it.
Yeah, the first one is definitely the only horror film. I think after Aliens.
Yeah, Aliens
I think
was obviously completely the opposite.
Aliens 2 was an action film. I think Alien 3 tried to take it back to horror, but again, massively troubled production.
Yeah.
Loads of like fingers in the pot, and like rewrites, and it was a bit messy.
Yeah.
But yeah, movie monsters. Again, it's hard to just not say the usual
like the
ones.
big ones, like what you would class as like the monster universe, like the Draculas and the Frankensteins and the, I keep wanting to say Blue Lagoon. It's not. Is it Blue Lagoon?
Black Lagoon.
Black Lagoon.
Yeah, I mean, I like Gilman and stuff like that from like the design perspective. Like they look very cool. Oh, it looks very cool. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, are you talking like design or character or
Just
what?
anything, just a bit of both, really. I mean, what did you think of the recent It movies and what they did with Pennywise?
I enjoyed. I really loved the first one. I didn't like the second one at all.
Yeah, that was very much the same. I thought the first one was great.
Yeah, the second one seemed to drag on too much. It lost a lot of its focus, I think.
Yeah, it bounced on for a good while, the second one.
And I didn't like at the end what they did with it being like a big spider thing, because that makes sense in the books, but it's not. I mean, the It book is like it's a fucking yard thick, you know, and there's a lot to get into the film and to explain why it looks like a spider at the end, because its true form is spider-ish, you know, but it doesn't really have a form. It's like from another dimension, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I didn't like how it was like half spider, half clown. I thought it was rubbish.
Yeah, it was bizarre. I much preferred the first one. I thought the first one was very good.
But yeah, the first one was good. It was a bit more focused and it was much tighter. The second one, I didn't like the end bit where they were fighting it, but they were all going into the little dream worlds each, and like there was like doors that they had to go through, and one of them was like stuck in it. It was I don't know. It just got really messy. Like I couldn't tell you what happened in the second It film, like in a chronological order. Whereas I think I could with the first one.
Yeah. Yeah, same.
Whereas the second one, it just seemed really disjointed and like it fell apart a bit, you know. It
wasn't. I mean, it's not very often a horror film does that for us either. Where, I mean, very, very rarely. Where I watch the first one, for example, and I think, oh, great, I'm looking forward to another one of that coming out. Like, very rarely a horror film will do that. And I felt that way after watching it. And again, it was a cinema trip, and I come away and I thought, oh, great, I'm looking forward to part 2 of that. And it just felt like a bit of a letdown.
Yeah. I mean, I really like The Fly, but it's a tough, like, as a film and as a movie, like as a monster concept. And the effects. I mean, have you seen The Fly with Goldblum?
Yeah, Fly's a great movie.
Yeah,
Fly's great.
Incredible.
Like when he's like all his appendages are falling off, and he's got keeping them in little jars in his bathroom.
In his bathroom cabinet. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got his knob in his bathroom.
Yeah. Yeah, The Fly is great for everything about it. Yeah. From like the execution, all the practicals and stuff, like when she grabs him at the end and his like face caves in and stuff.
Yeah.
And he's like,
I like it when he's
like
when he's first gone through, when he's first been through the machine and he comes out and she catches him in the room and he's like doing like a handstand on the chair.
He's like super athletic. Yeah,
it's great. Oh, that's class. And then he starts being able to clamber on the walls and
he can climb. Yeah. I mean, the sequel's good and all. It doesn't get as much love as the first. I mean, the first.
I don't think I've seen the sequel.
The sequel's really good. It's his son, because she's pregnant at the end.
Right. Okay.
And of the first one, and she gives birth to the son in like a science facility, and they study him.
Yeah.
Because he grows really fast, like his body grows really fast, but his mind's still he's still quite young and immature.
Yeah.
Even though he ages really rapidly. So they sort of studying him and trying to figure him out and stuff like that, and saying, you know, what's going on there, because he just looks so human, you know, and he's sort of wondering what's going on, but he's aging fast. And then obviously it all starts going crazy, and you know,
goes big time.
But yeah, it's definitely better than your average horror movie sequel. Again, at the end, it's got some really good effects in it, and some really good scenes, and like, yeah, there's one bit with like where it's all going crazy at the end. Some guy gets his face melted off. Fucking brilliant. It's like such a good effect.
The Thing. Do you like The Thing?
Yeah, The Thing's brilliant. It's one of the best films ever made, I think. Yeah.
I love the effects in that as well. Just got me
Oh,
thinking
the effects on that is just yeah. Practical effects on that, second to none. It looks so good. I'm just scrolling through horror movie monsters now to seeing what just to
What did you think of
jog my memory a bit?
The sequel to the thing, the one with Mary Elizabeth Winstead?
That was boring. Yeah.
Well, I say sequel. Was it a sequel or a prequel?
Prequel.
Prequel.
Yeah. That was the Norwegian camp.
Yes.
The first film where they went to the camp, but it was all fucked. That was the story of the Norwegian camp. I didn't like the end, how they went on the spaceship. And it was just like a big bad screamy monster thing. And it had like the bad guys, the evil guy who plays the evil guy and everything. In Bad Boys and stuff, he was like one of the people that the thing ate. I think it was him anyway. Guy with a beard.
I think I know who you mean.
Is it Checky Cairo or something like that? Yeah, it was in its thing monster mode, but it like got his face to say things to her. It was I don't know, yeah. Again, that was another film that started off one way and ended another. They were going to do loads of it in practical effects, and they built a lot of the practical effects for it as well. There's loads of pictures around the internet and videos of the effects working. But the money men came in and said, no, we want it all to be computers. The kids love computer effects these days. So they ditched all the practical and just made everything computer. And you can really tell that a lot of it is like slapped together. Yeah, the ending was different. It was a different like monster. It was more not what the thing originally looked like, but what the pilot of the ship looked like. Yeah. No, I didn't really go on with that much. Deep Rising. It's a great movie monster, that. Have you seen that?
Yes. Let me have a look at it and I'll be able to tell you.
It's the one on the ship where there's them tentacles all over the place grabbing people.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah, we were talking about that recently.
Yeah, I think we talked about it before. That's a great monster, that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, what else? I'm just clicking around now.
Critters were
brilliant.
I think it's just because they sound similar again. But I always get Deep Rising and Event Horizon.
Yeah.
Kind of jumbled.
Event Horizon's amazing. Have you seen Event Horizon?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Event Horizon's good.
Yeah, I think everybody's seen Event Horizon.
Tell you what gets overlooked as shit and all, I've just seen it there and it's reminded me. And it is one of the classics, but it's The Wolfman with Benicio del Toro.
Oh, yeah.
And Anthony Hopkins.
Anthony Hopkins.
Have you seen it?
I think I've seen...
Shit.
It was one of the ones where I unintentionally was flicking through and caught like the last half an hour of it.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, it's got my attention. And I watched it and I got to the end of it and I thought, I really wish I'd watched that from the beginning. And because I've seen the end of it now, I've never gone back and watched it from the start.
Yeah, it was like a redoing of the original like Wolfman there, I don't know what I think the plan was to sort of I think the plan was to restart that or to begin a Universal Monsters shared universe, of course.
Yeah, we were talking about before,
like when they did or something, weren't they?
Yeah, they did Dracula Untold, didn't they? And they did the Tom Cruise Mummy.
Yeah, they were going to get them all together, and that one was, I think that one was supposed to be forming part of it, or they were going to fold it in anyway. Yeah, that was fantastic. The effects are so good because, like, he transforms and it's computery, like or certainly a lot of it is. But then when he's transformed, it's prosthetic. It's a suit, like, and it's a it's a full makeup and everything, and it looks so good. It's like a lot like the old one, where his face has got like a flat face rather than like a long.
Yeah, rather than a snout.
Like a big, long wolf head.
Yeah, I've always liked that better as a kind of Wolfman design of like a. It's more monstrous. I think it's more humanized. When they get a snout, they just look like
big dogs. Yeah.
Like a mutated dog.
Yeah.
Like I don't want it to be a dog. I want it to be a Wolfman.
Yeah, I like that look sometimes. Sometimes it works. It looked. I think the best Wolfman of that type was Van Helsing.
Yeah.
Because that was like a huge, like 9 foot tall monster, like Wolfman.
We talked about Van Helsing recently, and that got some fucking love online and like the little clips.
It's great. It's a great film. It's because I mean at the time it was a throwback, you know, and it's a double throwback now. I mean they don't make films like that now. But yeah, Wolfman with Benicio del Toro was absolutely amazing.
Wolfman. What did you think of the is it Paris the first one, American Werewolf in Paris, or London the first one?
No, London was the first. Paris came out when we were at school.
Yeah, Paris was like a comedy, wasn't it?
That was terrible. That it was so bad. I watched it again recently. I mean, American Werewolf in London it's peerless. I mean, it's one of the bedrocks of modern horror. That like with Exorcist, but yeah, I rewatched American Werewolf in Paris not too long ago, and I was absolutely appalled.
Was it meant to be a comedy? Because I remember it being funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's got funny scenes in it, and you can see where they're trying to recreate the same kind of, not the same scenes, but like similar kind of tones as the first one.
Yeah.
A bit. There's I think there's a montage in it similar to London. Because it's that montage when he's not tired and it's got Bad Moon Rising playing.
Yeah.
And he's like bouncing around the flat and he's bored, he doesn't know what to do. And I think they try to recreate that with a scene in Paris. And I mean, it's got terrible effects. The wolves look really PlayStation 1 effects, you know, they're really smooth and weird looking. It's awful. It's awful. And it's got bugger all to do with the first. I think they just clagged the name on it. Yeah, worth watching again just to see how bad it is. But at school, I thought it was great. I thought it was a good film, you know.
Yeah,
it was a bit violent. It was a bit sexy, you know. It was.
Yeah, it's been 10, 15 years since I watched it at least, but more than probably. But I remember it being funny. I just remember laughing at it. Didn't his mates die? But they were haunting them, or they were around, or.
Yeah, but that's the same as what happens in the first film. Because the people who he kills, he sees he's still there and they talk to him because he can't die.
Just reminded me of
the spirits can't move on.
Reminds me of Idle Hands.
I've not seen that.
Idle Hands.
I'm aware of it, but I've not seen it. But Seth Green, isn't it?
Yeah, Seth Green. I like Seth Green as well. Seth Green, Jessica Alba. And I can't remember who the main guy is in it, who obviously whose hand gets possessed. Idle Hands. 1999. The guy in it is Devon Sawa. What else has he been in? Final Destination. He was the guy of Final Destination, the first one, the original one, and a lot of other random bits and bobs. All right, well that's just over an hour. So we'll call it there, and I've probably got about another 4 or 5 questions lined up, but we'll just drop them in next time, just to keep it warm.
I was a bit caught off guard tonight.
Yeah, it was good with things like that anyway, because we ended up spinning off and talking about other things that we enjoyed and reminiscing a little bit, which is good. Okay. Thanks for listening, guys. I've never said it once through this entire episode, and I'm still not getting better in it after fucking 10 or 11 weeks or whatever we'll be doing it now. But please remember to like, please remember to follow, comment, let us know if we're talking shite, let us know if you agree with what we say in it. It's all good for us. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you next week. Bye.